for the gospel. Thank you for revelation for this time, for this age, for the age of Aquarius, the age of Aries, the bookends, and the Gemini. All these are, it's a replication or a false ether, and you create that false, you create evil. And thank you for creating that evil, because without evil, it's all we ever had was a good time. We never know what a bad time was. So a bird cannot achieve lift without resistance. Thank you for that resistance, Father, for the thlipsis, the tribulation and the suffering, because it's after your own counsel and for your own pleasure. You do all these things. You create the evil, and we've not even begun to see the evil that you're about to unveil, revelation, lift off the cover and expose the fallacy and all the false Christ, the anti-ether. Again, some of this, as is above, so is below. A mirror. Hados, on the same narrow way. Like hovering right over the top of conform, follow. What he said, that's what we have to do. Follow the word, not the world. So thank you, Father, for the word. Thank you for Shiloh. Thank you for redemption, salvation, forgiveness. But all these things come with a process. So thank you for making everything difficult. Difficult is the path. Narrow is the way that leads to the straight gate. Easy, Broadway, Jeezy. The big Broadway. All the no narrow, no all pornea, self-will, not free will, self. Create them to do their own self-will. If you created all things, there is no such things. Not us. There's no luck, no fortunes, no chance, no free will, no planets, no gods in the sky. Nope. Never has Father been in the sky. You take your sky daddy, Jesus, somewhere else. He's written on the hearts of the bride. That's the chosen. Already chosen, meaning it was already bought and paid and purchased for. Prognosco in Romans, he said, I have foreknowledge of. Before Abraham was, I am, he said. So self-existent Jehovah God. You want to use a translation and use the letter J, but there's no such thing as J in Old Testament or the New Testament. So no Jesus, but you can use a translated. Which Jesus are you going after? Many. Two, Paul said another. So Christ said many. There's Christian Jesus, Mormon Jesus. Oh, they're all Satanists. Hold on. It's Calvinists. Oh, wait, there. Yeah. Hold on. Let's go to the top of the most disgusting filth there ever's been. Catholicism. The worship of Nimrod, Satan, Jesus Christ. Birthed in the middle of the winter. The sun god Apollyon. The one that Donald Trump has a stealth sticker with. But anyways, we're past all that. This ain't about politics. Poly meaning many, tick meaning bloodsucker. Remember, he doesn't want us to drink blood or eat meat of men. Masse is eating human flesh. Christ Mass, eating the sex orgy celebration of the Saturnalia of the 923 Chronos ritual that the constellations were going under the sea. Yeah, three gods in one, the three gender, the blue booby Jesus. Blue booby Jesus, blue booby Jesus, blue booby Jesus. Say that 3 times real quick. Their Jesus has breast. A breast. That's why they go after. You know how guys like breasts, so explains why they go after Satan, huh? Satan has a breast. He's a trickster. He comes with fishnet stockings and high heels and lipstick. You gotta let him in. So Many Christ. So false Christ. Remember, change the jot. That's antichrist. Either with Christ or you are anti-Christ, and that is Satan, meaning the adversary. You're a Satanist. If you add even a single period, that's the word jot. They think they live on that jot. They blew it up with some NASA helium, and now they live on a planet. Okay, ding dong. You go ho-ho out of here. Ho-ho God. Satan, Santa Claus, Kronos, eat your kids. Oh, that explains that silly clown, huh? Yeah, Mr. McScrooge, Mr. Warp Speed. Ronald McNugget McDonald, Mr. Warp Speed. Chump. You know, the guy who decorates his house with a 58-story tower. Remember, Satan had a 58-story tower in Manhattan, right? I mean, Babylon. Did that on purpose. But Warp Speed, he's got 58 tower decorated with Satan. Jesus Christ. Ah, my goodness. Jesus. Another Jesus. Come on in and get another Jesus. Come get some Satan Jesus, some Baphomet orgy Jesus, some triple gender, the 3-in-1 gender. Baal, the sun god. Satan, the adversary. Shh, don't tell anybody. He mirrors. Personal Jesus, someone to hear your prayers, someone to give. Oh, sorry. There are other Jesus, right? There's no two Jesus. Tell that to your religious idiot friends. They'll tell you there's not another Jesus. You know, they've never read the scripture, not even once. Never, not even scripture. Not a book. That means Bible, right? Bible means book. Remember? He said, you know, I was a snake before you let me in, and then he let Joe Biden. Two chicks to the same hole, two wings to the same dragon. Remember? Warp Speed. The dragon Leviathan, that crooked serpent in the garden. Halo. Remember Revelation 3:11, I come quickly, let no one take your crown. See what I'm saying? Silly rabbit. Tricks are for kids. Maybe space disease next X. Disease X from the sky, huh? Diseases from the sky. From your Sky Daddy Jesus. Did you get your Sky Daddy Jesus jab? Jabba, Belcher the Altar, Jabba. Mr. Skywalker, Anakin. Mr. Warp Speed. Remember? That a threesome. Anakin Skywalker and Chewbacca had Wookiee with an Ewok. Now we got big feet. They're here on this rock. They're here. They're on Ball Planet Earth. Nano, come in, Earth, Tokyo. Tune in, Tokyo, booby Jesus. Oh, no. Twist. It's perverted. It means froward. So, you're froward. Orgy Jesus. So, as the world is distracted, they dig in deep and get ready for the coming maximum solar grand. Huh? God's in the sky. Government loves you. They got everything in control. Govern. Mental, mind control. They love you. They can be there to save you. Like Hurricane Katrina or Helene. Or, well, all the other ones anyways. So, are you waiting for the government? Did you get raptured? Raptured? Did you get raptured? Bring your pastors in here, Nathan. Bring your biblical scholar in here, okay? Bring your best studied scholar, any kind of biblical, that means Bible means book. It was written on stone. I don't know what these people are smoking, but it's probably Rolling Stones magazine. I'm not sure what they're on, how many issues they got, but make these idiots. They don't know the gospel, so bring them in here. Pastors just with revelation. Oh, self-existent Jehovah God. This is a vessel of wrath. Get up every day and tell yourself, everybody I meet on the street is evil, because Father only loves this many people. Most people go to hell because broad is the way that leads to the wide gate. Since the beginning of time, there's only one judgment, one seventh horn, one ram's horns shall sound, the final trump, where the dead will raise from the ashes and the dust. I don't care if the worms ate you, got burnt, whatever your excuse of your no birthday next year, or taking a dirt nap, till the seventh seal opens and the smoke rises from the pit and the skies roll back like a scroll. Then, final judgments, remember? For all, one judgment. Just one. Okay there, Lee Harvey Oswald. Bring your best pastor. They're Satanists. I'll show you they don't know the gospel. So go ahead. Saying about YouTube. This is JewTube, two hollow needles. It's a snake before you let me in, and then he let Joe Biden. See ya, snake, swine. Father creates more evil. 99% of the people you meet are evil. Oligos, he says. You know what that word means? Probably not. You know what halakha means? Probably not. Ask any pastor that, guarantee. Ask him if Lot's wife was turned to a pillar of salt. Deacon, reverend, biblical scholar, I don't care. Bring him here. Bring him here. We'll test him. We'll put him on word at a time. We'll put him on front. Now we're just supposed to be getting ready and building our ark, remember? Revelation 16 and 21, 129 plus pound hailstones. You got a hail plan? Not talking about going to hell. Hell's the word no knowledge. It's what hell is. Hell's not below your feet. Earth's not below your feet. You don't live on a planet. It's not 2025. The New Year's does not start in the middle of the winter. You can't be saved. You got to die to be saved. In that time that I told you were the dead and the last trump, the final shofar, then you are saved. Because you've been bought, paid, and purchased for. You are redeemed. You just don't know the word. You're an idiot. Bring them here. We'll refine them with the aletheia. The truth will set you free. There is no freedom or free will. Free will. Free willy. Take your little sex Jesus God and go somewhere else. Religion is vain. Anywhere on this rock. I don't care which country. Hall 180. Bring them. It's somewhere right here on the JewTube, like spitting to snake oil, venom. Remember? He let the bite in. Back to the Future. 11. 4 plus 7, 11. You like doing the numbers? We do it by the numbers in here. You tell all things. Remember the 7? To be 7 is to be matured. 7 things he says to do in the scriptures. What are you doing those things? This is it. Checking out on the prison bus. I am Revelation. Whoa. All famous people go to hell. I like music. La musica. All rich people go to hell. Bees there for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than a rich man through the gates of heaven. If you are loved by the world, you will be hated by my Father. I am the apocalypse. Checking out. Oh, hey, at least I'll know by December 2nd whether I'll be going on the prison bus or I'll be, if you're a subscriber, you know what's going on to the channel. So, are you getting your ark ready? You mean that Noah? Remember? Noah. Don't listen to the world. They're not building an ark. Spiritual. The body is an ark, the temple. The eye is the lamp of the body. The eye is filled with light, then the whole vessel, the whole lamp. Remember? Who's steering the ship? The eye is filled with darkness, and the whole vessel, the whole lamp is filled with dark. They don't mix, remember? Like oil and water or dark and light. Can't marry truth to a lie. Hados in the same narrow way. Right? Or well, like 2 spoons in a drawer. How about that? It's going to be a wedding. Are you excited? Like getting beat? Well, he says, let vengeance be mine. So you'll get paid back, right? When you get redeemed, got to suffer as he did. Conform to my image. Follow after me. Does anybody want to hang you from a tree? Put holes in your body? Throw you in jail for standing up to the corporation, the beast, America, and all its tentacles? Oh, well, the halakha, Haggadah, same thing. No. Many are called, but few. Oligos are chosen. He says, fear not, oligos flock. Oligos find the straight gate, because they are on the narrow way. Only way to the Father is through the narrow hados. Like a press. Like a theolobos. Somebody want to press you back so you can't breathe, like Revelation 3:11. I come quickly like a thief in the night. Let no one take your crown, like a crown virus, like corona. Hados, to be in the same narrow. Narrow is the way that leads to the straight. He said, I am the hados. I am the way. That means to be in the same narrow way. That's the Hamashiach. Oh, does anybody want to hang you from a tree? Whip you? Are you getting your stripes? Are you a soldier of the Most High? He's the commander. He said, love me. 2 John 6, walk and follow my commandments. Carry on as you were. Go tell everybody, the Redeemer, he's coming like a thief in the night. Waves of pain. Welcome to the end. In the beginning, or it's like the Ouroboros, the snake over eating its own tail. Or time with a twist. The 8. The duality, like a left and a right brain. Illuminati. Masonic. Transgender Jesus. No, I don't too care about 30 FGW. He was a 33-degree Mason, but hey, at least he banned the orgy Christmas. And he said no foreign thing was a blessed nation, but that's now a corporation. So long gone. Corporation, they pay to murder with their tax dollars. Punch the clock, they. All right, whatever. But anyways, they're mass murders. They are not complacent. They're, they'll be found. Remember, at judgments, the measure you pour out on others, do unto others, right? Love thy neighbor like thy enemy, like thyself, will be poured back on you. Your biggest enemy is you. Matthew 10:34, right? Oh man, I come to bring a sword of division, not peace. I come to separate. I'm the divider. I am the horizo. I divide. The scorpizzo is the one that's the false Christ teacher, antichrist scorpizzo. Prophet, the false prophet, the false teacher. The word teacher is prophet. The scorpizzo is the false teacher. The one that causes the sheep to scatter. He is the divide. That is the word horizo, the separator. Like every AM, the light comes up, that you call the morning. Would you wake up? Jesus Christ is God. Well, which Jesus do you speak of? You do your sex ball Jesus? Your transgender Jesus? Birthed in the middle of the winter Jesus? In a manger? Your Jesus is God mange. Well, that's what happens when you have sex with beasts. Anyways, moving on. I'm not arguing with anybody. There's many Jesus. J. There's no J in Hebrew or Greek, so get out of here. J was the last letter added to the English alphabet, not Z. You speak like you speak American, or speak New Mystery Psycho-Babylonian. How about that? It's not in them. It's not written on their hearts. Leave alone. Twice, and then depart from them. Rebuke them with the light. That's all you're here to do. Twice. That's it. What else are you here to do? No, seriously. What else are you here to do? Oh, we got to have a house and a car and whatever you think. What else are you here to do? I mean, it's not that damn hard, right? Listen here, Nimrod. No. You got to know the gospel first, though. You don't need all the words. You don't need to know. You just need to know what every word you're saying, the definition of every word you're saying, so you don't look like an ass and can't be learned. And when somebody corrects you and calls you an idiot because you got your feelings hurt like a snowflake or something, you're special, or you know, all I would do is win, 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 all that nonsense. So, I was the one who was born from the house of David, of Bethlehem, not of Nazareth. Nothing good could come of Nazareth. Remember? The Sumerian tribes, all their ball Jesus. Baphomet. It's a Greek word, Mark. Hados. To be in the same narrow way. We're not speaking Espanol. Poquito Espanol. Nada. Hello. Adios. No más. So, we're speaking Greek. Not Latin. Well, Spanish. You have any dialectus, glossa, tongue, foreign? Is it alien? Oh, they're from Spanish, so they must be a illegal alien. Oh my gosh, we'll go get them. Wow. Death to America, death to Israel. Spiritual. Don't freak out. It's all right. These deagle maps have 216 million Americans gone before the end of the year for their orgy Jesus 26 calendar, their sex Jesus calendar they worship. It's not 2025, but you know that if you're here. So, but anyways, moving on. So you got a couple months till the end of that time. When are you going to be one of those people? I don't know if they're going to come to fruition. I didn't write the papers. I've been studying this stuff for decades on and off the dark web. They put out their white papers and anyways, you know, the Masons, the black and the white, never mind, black and yellow, they're stealing you, but they like their football rituals too. So they kill a lot of people over that little pigskin. But dudes chase men in tights, the giants of the day chasing each other in rainbow flavored jerseys or whatever. Dudes killing each other over men in tights. And anyways, IOUs and tennis shoes, but well, Nikes and debt notes, but whatever. A nation that traded its minerals for paper payments. And what was the price of silver today? $43 or something like that. No, but never mind. Price is a tool of manipulation. You're the tool. So, yep. Hados. We're speaking Greek. It was an old Jewish book written in Greek. The Old Testament was written in Hebrew. Yeah. So you want to study the dialect, this glossa, tongue, no such thing as speaking in tongues. What are you speaking? Pig Latin? Yeah, get out of here speaking swine. Speak like the earth. Earth is the ruled. There's no such thing as earth under your feet. That's not what earth means. That's not what earth is. When he created the earth, that's you're ruled. The heavens are not above your head. Those are the ruling class. So his favorite is pride. Israel, Aaron, remember? Levite, all the 12 tribes of Israel. You're just some spawn Jesus. I don't know. Would you crochet yourself some kind of American flag or something? Or you're the crochet Jesus. I don't know. Maybe the croquet Jesus, you're knocking balls around. That was pretty organic. We just off the cuff on that one, right? So, but, gee, Rocky, watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat, right? So, or was that Bullwinkle? Yeah. Bell, bull, ball. You're full of it. But ding, hello. Ring, ding, dong, ding, 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 ding. All right. They love their Bell Jesus, remember? Like, remember Adolf got fallen angel? That's not, angel means messenger. That's what an angel is, a messenger. It's not something that comes from the sky. Fallen doesn't mean from the sky. These people are so childish. Their word is, or they speak like children. They don't even have to define any words or don't even take the time. I don't care if they got a damn degree. Father doesn't want us to have letters in front of our name. Remember, all rich and famous people go to hell. So, you think I've been on an island? No, I'm not on Trumpstein Island. Get out of here. I don't go to Trumpstein Island there, Ann. I'm not going to go there. I was going to throw out something on your name, but I got a computer. I'm already working on something else, and you're a jam. You're in the way. Get out of here. Kick rocks. Pound sand. See? Don't build your house on sinking sand. He said he's the rock Petra. So would you like to carry on as you were? Goodbye. So are you putting up stores for the winter? He said, pray your flight not be in the winter. So here we are, 9/23 with their pagan sex orgy Jesus calendar 2025. It's not 2025. Remember, these people are lost in space. So get out of my space. Remember, your computer, my jam, we threw that out a long time ago. So we get rid of viruses. Remember, virus not alive. Everybody thought a virus is alive. Wait till they bring these robots they've been hauling up for decades up there into the sky, telling everybody there's NASA, and that's top scientists for NASA, Operation Paperclip. Everybody worth more alive than dead. But anyways, you're supposed to die to self every day. Remember, daily, death to self. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves daily. Take up your cross daily and follow after me. Remember, nobody hung from crosses or nobody carried crosses, but pegged you. They nailed Christ to a stock, and now they've nailed people to the stock market and their labors, their mass murders. Remember, they're accessories to murder come judgment. Their W tag. Oh, I'm American. I'm so good. Well, you're a murderer if you have a job. If you would work tomorrow and you have a W-2 job, well, we'll see what happens. Remember, not even one single veteran outside of this covenant should we have outside. But let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. So remember George Washington, who was a Mason. Remember FGW? He banned Christmas and remember no important entanglements. So yeah, you're not allowed to go outside your borders. Not even one single Coast Guard. No, that's outside your border. National Guard inside, sure. You can guard your house. Anything else in apostasy? We have military bases in all 180 countries, kind of like all flesh under this covenant, but just a little bit of everybody's. Remember, God only loves this many people and everybody else is evil. Probably everybody you've ever met in your life is evil. You might have ever only had a couple people that are chosen. Think about that. I told that to Kevin today. He's like, well, you're getting it. So he's like, oh, come on, Kevin. I said, let's be real. There's only one judgment. Under the Old Testament, one sin, death, add a jot, death, add a tittle, death. You know what that is? Yod, death. Pornea, you know what that is? Idolatria. Yeah, you're probably lost. So there you go. It's all in there. This forked, the Viper. So not a straight answer, not a space agency, the largest purchase of helium on this rock. People think they're spinning on a ball. So yeah, well, you just start defining one word. He said, I am the Aletheia. You'll start the gospel comes to life because he is the word. Remember, the whole Kadesh in flesh, spirit and flesh. Shiloh, the one to redeem the bride, above the harper's harp, the wedding. This ain't about no religion. Remember, he said the temple, the body, he don't dwell in temples made by hands. So that's what happens when you go to church. Remember, it said there were 2 or 3 gathered Agape. There I will be. Now the body's the temple. So you're not, remember, it was the people who were going, it was the Pharisees who hung them. Remember, imagine if you were, remember, he whipped these are the synagogues of Satan, he said, remember? Satan is the adversary. If you add a jot, you're Satan. You're Antichrist. See, you can't change Father's word. Holkadesh in flesh, that's Shiloh. They call him Jesus, but there's no J, and I don't argue over letters because people will need to get hooked on phonics. Didn't work for me, but I'm studied, whatever. Okay, hooked on phonics work for me. But anyways, they don't define. Definition is everything. So should never speak anything out of that book unless you define the words that are coming out of your face. I would recommend doing that with everything. Do you understand me? If you do, put a 1. Am I going too fast for you? So words are everything. These people wake up every morning. Wait, did you have somebody die? And they mourn every morning. See, there's 2 things you do every day, and so is everybody else. Why are you mourning? I said, Bill, huh? Startle them. Saved, you have to die to be saved. That's the word sozo, to be carried, picked up from beginning point to an ending point and healed. So anybody who you over, he will right then. Anybody screwed you over, he will straighten out. Anybody hurt you, he will heal you. You can't seek vengeance. You can protect your house, remember, but you can't go outside your borders. So 4th Amendment protects you under even the God-protected Title 18. I'm pretty particular about this. Guys used to be a swine pig in a military army and 95 Bravo. And so I don't like none of my past, but whatever he said, come out of my people. See, we're going to learn from our mistakes. We've all, depart from me. I never knew you, a worker of iniquity. Remember, it's already chosen. You don't have to worry about it. Oh, I did great works. Yeah, right. So none of us, we're all filthy rags. We all fall short of the word. The word is Hokadesh, ghost, Ruach Hokadesh, Holy Spirit. No such thing as ghost. That's Father. You can call Father a ghost now. You can call him an alien, right? A word is alien. Words are no alien. That's not a... No grays, no, that's no green, no slime creatures from outer space. I don't care their avatar. You can hold your, breath to your blue. I think Spock was the first one to nail a blue. Well, we won't go there. Oh my goodness, it's right in their face. Those who say peace and safety, sudden destruction will come upon those who are MAGA, High Priest, Nanu, Shazbot, bots coming in soon. I'll be back. They got the tech. So we're here. We made it. They're already starting to reveal it. I did it. That's the old Charlie was leaning a little bit too far to the right and a little too much like the elephant. And I ended up leaning too far to the left like a dumbass. I mean, a donkey. These people play religion. They got everybody played like they did it in Rome, red and blue. So they don't have their history, nor do they have any definition in the words they speak. New mystery, psycho-Babylonian. American is what I call it. Not even English. It's American. It's just watered down. It's fire. I know what it. Yeah. Was it food or is it cannabis? Everything is Cain. Abel. So, but anyways, remember Esau and Nimrod. You go throughout Scripture. It's just a cycle. If you see whether it's always two witnesses. So, but anyways, as above, so as below. Those with less will have more. Those with more will have less. Right? He does all these things after his own counsel. So. And for his own pleasure. So he beats the people he loves. But people don't want to be beat. They want to love the world. And they love the words. Nobody don't get it. And that's okay. You're not here to turn a goat into a sheep. You're only here to show people the word 2 times and leave them alone. Don't sup with vipers. Remember? Sup with him. Remember? Seeking you shall find. Asking you shall receive. And knock and I will come sup with you. Tables of the hearts of the bride. Remember, used to be on altars. Blood, fee, fine. At the doorway, headdress, that is physical. There's no more physical. It's all spiritual. Remember, he said it was fulfilled when he hung on a tree, not a cross. The 3 monster energy, or else they put in Christ when they hung him on a tree. Nobody hung from crosses. That's Satanist, pagan. That's Jesus Christ. That's nonsense. That's nobody hung from crosses. That's Satan. John. Remember, he was crucified on an X, the crucifixion. Remember, he tells us to carry a cross. If you don't know what that means, you're already screwed if you think people hung from crosses. Well, that's the Hebrew word, froward, means to add or take away, twist or screw or pervert. How about that? You're perverted is what you are, or you perverted his word. So you basically raped his word, or we added your own version. You start adding A's or I's or O's to Hebrew. People want to argue with me about the name. Name is all the letters minus the ones that are blotted out. See, and they're lost in space. There's nothing above your head. Marvin the Martian and all this alien. Alien is a word. 2 words is aliens. How about that? Well, plural. So there's no aliens. There's no. Remember, I said Chewbacca didn't have a threesome with Anakin Skywalker. Oh, and they had Wookiee with an Ewok, and we got big feet running around. Right? We've seen them out there in Scripture. It says we got big feet. Where do they come from? People are sensational. That's called a demon. A liar. Your book calls it devil, but that's not, you read a book. It used to be on, well, remember, Hearts of the Bride tables, It's not in a temple. People are lost. All the physicals, all the physical rituals, celebrations. I hope you don't sell everything. You're a Satanist. If you celebrate even a single day, you're a Satanist. You're an antichrist. But people don't get it. Because remember, many are called, but few. That's the word Oligos is what it says. It didn't say few. Your book says few. Mine says oligos. Because it's a Greek word meaning a teeny fraction. Most people go to hell because they're in the Broadway that leads to the wide gate that leads to the abyss. That's the word no knowledge. It's not anything else. Hell's not below your feet. So you want to make this sensational. Think, oh, God's in the sky and there's all this stuff. There's chasms under your feet right now. They're so dug in, so deep. That's been here from cycles of the Yuga cycles, all the Kali Yuga cycles, remember the Mayans, they knew of this. They called, Melchizedek, the king, star, it has out the longest, and the brightest. Remember, they call that Hercolobus, the great destroyer. Nibiru. That's Nibiru. All this talk of some far off, or Planet X. There's one. It's right here. And other people are, whoa, there's something. There's no universe. What the hell are you talking about? We're locked in the firmament. So I'll do this ball camp. These people spinning around on a ball. So they're left out in here. Like, I won't talk to anybody like that. They've already been severed. Left or right, Democrat or blood. You vote. Get the hell out of here. If you work for the government, if you have a W-2, you're a murderer. Do you know that you are an accessory to the murder by your W? I hope that rings true. Put a W-2 in the chat if you want to admit that you have a job. You know, you can make up to $12,000, whatever, without being taxed. But if you pay taxes, you paid to murder people in other countries. There's 1,000+ military bases in all 180 countries. So it's not just in Israel and Iran. I thought we were just Israel, Iran. Yeah, I mean, come on. Should we shock and awe? How about how many play? All we do is war. We're the war machine. If you really look, we didn't not stop war since we've been started. This war is profitable. War doesn't decide who's right. It decides who's left. And they love this eugenics. These elitists at the top. What are top 10 families have been holding this wealth? About 80% of this rock for thousands of years. So, people are idiots. They think God's in the sky. They think they're spinning on a planet. Where's it say planet in scripture? People are idiots. Can't help people. So, there's other ways. Keep going to feeding the slave system. Every time you punch a clock, even like your power bill's taxed. You get taxed gross. Started a revolutionary war over 2%, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Gross, net, federal, state. That makes me sick. And then you get taxed on that money and get taxed. You drive home on your tax car with your tax license and tax it. Driving the tax roads, you get tax gas, and you call tax to get some, ask the wife if she wants some tax. I don't know if they tax your food and stuff, and they get taxed on your homeowner's insurance. Do you think Christ, I'm not calling for physical violence. He whipped, remember they were exchanging that you had to offer 2 turtle doves at the altar. There's all her locker rituals, what you call baptism. There's no water baptism, but you had to be dipped in water and literal circumcised of the flesh. And we're not any physical rituals now, but remember, you've turned my father's house into a den of thieves, because they had made that exchange rate, just like the America that forces everybody to pay for oil for 50+ years with these 1,000+ military bases and drop democracy and freedom bombs on people as the people lap up the freedoms in America. And these people are all of them on the other side of these. It's coming back now. The rent's coming due. Rent's already due in America. People are already paying the price, whether people realize it or not. It's rent. We ain't here forever. You're an idiot. You don't own nothing. It's all temporary. The only thing that's permanent is Father, the Word. Heaven and earth shall perish, but my word will never die. And heaven is not above your head and earth's not below your feet. So probably in some other level, if you're not up to what I just said, or you just probably need to be quiet and learn. I'm not special. Father, many are called, few are chosen. This is what he chose me to do. So it's not that hard. Just study the word, one word at a time, So if you can study one word at a time, you don't need to know anything else of the gospel. The only reason you're here is to share the gospel. Everything else is just nonsense. I don't want to hear it. There's nothing else here. Only the word. Everything else is a lie. 99% of the people you meet in your life are evil, but you just can't figure out the scripture because you've got some other idea. You're a sensationalist and you're a demon. You're a liar. That's the word porneia. You believe your own lies. Idolatry in the English. Idolatria in the Greek, or porneia. You don't have any definition. So these people are idiots. They're sensational with their galaxies and their universes and all. That's all nonsense. They don't have any understanding of celestial firmament. Waters above and waters below. But that's what all this religion and government does to people. It spins them, and you don't need to be doing any of that. They used to grow food, by the stars. These people are lost. There's a lot of scriptures just about it. Well, they used to tithe food, not money. But they remember wandering for 40 years because they didn't go scout out the giants, not aliens. They were eating flesh. Father doesn't want us to eat flesh. Christmas, the orgy Christmas, where they eat the sex Jesus King after an orgy. So people are lost. in space, a Baphomet. They thought there were gods in the sky at the equinox 923, and they went into the abyss. This is the swastika. Remember, they thought the North Star was, right? There was a goddess of heaven spinning the Big Dipper around the North Star. People act like they know what they're talking about. Most of the time, they're just, they make up a bunch of, it's called being a demon. They're a liar. So this is their Jesus. It's not that, like I said, it's pretty simple. I teach it here over and over and over and over and over and over. So nobody's going to give you this celestial teaching at the bookends. Nobody's going to give you this 923. Notice nobody got raptured, but they will put everybody in work camps here soon, and they will probably lock down this country not too much longer, because there are celestial events and cycles that they know, like I know, and that doesn't make me special. I just, as a magi, that's what he gave me, this continual birth on this line. So I'm always birthed at the right time, and this is what I'm an eternal being. I don't never end. I die to self every day. To flesh, I can't wait to get out of this flesh. This flesh doesn't define me. You're just lost, and God's in the sky. Remember, they thought the Big Dipper, right? Here, it was going around. There was a goddess of heaven at the equinox where this is not 2025. This is what's wrong with people. They're just pagans and they're Satanists. They think they know what they're talking about. They have no idea. But they thought these constellations were going under the sea in Israel when they looked out at the Great Sea, but both are sensational. Like the man that dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes, Donald, 4 + 5 is 9, 4 + 7 is 11, Trump. This is his, remember, he's revealing the 8th king. He has his house decorated with Jesus Christ, Baphomet, the sun god, Satan. Mithra, remember Esau killed his brother, right? Moloch, which is Nimrod, Satan, and that's who he decorates his house. But people get all sensational. So Obama passed these 923 executive orders, and during World War II, they put everybody into FEMA camps. Well, American born. Now they just put everybody in the world. Watch, you'll see it'll happen, and they'll do it with robots. I'm not stupid. They're antichrists. Everybody think that a robot's alive, or they come from the sky and fallen angels, and Adolf got fallen angel technology, and they're idiots. It's sensationalism. It's always been here. A Celtic demon is a fairy. An Arab demon is a genie, So I'm not going to sit there and argue with people, Build your ark, brothers, sisters. It's here. There's military on 25 states. What are you waiting for, all 50 states? So you can go to the store and buy, remember how they'd lock stuff off? You can't go here, and you sneeze, people in aisles will freak out. You ain't seen shit. Just get ready. The sensationalism for your disease X and all these robot factions and red and blue or whatever. They will be gold and silver. Just remember, they did it, and I'll be back. C3PO, R2D2. No. But whatever, you'll get over it. You'll just be controlled by the beast system, and you already are, because you're not out of it. Like growing your own food and being off the system and not paying all these extra taxes, because every tax dollar you pay for murder for people in other countries. And that's, we got people dying in our own streets, and who's doing it? It's these governments who are richer than anybody else, principalities, powers, the rulers of the darkness of this world, spiritual wickedness in high places, what it says in, Ephesians. But you wrestle against the flesh. You need to choose your battles a little better wisely there. Oh, I'm sorry. Got some OCD here. Can't be all crooked. So anyways, well, no, we have a lot of time left like that. You know what I'm saying? Because remember, we've just come to the Ouroboros, the end and the beginning of time, or time overlaps itself, because this is not just the end, remember, but the beginning of sorrows, Jeff. So we have waves of intensity. And as if things you ever been in a situation where things get hard, things kind of slow down. So you better, we got a way to go. So you better get ready for this first. And well, we're in the rider of Revelation, in the second horse of Revelation. That's what the death is. That's what they're doing. I don't care what people think. I am Revelation. This is what I'm here to do. I'm birthed to do this. Go look at this ministry. You'll see there's no other channel. I don't care what platform, where, anywhere. Just go look at the work. This work has been on the U.S. debt calculator. I'm not foolish. Father gives us all a certain, really what we're all here to do is just show the gospel 2 times and move on. That's it. And don't feed the beast. However you do it. It's not that damn hard. There's lots of ways to do. The gospel's not, because the gospel is tribulation. Peace is antichrist. tribulation is suffering. That is Christ. That is what he went through. But people like to do their sit on their ass Jesus, like, oh, you're stubborn, and they'll ask somebody stubborn like a mule and can't be learned. They bought some one-time Jesus and they put it on a shelf, and do, buddy. I believe. Believe is an action word. It's a verb. You can't believe in Jesus like people think. That's not what the word believe means. What are you doing? Trying to be dad? Oh, puppy's messing with dad. Why are you looking in my ear? What's wrong with you? You being silly boy. Or see yours. I'm see yours. Where's yours? I love this puppy dog. So, oh my goodness, this is gonna bother me. I don't like what that darn thing is. Man, I'm military, so I have to have it a little bit more. Okay, there we go. We'll get her. Oh, there we go. Bueno. So, what are you doing, puppy dog? Come on. Would you please get off me? You're like Velcro. Would you? He's magnetic. I love you. He's a good boy. Uh-oh. You get some reverse polarity. You be a good boy? Are you a good boy? You chased that chicken today. I know you did. You chased that chicken today. I know. You didn't hurt her, but don't be chasing the chickens. I know you want to put her back in the pen. That chicken jumped over the thing, and I see some feathers, so he's trying to get her back in the pen. So he got talked to because you're not supposed to play with the chickens. He's just trying to do his job. He's a dingo, and he didn't, that's all right. She's live. Just that nose of his. Okay, so anyways, get yourself ready. I don't know, again, how I'm doing this in this channel. I'm not listening to anybody who's not getting ready for these deagle maps. I don't want them to come to pass, but there's still things on this rock. If you get your spiritual house in order, add jots and chittles, none of these plagues of Revelation or these whatever. Again, people are very ill prepared just spiritually, let alone, for what is to come on this rock. Because more than anything, it's the weather that's, if you look around, this ain't no normal weather cycle, and they do manipulate the weather. You know what I'm saying? My all-loving creator. It's not an all-loving creator. You're an idiot, Todd. You're a Satanist, and you're what is called demonic, and you go after an antichrist. You don't study any words at all in Scripture. I can tell you have just by your wording already. You're loving. That's the word agape. Will never sentence his children to eternal damnation. Those are called vessels of wrath, fitted from destruction from the foundation of the world. You're an idiot, Todd. You have no idea what you're talking about. You worship a loving Jesus. That the Father is all loving Father, but he doesn't love everybody. He hated Esau before he was ever born. Anything on this earth, okay? Rock that you call earth, okay? And I'm a judgmental fool. That's right. I'm supposed to judge with righteous judgment. See, this is a Satanist, brothers, sisters. If he look, before you go, I'm not supposed to do it 2 times and then get him out of here. If you owned this book just right here, you would never have said that to me. And you got to know the gospel. But if you just owned this book right there, you would have never said that to me, because you can one word study. Get this idiot out of here. Don't want him in here. He's demonic. He's an antichrist. Father loves only his bride. He hated Esau. He loved Jacob, and he gave him the inheritance. Esau stole his brother's inheritance. Nimrod, Satan, the one Trump has his house dagger with. I don't care what people think. This is called a concordance, and this will pull out every word so you can one word study. Okay, period. You got to have the right text. Interlinear, Textus Receptus. Only one except. There's hundreds versions. There's only one accepted because they defined every word in the book. Period. Definition is everything that is the word. I'll let the otherwise get out of here. None of you could probably speak out of these books unless you study. If you don't know this book, you're probably not going to do very well in here. It's because he made a covenant as right. See, used to be eye for an eye, judgment be mine, right? No, if somebody's brute in your house, you can have sex with your sister. To Old Testament, there was different things, different laws. Remember, we're not under the law. we're not lawless, but we are chosen. So we will stand up to the law as he did, and we will suffer but people are idiots. Their law is Jesus. Their law is the corporation. Their law is not using and asserting their right to study, then take time as he will give us if we to study one word at a time. So we know the definitions of the word, even legal speak. Like, you got to understand, that they do this. They take over people by language, if anybody, if you know what I'm talking about, right? Do you understand? If you understand me, put a 1 in the chat. What I'm saying, they take over people by language. If you understand me, put a 1 in the chat. Right? Nobody understands me, I guess, huh? All right, moving on. See, people are a little slow, but that's okay. They don't realize that these books here, well, hey, while you're down there, Sabrina and Jeremy, you can get off your knees now. I know what I've been licked. Don't understand me. You should stand over and not like above, but you know what I'm saying? So you would overstand. You mourn and you wake up in the morning. Why? Somebody that's dead, that's what awake is, and somebody dies, that's a mourn. So don't understand. I overstand. Not above, because that's pride, but the dialect is what I'm saying. We got to be careful. I've already told you this. Study what the American and English language has done. They've taken and stripped it from the Torah, what every language, word, jot, tittle, yod, had value, frequency, literal way, had vibration, and it had meaning and resonance. This word has been far from, it's this scattered, low energy, I like I said, just studied. I don't want to go on because I get off, I'll do that, and just look into all the words that you speak, even illegal speak, how they're pulling you into this lower realm and taking over your dialect. Father's the word. So if that foolish idiot would have studied this, he would have known under the Old Testament we did judge. Like I said, he said to have sex with your sister, be fruitful, multiply. You were under a different law. It was eye for an eye. You could, if somebody killed your brother, you could sneak in his house at night and kill his brother. Eye for an eye, tooth for tooth. We were under a different law, the laws of flesh. That's all been blotted out. There's no laws of flesh. He said it's fulfilled. All the rituals, all the celebration, all the fee, all the fines, all the customs, all of that's been fulfilled because we start doing this balls in the sky, trying to build up riches, and that's it. We're here again. We are right back to where we were at the time of Rome, and probably even in many ways way worse. Rome didn't have 1,000 military bases plus in all 180 countries. This is an extension of Rome. Don't fool yourself. We still got the head of the eagle, quarter, the coin, the Vatican, and all this. Whatever, red and blue, they had all these same things. This is exactly like Rome. So please understand, you got to be careful with your dialect. And I didn't mean to, to do that, but please go look at all these words that are bringing you into a low vibration. I want to speak past these things, but you know what I'm saying? Look how much, well, if you leave definition, you leave the truth, right? So even you want to be very careful too, because they speak in these, like I said, there's we, because we're not speaking in Hebrew anymore, Jeremy, or we're not speaking in Greek, which still, was obviously not had that vibration, because it's not, the Torah is that toroidal field like we have even in our own. We won't do, I'm just using like a word that I hate this word, but to make it easy, like a chakra or an aura. That's our toroidal field, that magnetic field around our rock. That's why the toilet bowls spin in opposite direction. It's called polarity. Okay, not on the ball. Don't do the ball. There's it looks like the shape of a everything. Look up every word, Mark. Look up every word. That's what, see, look, Mark, look, check this out. Look, Mark, this is a concordance. So you can take, there's only one accepted text, and this is this book right here. It's called an Interlinear Textus Receptus, where they took out every word in the 12th century. This is an old 12th century book, and defined with 300 men. I don't like doing religious, but there were 350 Catholics or 300 Catholics, right? No, 150 Catholics, 150 Christians pulled out all the words in the 12th century off, because this wasn't written in this form, paper. This didn't exist. You had to come somebody like me who could give you the text, because he wrote this on my heart, and I've taken time to sup, and it grows in us. It's a living testament. It should, Whatever, follow after me. It's less of you and more of him. So he's the word. But anyway, so this is called the Interlinear Textus Receptus. In this book, they took out Constantine, and I know behind it, but this is at the Council of Nicaea, where they turned this into what you know as a modern day Bible. You can carry this thing around. You had to come to somebody like myself or somebody who knew, like the Sadducees. They would probably consider me a Sadducee at the time, because I don't speak fluid Hebrew, but I can speak the gospel in Hebrew and I can speak the gospel in Greek. I don't need to know all the words. All I need is the gospel. I don't care about anything else but the gospel. This whole world is nothing. I don't care about anything but the gospel. And the gospel tells you to share it 2 times and move on. However else, whatever you do in your life, you better not be contributing to the beast. But if you want to find the words, you need to find the definition. Definition. You understand? Definition. Definition is the word aletheia, or truth, right? He is the way, was the word hodos, truth, aletheia, and he is the horizo. Is what he said. I am the separator. He didn't say I'm the light. He didn't say I'm the life. That's kind of strange that went down like that. But that's what he is, the separator of the dark and the light. Dark, light, the separator, and the horizo is what he said, because every, what you call morning, because you wake up, somebody die, that light, that morning light would come up at the horizon. He said, I am the horizo, because he is the separator. He said that in Matthew. Do not think I came to bring peace. So we don't do happy Wednesday, okay? I don't know. And Daniel, I don't want you to mourn either, okay? You know, because I appreciate the positive. But just try to remember, too, I'm trying to just bounce off of what I see there. Peace is antichrist. Shalom. Do not think I came to bring peace. I came to bring a sword of division. I divide. I will separate the wheat from the chaff. Let's go back to what I was saying. Old Testament, you could judge. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Remember? All the laws of flesh. I'm not going to go into it, but there's a law. Like, you know, even honor thy father. That's not your dad. I'm not telling you, you know, that we don't. But all this Old Testament, most people have no study at all in the Old Testament, let alone which this covenant now is what we're under, which blots out in the book of Colossians 2:14, as he says in Paul's writing, once written on tables of stone. As I told you, we used to do these sacrifices at an altar. Isaac, take your son up there. Father required war. Father required sacrifice. Remember, eye for an eye. Again, once again, if somebody, tooth for a tooth, hurt your sister, you know, so you can go sneak in and you could go kill. It was eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Kind of like they do their alchemy and their magic. It's like algebra. If you take something from here, you got to give it over here. Everything is a Gemini. And I know that might be for you hard to understand, but everything has a mirror. Everything has a parallel. Everything is ether. If you understand the ether, there's only one version of scripture. Please listen to me. Do not read any other text. You need to start studying one word at a time. Get a lexicon. I don't have it right here. A lexicon is your dictionary, as you know, is a Webster or modern day dictionary. Just slow down. I'll help you. You know, this is what we do. It's a refiner's fire. There's in the 12th century, this wasn't written. This word, where's that at? This word right here that you call Bible, okay? This wasn't written on paper, okay? This wasn't written on paper. It was written on tablets of, not iPhone tablets, or it was run scrolls, okay? And like the 10 Commandments that were written on tablets and pounded out into the rock. They had taken this, and Constantine turned this into what you call a book. This is the word Bible. I don't call it Bible. I don't like that word at all. I call it the scripture, and the scripture is Father's words that are contained within this. These are the rejected texts. They didn't canonize in the 12th century 22 books because they weren't aligned with the definition. There were too many variables. I'm not saying you can't read them, but unless you know the gospel, you don't need to be reading any of these rejected texts. You need to know one word at a time. I can start testing you one word at a time, and if you change anything to the text, you'll be thrown into the lake of fire, which you call hell, and that is no knowledge. That's what that is. Like firing, you know, you burned off all whatever, you're gone. You're already a vessel wrath fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. So Father says, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, and he is the word that's in this book. That is the word called Hokadesh, spirit. Father doesn't exist in the sky. Father is not a God in the ball. God, Father is the word Hokodesh, spirit. He one day a year behind the physical temple, but all that was, remember, with his prophecy, no stone. This is Christ, Shiloh, the Hamashiach, the one who was hung. Remember, nothing good could come of Nazareth, right? Why do they put that? Because if they wouldn't have hung him, you couldn't hang a Roman citizen. And Christ was from Bethlehem. But anyways, moving on. People don't study these words at all. You need to just study more than the words. You need to study culture, customs, maps. There's parables, there's idioms. This book is not like something you just pick up and read. Oh, there is a timeline in the Old Testament. So go see Jim Brown for that. I'm not that. I only teach the celestial gospel and the gospel. That's it. Jim Brown don't go for his 23.5. He does the ball thing. It does align with the celestial pagan calendar, but whatever. Brother Jim teaches the gospel. He teaches out of these same accepted texts, and he has 4 decades of studying on what I'm, what I'm telling you. Okay. He is definitely an asset, because you're going to be able to slow down and unlearn. Even after decades of studying, Brother Jim helped me to slow down and go back and stop being lazy. You have what is called a coded by concordance by the number. And if you'll start studying this by the number and one word at a time and defining every word that's in this book and taking that one word out and studying the word and then taking it to this book, first definition, then to this book and study every word. This book pulls out all Old and New Testament of the accepted text, not the rejected text. It puts them in this book for you, separates all those sentences with the one word. So I use this as a cheat code to go back, because I don't know where, even after decades of studying, where everything is. Jim Brown does. Grace and Truth Ministries here on YouTube. This is, I mirror predestination. I mirror the gospel. I've always taught Lord's Prayer, thy kingdom come, thy will be done. These are things that Father drew me to do. But I was lazy. I didn't use my lexicon. I didn't use my modern day tech like eSword and all these different things where you can go in and get the definitions and find out if it's H, it has a Hebrew, it'll have an H above. If it's, G, Greek, or A, Aramaic, because some of it was written in, obviously, Hebrew, Aramaic, and then to English, it gets lost in translation. So you can't change anything in this book. That's the very last things he said. Don't add a jot, and that is a period. I don't want to hear it, period. See, now they think they live on that period. They blew it up, and they live on a planet. It never says planet in this text anywhere. There's no planet. There's no such thing as a planet. This is what gets everybody on this. Gods of the sky and fallen angels had sex with men. And no, hold on there. No. Oh, the fallen angels had sex with traditions of men, not women of men. You read the wrong text and you get all these translations, and you need to transliteral, not change a literal jot or the literal definition by any. Or he said, I'll throw you in hell. I'll blot your name out of the book. Not too many people have been blessed with the understanding, because I used to go so fast and I wanted to know all and everything just the way I was, but I knew I wasn't getting it right. It's wrong to sit there and read it thinking you can sit there and interpret this book. He is the word. So if you can't define the words that are in this book, then you know what you're talking about. And I'll challenge anybody in this world, anywhere, anytime, to the gospel. I don't care. Bring them here. Biblical scholar, and it doesn't make me special. Bring them over there to Grace and Truth. Jim Brown, you can call him 1-800 or talk him on the phone. Sister Mary's wife. You don't know what you're talking about unless you know the definitions. Alati, I am the truth. I am the way, Hados, I am the truth, and I am the original. I separate this flesh from me, myself, above, not in the sky. See, above is he, here is the one who is top, speaking for us. We tell people, here, this is the Broadway, there's the narrow way, 2 times, and leave them alone. Many are called, but few are chosen. If you'll slow down and study one word at a time, and know the definition of each word, and you'll study it in the context it's being said, like this concordance to, so you can start studying one word. So somebody idiot comes in and says, you can't judge. Well, first of all, you used to be able to judge. You can't now under this. You have to turn your cheek. You can protect yourself, meek, not weak. You would say, oh, you're not, that's Old Testament. Somebody's trying to put you under the Old Testament by telling you can't judge. They're ripping Christ down from the tree he hung from. Christ is a pagan term. never written in Scripture. So you know that. That's not a term. There's no such thing as Christ in these books. That means anointed in oil. That's a pagan term. Christ, Lord, pagan term. That means master. That's not, these words are not in these books. I have the other two, this 3-4 volume set, 53 in the Old Testament, 13 in the New. There were 22 books that were rejected at the time where they made this into what you think is a book. It wasn't written on paper. It was written on stone, and now it's written on the hearts of the bride. So these are the rejected texts, okay? These are the accepted texts. Interlinear, Textus Receptus. In the Old Testament, it has, do we have one in there? Oh, these are both Hebrew. Okay, I was studying Old Testament, but see how it's written in Hebrew right here? And these are the ones where they pulled out every word in the 12th century to find it, and there's a number above it. And this number above this right here allows you to study one word at a time. It takes it in, first you get the definition of the word, so you know what the definition, and then you take it everywhere it's said. It's written 5 times. Here it is in Kings. Here it is in, Samuel. Here it's said in Revelation. This is in this book, so you can pull the sentences out so you don't have to go through and look through the whole books. Don't do that. Coded with the Strong's Concordance by the number. Use that cheat code as by the number. Use as a cheat code. Don't cheat yourself, and go back now and study where that one sentence is said, and go and read the 2 or 3 passages before you know the definition of the word in Hebrew, lexicon, dictionary, in the New Testament, old Jewish book written in Greek, in the Greek lexicon, dictionary. You got the word defined. Now you take the word and find out who said it and where in this book, and use that to go back and study where that one sentence is at. You just read the sentences, it doesn't really make sense, but you read the sentence and go back 2 or 3 passages before, there's that sentence, and there's that defined word 2 or 3 after, and you read that 5 different ways. You start understanding this word comes to life because you know the definition, and nobody can come against you. Nobody, I don't care who they are, if they call them a biblical scholar, if you'll just slow down, the gospel is just the narrow way. It's tribulation. It really is not complex. He didn't speak with marbles in his mouth, okay? Lot's wife was not turned to a pillar of salt. There was 0 sodium involved. And I can, put that in the chat. Was Lot's wife turned to a pillar of salt? Everybody say yes. Go ask your priest, pastor, deacon, reverend. I don't care who they are. Just ask them that. I don't care who's running the house made by hands, which he said he don't dwell in anyways. It was the Pharisees who hung him and killed him. I don't think I'd be wanting hanging out in a temple made by hands when he said he didn't dwell there, and those are the ones who killed him, whipped him, striped him, put a crown of thorns in his cranium, not these little TV baby thistles, but thorns so thick that they went into his skull, stabbed him and ripped his beard. People don't have any idea about what. Nobody hung from crosses. Shut up. Get out of here. Nobody carried crosses. You're an idiot. He tells you to carry your cross. See, there are idioms, parables in these books. You need to study cultures, customs. You can't say the words what we say today, as we were speaking earlier, that were in this book. If I said, like, oh my gosh, man, that was cool, man. To see that was flipping sick. Somebody might go, try saying that 500 years ago. Say that 2,600 years ago. Hey, these flipping sick. Somebody go get the Catholic priest, sprinkle holy water on you, think you're having a seizure, or a demon. They used to think people who had seizures had a demon, brothers, sisters. The word demon is liar. That's what a demon is. No such thing as a demon. A demon is a liar. That's the word Nephilim or bully. People think Nephilim are giants. That's the word Anak or Anunnaki. And they think Naki are in the sky. Here we go again. Anakin Skywalker, Nanu, Shazbot, balls in the sky. You live on a planet spinning around, probably already been severed. Oh, this one time in band camp? Okay, listen here. Take your little Peter Pan pie and stick it in somebody else's, or your little flute, whatever you got there you're blowing on. Yeah, your little pan god, stick it in somebody else's American pie. We don't, your little square peg don't fit in this round hole. See you later. Go stick it in somebody else's triangle or whatever shape shapes. People talk about shapes, and we're locked in a firmament. Oh, the universe, we're spinning on the galaxy out of the star. Shut up. Where does it say that in this text? You've added to this text, and that's what he said. The very last things he said, the very last things, the Hamashiach, don't add even a period. Now they take that period and they blew it up because NASA's got the #1 person of helium, and they're spinning it around 1,040 miles an hour. And that's how the water sticks to this ball. And yeah, Come on. Oh, yes, we're spinning on a planet in the third dimension from the third rock from the sun, corkscrewing and spinning. Remember, I told you that is to pervert, word forward, to spin, add, twist, warp, change, take away is the word pervert. That's what you've done. You perverted the word through time and space. Right? So you want me to go back over the reverse through? Okay, let's go back here. So you're on a ball. You say you're on a ball. It says this in scripture, right? We're on a ball. Don't talk about shapes in here. You'll be thrown out. Moderators, I'll tell you, anybody talks about shapes, please. They're children. They want to one bet. We're going to talk about numbers and we're going to talk about shape. They're never going to define anything in this book, brothers and sisters. These are idiots. Are you telling me that Anakin Skywalker again had a threesome with had Wookiee? Anakin Skywalker and Chewbacca had Wookiee with an Ewok. We got big feet. Where does it say we're big feet here? Where does it say we got big feet? A fallen angel isn't from the sky. That's not what fallen means. Barack Obama, I saw lightning fall from heaven. Heaven is not above your head. Earth's not below your feet. You don't live on planet Earth. None of these things are scriptural, nor are they celestial, nor are they biblical. As you say, book. They don't. None of it's aligned with the definition, nor is it aligned with the Yuga cycles. You're an idiot. He controls the Pleiades. There's nothing above there. What he is the one who spins. If there's anything spinning, it's these things we see over above our head. You know what I'm saying? So stop being an idiot. Stop going for what the word says. Start sticking to what this word says and don't change it. Or you're not welcome here. I'm telling you, I'll correct you every time. There's nowhere in here that it says we're spinning on a ball planet. There's no planets, not one single planet. Everybody you know thinks we live on a planet. They're idiots. They've added a word that's not even there. Like the word Lucifer. That's not a thing. That doesn't exist. There's no such thing as Lucifer. That's not a word. That was added way later in the text, and it's only even written one time. They got whole civilizations of Luciferians, and what the hell is that? That's as real as the Easter Bunny. I'm serious. These people are just lost, just gone. Just leave them alone because they don't love this word, brothers and sisters. You can't add to this. You can't be adding a jot, and then now you're spinning on it, and that's how water sticks to the ball. I mean, stop it. See, you don't love this word. You love all this nonsense. You trust the science. You don't trust the word. You probably stood on an X where your face died. That's called veil. They veiled Christ's face after they hung him on a tree, not a cross. Nobody hung from crosses. So define the words, brothers and sisters. Define the words. He is the word. Heaven and earth, not above your head, not below your feet, shall perish. That's the ruling class and the rule. And if you can't rule over this flesh, then you're going to gnash teeth. You ain't willing to let go of it, thinking you die and go to the sky, or you go, hell's not below your feet. Hell's the word no knowledge. You better start defining these words. He's going to hold you accountable. Your knowledge of these words is what you're not here to be loved by the world and be nice. Remember that the word nice means to be stupid, and you are stupid if you don't define these words in this book, because he is the word. He is the word in flesh, Hokadesh. Remember, he had a birth of flesh vessel because he didn't exist in flesh. He is the word of Hokadesh, spirit, ghost. There's no such thing as ghost. See, people are easily manipulated. Too much television. Got stung at a school by the spelling bee and started cursing at you and spelling and curses and cursive. And the next thing you know, you got channeled and you went to school and we went to the moon, right? That's some pretty nice waves there, NASA. Remember Aquanet? We're all going to die. Chlorofluorocarbons. Styrofoam. Now it's the greenhouse effect, right? I think they're smoking that devil's lettuce, the genetically modified designer cannabis, whatever, space rocks or what. They couldn't even. It's got numbers on it, dude. You don't even know what cannabis. That ain't cannabis. What the hell is that? Thing looks like it's alive or something. Well, no, it's nonsense, brothers, sisters. These people are idiots. Like they just even add to cannabis something completely organic and Father Nature made, not Mother. Who taught you Mother Nature? You need to slap the hell out of somebody who ever says that. No, don't do that. With the word. Smack them with a word. Just give them a couple times. Seriously, a genie is an Arab demon. A Celtic demon is a fairy, and a demon is a liar. There's no gods in the sky. Where does it say there's gods in the sky? Oh, now this giant, which is the word Anunnaki. Oh, now giants had sex. They have a magic school bus the size of a 14-foot frame and smashes that cock into a 5-foot woman. Are you serious? Oh, increase the Nephilim. Nephilim means bully, not giant. The Anunnaki or the giant. David slayed Goliath, who was from Anaki. That is Gaza, you idiots. That's why you need to study these maps, man. You don't know where you're talking about, even on this rock. I mean, just studying maps might help you here, so you know where you're talking about. The land of Anak comes from right here in Israel. That's why Trump said he's going to just take over Gaza, because he knows what I'm telling you. He's wise as a serpent. He's revealing Satan. That's why he has his house decorated with Satan. Mithra, the sun god, Jesus Christ, birthed in the middle of the winter. The swastika Jesus, you know. But this is Gaza. Remember, they were told to go in the wilderness and scout out the giants. That's the lower word, Anak or Anaki. People think gods are in the sky. This what God divorced his bride Israel and called her a whore in the book of Revelation for exactly doing the same thing. And don't think that the president's not in on it. He made a space force. Remember, force. So don't think because somebody's not the president, they don't know what they're banking on your ignorance. Pretty soon they got you thinking that a virus was alive, which it's not. And all of the whole world stood on an X, wore a face diaper, just like they veiled Christ's face, just to mock them, all these, whatever. Remember, I'll tell you, I'll prove 100% that this man is 100% aware of what's going on in this book, and he's 100% control. Father's made him to do this. But remember, what was the start date of the crown? Remember, it was a crown, because like a corona, like the solar corona around the sun, like he paints his face orange, right? So he could be like the sun god Mithra. There's a solar corona, or like the halo. That's evil. That's Satan. Anytime you see a halo, that's Satan. That's not righteous. And you see a halo in there, that angelos that you see, that's Satan. That the white one over here, Satan, or the red Satan? Which one? He was the only white, and there's no such thing as white. There's not that's so stupid. White or black, those aren't even colors. But red, the little leotarded Jesus over here, the little horny Jesus with the Baphomet bell, sun god Satan. So the book is called An Interlinear Textus Receptus, and you can find these books. You interrupt for somebody who's asking that. You have to have a concordance, okay? The what happened, I'm not sure if you caught on to what I was saying. In the 12th century, at the Council of Nicaea, Constantine, 150 Catholics, 150 Christians. Remember, he created all this. He combined it. He thought he was going to lose his empire to these Baphomet tribes, these Gothic Vandals and Visigoths and Ostrogoths. All these people are like these northern tribes of Samaria were going after this Baal in the grove. It's the swastika. This is it. This is the one that's being revealed. I'm not going to take my hammer to go... I don't have it. I've done thousands of hours. So, Interlinear Textus Receptus at the Council of Nicaea. This was not written on paper. Like I said, you'd have to get to the tablets or scrolls and read and be able to interpret the writings. And like I said, Sadducees, remember at the time they could still speak the Hebrew, and this was a translation. And so they took, and what they did is they went back to the text and they took out all the words with 150 Catholics, 150 Christians at the Council of Nicaea, and they defined all the words with what is called a lexicon, or your modern day dictionary. This is as close as you can get. Now, people think they know the definition now. No, even in the 12th century back then, with this canonization process of these, 66 books, were 22 of them rejected because they weren't aligned with the definition, period. There was other issues, but these are all aligned with the definition, where you can take every word and define it in this book and get the definition. That's how I study. He said, I am the aletheia. So if you don't know the definition, you don't know the truth. You leave definition or you leave the truth. So he is the truth. Remember, he's pure without, your translation is what he's saying. Hados, aletheia, horizo. The only way you're going to find that pure, unadulterated light, because that's Father. Everything that's ever been exists with darkness in it. Remember, he created all of this light, right, from the darkness. You never go back and study your text. You don't understand. That's how this whole thing, we're not spinning. That's how everything spins. You look around, everything else is spinning, correct, or flashing, or it's not, even somebody who'd be blind as a bat could debunk any of their models flat around. It don't care. They're stupid. I don't do none of this nonsense. But with the constellations, if we were corkscrewing and spinning on a ball in the third rock from the sun on a planet ball Earth through time and space, there would be some change. And remember, Titan, Pleiades, You know, if you don't even understand what I just probably said, but that's okay, because he is, remember, the 7 stars, which are the Pleiades, which are the 7 churches, which are the 7 candlesticks, which were in the temple. All right, anyways, I don't want to go into that. Go see Jim Brown. He teach you all these things, okay? He knows way more than I know. I only have 30 years, and he's got 70 years. So, but he will stay away from his celestial teaching. Don't listen to him on any of that for gospel. Come here, and I would steer clear. We don't have this 23.5 degree, reason for the season is this tilt and all this. That is it is similar to, and I don't want to go there because I want to give any validity to either of these models. Okay, I mean there is, but they both have flaws, and the constellations, show that we're not spinning on a ball and corkscrewing and going out and spinning in this spiral arm galaxy. That's nonsense. That's sensationalism, and you've allowed these distributors of fortunes and demons to spin you on a ball. Okay, enough of that. Anyway, just don't look. I'm gonna move on from this. If somebody cannot take the time to read the words, then they're gonna go with that. Just like people think God's in the sky. Go walk down the street and ask everybody. God is a word that's never written in text either. And we don't need to go in that, because people are just so lame. And that means idiot, lame man, simple man, unskilled woman, unskilled man, uneducated, never even actually looked at the book. Somebody told them, but they never, he is the alathis, he's the truth. They've never taken the time to use their lexicon or eSword apps now, which you have, that makes it even easier for you. I mean, it's right there at your fingertips, but so is scripture, but remember, this scripture, even though it's available, is written on the hearts of the bride. Okay, it's not under the law, and these are chosen. These are called. They're not bound by fate. They're chosen, so they're destined. They don't destiny, fate. They're not. Fate is by law, land, air, and water. Water. You're under this water merchant law. But you were birthed through the canal as he birthed a flesh vessel. He had to fulfill the Gentile nation, right, to fulfill all flesh. Not everybody. That's not what it means. That means just a little bit of everybody. So again, when you get up tomorrow, tell yourself everybody's evil, and you're probably one of those people who are evil too, because Father creates vessels of wrath fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. We'll go through the scripture. Most people are on the Broadway. It says that enter through the wide gate, that many or most, very few over here find that straight gate. That's called theolobos, to be pinched down. So you fit that narrow opening. That's why he said the narrow way. That narrow is actually like this. When people, I think they think narrow, they think a narrow pet. No, it's like a sieve. It's like a process, like a pressing. That's called theolobo. Study these words. These things will come to life. That's why I tell you, you got to study the word. In the Greek, theolobo, Greek word, to be pushed from this side, hated by your friends, hated by your family, and separated because you don't do this nonsense worshiping Jesus nonsense. Jesus is a translated name. Name is Shem, and Shem was the second born of Noah. And that meant authority, or Torah in the Old Testament, or Agape. So anyways, this is where we get the sensationalism, brothers and sisters. They're going to pull probably the largest event you've ever seen, any of us in our modern day. And it involves, whether you like it or not, unaliving most of this population. It's called eugenics, and they've been doing this. They say the vaccines. I don't probably get something for saying that. I think you can say that on YouTube now without getting a ban or whatever. I don't care. But, they're like mowing the grass for the elite. They just mow through you. I go through grass like a mower with a forward mower, right? So you're just useful. What do they call you? Goyim or useless food eaters. You're breathing their oxygen, and they know we're coming into the solar minimum, as we always do, and they're getting ready for this, and they're going to just let the people on the top of the rock just freeze to death. That's what's going to happen. And they got robots to keep you in line, and that's where they'll make places that you can go. The solar minimum, it only takes one volcanism, and we've been getting smashed by the solar energy of the sun, not galactic radiation, galactic, whatever. I'm just going to leave that alone right now. But anyways, we are getting crushed by the sun, period. And that's why the elite are digging in. And if they could go to the sky and there's some kind of Marvin the Martian or some kind of nonsense up there with their triple transgender ball comet with its ass or tail pointed towards the sun, that's nonsense. They would already left. So, you know, and it to show you that maybe before you could have came in here going, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist, which is a tokenized coin term by the CIA, which is a, you know, that these people known of these Yuga cycles. You're in the 6th extinction event right now, and the elite know that, just so you know. But you couldn't have said, well, that happened at the reset at the start of the corona, remember? So let's take a pause for the cause here. What was the start date of the, this all about an inheritance, brothers and sisters. Your inheritance that you receive under this covenant is Christ, whether you understand that. And you have to have a crown to set at the feet of Shiloh, what you call Jesus, or it don't matter. I'm not going to sit there. You have to have that crown. That crown is here. Hello, the crown. Okay, I'm trying to make it simple for you, okay? So you have to have a feet. Otherwise, you're going to put yourself under the Old Testament, okay? Whatever. I'm not okay. So, anyways, just use your concordance, and I'm not gonna. What's yeah, pressed, to be pressed on both sides. Theolobo, theolobos, theolobo, theolobos. So verb, okay, verb theolobos, noun theolobo. So to be pinched, so you fit through the straight gate. Most people go to hell. Everybody you meet in your life is evil. God doesn't love everybody, he only loves his bride. You rip him down from the covenant he made. Remember the Old Testament, right? You rip him down, eye for an eye, then you, at the judgment, you're not going to have a crown to set at the foot of Christ where he will cover you for your sins of the world, not your covetous heart, your murderous ways, or adultery, but for standing up to, as he did, which would be in this day, America and the corporation and all the beast system by not feeding the beast. That's one way to do it, you know, with not peace, because that's easy. I don't think I gain peace, but with like peaceful non-compliance by like not being on a smart meter. If you're on a smart meter, I think you're going to go to hell. I really do. Well, it's what it says in the book. Most people go to hell. So narrow is the way. Okay. Straight is the gate. So, I don't care about that. Whatever I just did, you idiot. Goodbye, child. Don't call me sir. Get out of here. Mark, do you have something to say? Mark, I already explained that to you. Do you have something to say? Like if you want to come up and say something, or is there something you're disputing here? Because I'll let you speak up. He's trying to use scripture. He's using the Greek, so I can speak. That's whatever. I told you, I'm not concerned. Anybody, come on, bring it. Bring it, Mark. Mark, remember, what's that mean, Mark? That's the word karak. Wonder how I'm spelling the words. It's called a dictionary. I don't have it in front of me. These are words in these books right here. Right here. Greek and Hebrew. It's in this book right here. See, I have the 12th century book studying. This is the 12th century book. I have the Old and New Testament. The rejected texts aren't in here because they're not aligned with the definition. It's called the Interlinear Textus Receptus, and there's only one version that's accepted. This is the one at Rome at the time of, right, Christ, that they canonized these 66 books and rejected the 22 because they were not aligned with the definition. So, okay, there you go. Boom. This is the only text anywhere in the world. Any other version is garbage. It's rubbish. It was not canonized at the 12th century, meaning the words were not taken out and defined. So I don't care whatever words you have, or whatever versions you have. This is the only one, and you take and use this either to the Strong's Concordance or the Young's Concordance, which is right here. And you have to use what is called a lexicon. You can use your eSword app, but I would suggest you get the lexicon from the Old Testament and the New, because the Old Testament was written in Hebrew, not in Greek. It's an old Jewish book written in Greek. Mark, move on. Study, I already told you. You spell it. I don't have that right in front of me. Villalobos, look it up. Get these volumes. Study for yourself. You want anything handed to you on a silver platter, you have to do this. Stop being lazy. Look it up. I just told you where to find it. It is in the Interlinear Textus Receptus. You have to use the Greek concordance, right? This is what I have here, the Old Testament Greek and Hebrew concordance. Then, right, you have to have the lexicon. That's a dictionary. Don't matter which dictionary, whether Old Testament or New Testament, you have to study the definition. So if you're worried about a spelling, that's cool. But what are you saying with a spelling? You keep asking about the spelling. I already told you, Villalobos, how that worked. I even gave you the verb, the noun. I've even given you, and you're still asking me about, at the top of my head, go see Jim Brown at Grace and Truth Ministries. Goodbye, Mark. You're an idiot. Hey, well, listen, this is what you call an ass, brothers, sisters. Obviously, he's hungry, but he can't listen. He can't learn. You don't slow down. He reminds me when I was young, I act like an ass. Go. All right, moving on. Okay, enough of this. Anybody else, any questions on this? There's only one version of text, period. What I just showed you has to be canonized. They did that in 12th century, so everything was defined, period. You leave definition, you leave the truth. You got to study a lot more than the definition. You got a lot more studying to do. Remember, to prove your worthiness with Father, it's by the studying of these words that are in this book. You got to know what the definitions. He is the Word. So if you don't know the definitions, you don't know the truth. So, Mark could have slowed down a little bit, and I've already given out where to go find all this. Go to Grace and Truth for the gospel, for all that. Everything gospel at Grace and Truth, Predestined for Light. It was the former channel where I mirrored this predestination. So go see Brother Jim Brown. He was on not that long ago today. And you could go see the lesson he did today. So here on YouTube, and you aren't going to find anywhere in the world that you can find anything close. Come back and tell me that's garbage. Or come tell me that you didn't have your little head blown off. Not literal, but spiritually, just like, yeah. You have to unlearn because you don't know crap. You don't know any definition. Well, you do know crap. You do know much of crap. You've been taught wrong. And I did it for, decades. And it takes the time to unlearn and relearn. So, yes, that's right, Jimmy. Like if I said, oh man, did you see that? That's flipping sick. We threw Mark out of here, right? Which the word mark means karak or character. The word sin means to be off the mark. So if I said to Jimmy, right, oh my God, Jimmy, did you see that? I was flipping sick. Jimmy, like, yeah, I saw that, right? Try saying that, flipping sick, 2,600 years ago when I told you that these books were defined, that the flipping sick, they'd probably go get the Catholic priest and sprinkle holy water on you and thought you had a demon, right? These words don't mean what they mean now. We speak American, not even English. I couldn't say yeah. There was no slang in my house. My dad didn't make me say sir, yes, sir, but we couldn't say yeah. You know what I'm saying? We couldn't say yeah. We couldn't say yeah. No, I'm giving you an example. I mean, there were no slang. My dad didn't allow any, we had to speak proper English. Wasn't allowed. Anybody that old? Remember, were your parents like that? My dad beat me with his tongue. You know what I'm saying? You ain't talking like that. Not my house. Coming in there with that hibber jibber, whatever. He had some silly stuff, pig Latin or whatever. So, your dog got raptured? Oh, man. That's too bad dogs don't even, So, thanks, Jimmy. You see what I'm saying? So, words are not the same. The definitions are not the same in the Greek, or that's old Jewish book in the Greek as they are in the Hebrew. So you better start to study the definition first. Hey, what leads one to the state that they are ready to unlearn what they have learned, do you think? Sage, that would be... He said, if I did not call out to their hearts to seek after me, the word, not one of them would. So it's God's time. Father creates all things. There's no such thing as free will. There's no such thing as luck. There's no such thing as God's in the sky. You don't live on planet Earth. It's not 2025. Okay. The New Year's does not start in the middle of the winter. And Jesus Christ is the Son God, Satan. Remember, birthed in the middle of the winter. The Hamashiach was birthed when the shepherds were in the field with the sheep. Remember? The rains, the sheep go up in the months of October, November, December, so there's no way in hell that's Christ. That's the antichrist, the one Donald Trump has his house decorated with. So, remember, the one who brought in the greatest warp speed, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease, Satan. Well, he's not, but that's who his house is decorated with. Mithra, the sun god. So, we do have a will, and it's the will God gave us. It's called self-will, Shane. It's called porneia. If you defined anything in your face, you probably never picked up the word ever. I would never recommend you ever again opening up your mouth, Shane, until you unstudy king, or the king, or some kind of king, like Revelation 3:11, I come quickly, let no one take your crown. Do you have your crown? Are you carrying your cross, Shane? Tell me what those things mean. It's right there. Let's slow you down. You got two things. Maybe you can do two things. Can you multitask? I just give you one. Sometimes give one. Maybe king. What do you mean? Revelation 9:11. They have a king, a messenger, an angelos messenger. Shane's an idiot. See, he doesn't have any idea what he's talking about. Yapping. You're a child, you know that? Yabba dabba do, or whatever. What do you psycho babble? You mumbling or something? Is that some mumble rap? This is called porneia. No such thing as free will. It's called self-will. That's why he divorced his bride Israel, for just exactly what you said. You're an idiot, aren't you? So are you an ass? Can you be corrected? I'm only gave you 2 times. I'm not supposed to do that. I actually really need to tighten up this ship. So what do you put that for? What are those stupid little emojis? What are those? Tell me what those. I see all you guys emoji. I don't know what the hell all these emojis are. What is that? I can't tell what that is. You get hit with a grenade in the face, man. Not that long ago, so my eyes are messed up, man. But I never understand all these emojis. I can't see half the time what they are. They just look all like a blob. I don't know what the emojis are. So, what are you, Walmart, with your stupid smiley face like Walmart put you in a work camp like World War II? No, they're already doing it in America. Again, pretty soon everybody in America will be locked up. No, they won't. Yes, they will. Yes, they will. Everybody in this whole world is going to get locked up under this enslavement of this digital blockchain. Because remember, there's 2 kings, right? 2 kings, 2 crowns. And there are no kings ritual. Mocking all the idiots, Oh, what about Solomon? What about Nebuchadnezzar? Never mind. They love their big apple ball drop. Their balls have dropped, and no, I don't know if they have or not. But this time of year, the New Year's birthed in the middle of the winter nonsense. All their Satan, pagan, Jesus crap rituals are all just garbage and rubbish, and they don't study any of the word, so they have no definition in them. And they're like Shane, who just speaks a bunch of babble, a Babylonian slave to the system, probably an American slave, corporate debt slave, and is murderous at his time of judgments because he didn't take any time studying the word. He just spoke this new mystery, yappa dabba do, whatever he's talking about. He can't define any words that are in Scripture. Scripture, remember, not the Bible. That means book. It wasn't written on paper. I don't know what he's smoking. He's probably smoking probably an American on some Adderall or some Adderall cabinet in his Mexican cabinet. That's what it is, a Mexican American. There you are. Is that what you are, Shane? All these drug pushers that want to push drugs on you. That's what people do, like the government. So, a lot of death from that. Who's responsible for more death than government? Religion. Are you religious, Shane? The king. There's 2 kings, right? The king of Revelation 9:11. I come quickly, let no one take your crown. That's 3:11. Oh, and that the start of the coronavirus, March 11th. They're like, you world, you don't know the Scripture. We're going to mock you because you don't sit down and read the text. Even Donald's doing it. Why do you think he declared the corona crown virus on 3/11, March 11th? So, more stupid emojis. What do you guys with emojis? All right, I'll ban anybody who puts dumbass emojis. I don't want to hang out with people who put emojis. You guys speak like idiots. Hello, I'm a small mart happy face. I'm going to go into my work camp, not even care about anything but animation. I'm an animated Jesus. You Baphomet Jesus. So he said, don't sup with vipers. Don't cast your pearls before swine. Swine are pigs. people in government and clown cops, all the other, they're all of them extortionists, and that's what they do. They love to mind and control people. So they make people think they're spinning on a planet ball, Earth. So who's getting ready? None of you are going to survive the Revelation 16 and 20 hailstones. How many pounds of the Revelation 16 and 21 hailstones? What's the current record for hailstones right now? I'll have more than one crown. There's 2 kings and 2 crowns. So you better make sure. Remember, one has a key to the pit. So Revelation 3:11, I come quickly, let no one take crown. So you must be as the Steve is the potter's clay and turn their works upside down. But anyways, you'd have to know to talk what they're talking about, to decipher the stars or the signs and the sun and the moon and the stars. Remember, notice no planets. Why no planets? I don't know, because he never created a planet, or he's spent on a planet. So that was the start of the coronavirus, guys. You don't tell me that Warp Trump, Mr. Donald McNugget Scrooge, is not in on it. Yes, he is. The crown is what you have to set at the feet of Shiloh. That's how you receive your inheritance. He said, let no one take your crown. I come quickly like a thief in the night. And that's where we're at, just so you know, right now, where it's not sorrows, at the time of sorrows, like a thief, like a woman in travail and labor, she, like in the night, comes quickly. That's what he said. That's what he's telling you, but you don't understand, because you don't understand. You think you're spinning on a ball, and you think people can go to the sky, and God's in the sky, and heaven's in the sky. Heaven's not in the sky. You're an idiot. So don't listen to anybody, brother, sister. Don't listen. Everybody you know is evil. You're probably evil yourself. I could be one. I'm a Scorpio. I'm celestial, the strongest firmament marker. And he tells you, that, the gospel is in the stars, though. Remember, it's in the stars, sun, and moon. Genesis for times and seasons. He says these things. Matthew, remember, it's throughout Scripture. They think they're spinning on a ball, so leave them alone. Anybody thinks they're spinning on a ball or thinks it's 2025, don't talk to them. They don't have any idea not only don't have what time it is, they don't even know what year it is, 2025, you're an orgy calendar worshiper. You're a pagan and a Satan. You should probably celebrate and add and take away, make up your own, rape his word. Oh, his name is Yeshua and Yahushua HaMashiach. Those are translations. I know they have value, but they're not the original text. So you just make up your own versions. And that's what he said exactly. Don't even add a single period. Not even a comma. That's a jot or a yod. Those are the smallest of the punctuation in the Torah, in the Old Hebrew Testament. So keep your head in the clouds. That's what my dad always told me. He's like, you're somewhere else. Your head is far above the clouds. He used to tell me else. Pride is a sin. Remember? Pride is a sin. Under this testament, Father had a pride, and that's called heavens. People are idiots, man. It's okay. He did. He had pride. That was Aaron and Levite, his favorite, the Levitical priest, the one he allowed into the temple. If you were a Gentile, if you weren't related, remember the 12 tribes of Israel, you were not allowed into the temple. And you could eat whatever you want, let the land grow on the land for as long as you didn't. None of those apply to you. Dietary laws, none of that. Sabbatical laws, let the land lie fallow, rest, on the 7th year, rest on the 7th day, on the Sabbath, all this. We don't do none of that anymore. There's no celebrating any day. If you celebrate anything, you're a Satanist. You don't know this text. And everybody you know does. I mean, even Labor Day. I don't care one day. If you celebrate any day, you can have a get-together bar. I'm not talking about celebrating on their pagan orgy calendar thinking it's 2025. It's not 2025. God's not in the sky. You're not spinning on a planet. Stop it. Go away from me. I just can't stand people who just love this. Jesus loves you too. I burn your flag. I rebuke the American flag. I rebuke America. Death to America and death to Israel. Fake Israel and its apostate nation in America. Jesus is a sex pagan orgy name for a pagan god that Donald Trump has his house decorated. The word love is agape. And you don't know what love is. Like love your wife's titties, that's phileo. You're an idiot, USA. I rebuke the USA, the most abomination ever nation, with the corporation debt slave nation enslaving $1 trillion every 100 days. You are the epitome of the disgusting filth of this earth, just so you know, would be America. And you have it all over you got the flag, and you know what? Get with the news, north, east, west, and south. We're not spinning on a ball there. It's not 2025 there, news. Would you like to have any answer to that? I'm just rebuking you with the light. You're in the Broadway. You're possessed by a demon. A demon is a liar, brothers and sisters. Get him out of here. Moderate this. I rebuke America. Death to America. Spiritual death. Spiritual Israel. You're an idiot. You don't know anything about. I rebuke this corporation. And you pay a W. You're a murderer, just so you know, news. If you pay a W-2 tax dollar, you're a murderer. And when Father, sends Shiloh back, you're an accessory. Do you have a W-2? Do you pay taxes? You are a murderer, whether you like it or not. It doesn't matter. You paid for the murder of women and children. Death all over this 180. I'm a veteran. I know. Okay. We got military bases in 1,000+ countries. It's just ain't these current. So you are a sick, twisted individual to run that USA flag. You should burn it. I'll wipe my ass with it, or turn it upside down, because you tell me this nation is not in distress as a person who defended the right of the people. What about the right of due process, taking people and just with it? You don't have to have a citizenship in this country, have rights to be under the Constitution, be between these two walls. You're an ignorant American is what you are. And I rebuke all you idiot Americans, all of you. You allow your women to be drafted. You are a man. You're an idiot. I rebuke you. You are a sick, twisted individual. Allow your women to be drafted into war. Remember, you paid to kill those Ukrainian women. What do you have to say to that, news? You might want to get with the news when you're not spinning on the ball, north, east, west, or south. He sent the angels to the four corners of this rock. You're an idiot. Meaning you don't know. I'm trying to help you out. Show you the narrow way. It's a good thing you're not saying anything, because maybe you'll learn something. I would never tell anybody to change their name, but I rebuke the USA. It's a corporation. There's more people locked up in America than all the other countries combined. What do you got to say about that, USA? Yeah, they print $1 trillion every 100 days. We have a larger military budget than all the other countries combined. Yes, a $1 trillion military budget. Do you see the disgusting dying children on the streets of this country? There's more millionaire congresses and the government's got more millionaires than the populace. Yeah, what do you have to say about that, USA News? You lap up the luxuries with the USA News, but the people die on the threat of the gun in all these other 180 countries, all of them. So you can sit there and stand on an X and let your women be drafted, repeal posse comitatus, right, with Senate bill. Oh, even the Constitution, they said Donald Trump says, hey, he violated the Constitution. You can't put military on the streets. I know you can't use a veteran in a military, right, in a law enforcement, federal in a law enforcement capacity. You can't do that. So what do you have to say about this? Is this great again? Is this what great again feels like? Are you one of these people who votes for this disgusting, filthy? We know Biden was a PDF file. So is Mr. Trumpstein Island. They're all. So is Barry. Known homosexual, had a trans wife. All of them are. All of them do this Baphomet worship. So what do you got to say about your country where the president decorates his house with Satan? 4 + 9, right? Was what? 4 + 7 is 11. 4 + 5 is 9. President 9/11. Are you that blind? No, it is. Listen to what I said to this, guys. Listen to what I'm saying, Jerry. This is crazy. And I can't leave this country right now because I tried to defend my son's right under the self-defense, Fourth Amendment, his right of affirmative defense, and they threw me in jail. When I don't have a record, I was took an oath to the not some stupid fucking flag or some stupid fucking idiot Americans. Fuck these stupid Americans. Only right I have for the left is my First Amendment right. So I'm going to use it right now. Yeah. Or some stupid fucking country. I took an oath to the right to choose. Right to choose. You cannot make anybody do something. That is wrong. And if somebody's not hurting anybody, you leave them alone. You can't throw somebody in a victim without a accuser. You have the right to face your accusers. They do this, or how many people are there are a guaranteed of 80% occupancy. I've worked in a federal prison. I don't like what I did. That's why I speak up like I do. I'm not one of these prideful veterans that think it's okay. It's not okay with what we do. We enslave nations by debt. instilling these central banks. Our money's supposed to be gold and silver. So Donald Trump is an enemy of the state, and he clipped the penny so he could do his 1945 ritual like they did back during the war. Remember? I'm going to put all the gold in Fort Knox. I thought he was going to audit Fort Knox. They clipped the gold and silver, or clipped the copper and the nickel. Well, now they clipped the copper, and we got a triple transgender ball comet pointing its ass at the sun, doggy style, like the Dog Star series, emitting, spitting out nickel, spewing like semen samples all over the place. It takes nickel so that your robots that they're going to send out to us here very soon. Listen, man, I'm going to go into this right now. Whether you realize what's happening, they're about to pull the biggest false flag they've ever pulled, which would involve all nations, because this isn't some place in the middle of the desert. It's all flesh. Like we have 1,000+ military bases in all 180 countries. They're doing this by the scripture. Everything they did during World War II, they are repeating it. It's that simple. To the blowing up of that boat, to the tariffs, to the, remember? And then Nagasaki, Hiroshima, which we have not seen, and they intern American citizens, and they're doing it again. So fallen angel technology, remember that Adolf got, there's nothing to that. Angelos means messenger or angel. Angels don't have wings. Angels don't from the sky. There's no God. See, all this creates all this. So just so you know, the president's on it too, because he's the one who dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes so they can make their one world freedom tower, which is no free will, no such thing as luck. Baphomet, Michelle Obama is 3. Well, they do their Baphomet, which was horns, breast, man, beast, and woman. That's Satan, the one Trump has his house decorated with. So America's filthy. Even when the presidents are in on this crap to make this come to free, he's got control of everybody right now. Voted for him twice, just like Time Magazine's Man of the Year, 2 years in a row. But remember, they couldn't do that, so they could make him president. 4 + 5 is 9. Remember, I was a snake before he let me in, and then he let Joe Biden. 4 + 7 is 11. Back to the future. President 9/11. Now we're 8 months into this? Is this what great again feels like? We guarantee an 80% occupancy of all our private prisons before they're ever built. Who do you think's putting these people? Halliburton, right? BlackRock, all these big corporate. This is a corporation. This is not no nation. That was back in the 1800s. This was turned into a corporation where you're merchandised, merchant number, water law. Remember, land, air, water. Oh, that was my puppy. What did you eat, puppy dog? I heard that. He's getting old. So, yes, this is the corporation campaign funded by the Fortune 500 companies. Who do you think selected Donald? The corporation at the Electoral College. Same thing they did with Al Gore, remember? They always do the same thing. They put whoever they want in office. They're all related to the Queen. Donald, Joe Biden, Obama, Trump, Kennedy, Washington. They're all related. They're all disgusting, filthy Masons. And they all do this ceremonies. And they're doing it. And they're about to ready to pull the largest fake alien invasion with their robots that will allow them to kill a masses of population. And they're going to fall for it. And a rapture, a false rapture, which will be a part of this whole event. And then tech will take over, and we only have so long before the magnetosphere is completely, before we can't take any more energy coming from our sun, whether you understand what's happening or not. That's the event that we're not having a pole shift. A polarity shift means that the compass would be pointing to the south. That happens every 11 years on the sun and every 22 on the moon. So, they're all Masons. I don't care what you think. They're all Masons. They're all related to the Queen. Scottish Rite, you don't have any idea what you're talking about. George Washington was a 33-degree Mason. Every one of them are. That's fine. You're just about this much in your education, and there's about this much more to learn. But, grow up. It's all over everything, and they're all Masons. They're all Satanists, occultists. Symbology, you got a lot to learn there, child. Grow up. study symbology, gematria. They seek in cipher codes. They're all Masons. That would be polarity flip, not shift. Are you going to sit here and try to agree with me? You know, I don't think you can hold a candle to that. I'll be the top 3 people on this rock when it comes to the excursion. Tell me the last time we had a pole shift. Let's see if you know what you're talking about, Mar. Tell me the last time we had a pole shift there, Mar. They're both related to the fucking queen. Are you a complete fucking moron or an idiot? Are you just stupid or are you an ass or what? Listen, don't fucking argue with me. I said you have about this much understanding. They're all related to the queen. The Scottish Rite, you're an idiot. How old are you? About 2 or 3 in your 7th of maturity to be 7. Answer my question. When was the last time we had a pole shift? On this rock that you're on right now. Let me see if you have if you should even be speaking of any of this. Because you definitely know that. When's the last time we had a full, meaning the compass to be pointed to the south? You go outside, the compass to be pointed to the south. When's the last time that happened? Or don't ever speak on any of these subjects that you're already speaking of. You don't have enough subject. Hello, you're pretty typed thick quick. Come on, that's not a long answer. It's come on, some numbers. When was the last time we had a full magnetic polarity shift where the magnetic compass was pointed to the south? So you don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. Stop talking about the magnetic excursion that we're currently in. When was the last time it happened? I'm asking, you don't know anything. So don't talk about any pole shifts. You don't know anything about polarity or magnetism. Seriously, you need to be quiet. I'm one of the top people on this rock, and you better make yourself more valuable dead than alive because you're coming for Operation Paperclip. Your brain's worth more than your, knowledge is what they want, so come in here and try to argue with something about Masonic people. These are all related to the same damn people. Are you that fucking stupid? So go away from here. Get away from me, Bill Maher, whatever you are. You're an idiot. You're a child. You're about 2. There's no right answer when you flippantly change what are real dates. So you can't define anything? You can't give me any... You can't give me the definition, right? I'm asking for, the definition. The definitive fucking date, you idiot. I'm changing. I asked you to give me the knowledge. I didn't ask you what I said. Look at this. This is what you call an ass. Well, somebody can't be learned. A mule, stubborn like a donkey or whatever, just cannot be taught any. I asked you a question. You can't answer it. You're making a complete ass of yourself in here. Would you like to give this one more time? When was the last time? Okay. Does anybody know the last time we had a magnetic excursion? Because this is what they're preparing for, is this weakened magnetosphere. The protection, the canopy over this rock from the sun, the 775,000 mile an hour wind without any solar flares, coronal mass ejections, plasma, ionized, deionized gas, electric. Our sun is electric. It's not a ball of fire. That hits our magnetic canopy. Heat makes magnetism dissipate. It cancels it. Negation, like the word alpha. A, negates in the Greek. Abyss is no knowledge. That's where hell is. Hell is no knowledge. That's what hell is. It's not below your feet. Heaven's not in the sky. Earth's not below your feet. You don't live on a planet. So this is already came out, and even the U.S. Navy came out and said the magnetic canopy protection, the umbrella that protects us from the coronal mass ejections, the plasma, that it can have a solar flare and not release any of that coronal plasma, ionized, deionized gas from the sun. That's going to tell this stupid idiot Mar to shut his mouth. That didn't do nothing. He don't know his ass from a hole in the ground. That's why he's an ass. Probably thinks we're spinning on a ball. Hole in the ground. 2 cheeks to the same hole, 2 wings to the same dragon. Come in here with your dragon serpent breath in here. I'll fire you right out of here. Remember, eyes of fire, feet of fire. It's a refiner's fire. We're supposed to refine each other with this word. So this is happening though. They pull a lot of things off that aren't true and fool a lot of people. But we used to have this through the paleoclimatology, this strata, all the data that's in this core data of all the rock that we live, all the different layers of the sediment layers. That's what, I've studied this for 30 plus years. I don't know anybody other than Gene at Mavstar Observatory. He's a scientist and he studies this. He has the magnetometers that he uses, the trimeg system, where he calculates every 3 seconds the position of the polarity, not the pole, the polarity of the magnetism, where it's at. But anyways, this is what they're getting ready for. And the magnetosphere is already weakened, and that's why we're seeing solar flares at our equatorial regions that are normally called northern lights, penetrating the magnetism. And that's what they're getting ready for. One day it's going to happen. It's just going to go away. We're going to lose our grid. It happened in 166 years ago with what is called the Carrington event. It only takes one directed Earth, flare. And if we had one like the Carrington, we'd have no more grid anymore. There'd be no more internet. They have another system set up. They know this is happening. That's why they've dug into the ground, into the chasms, back into the core temperature of this rock, because they know it's just take one solar flare to pop one of these volcanism. This happens on a regular cycle, and then the sun is blotted out. It's called a nuclear winter, not like bombs. And it sends us into an ice age. And this has happened almost every time. There's many ways. There's more than one way for us to go into an ice age. One of them, obviously, is just to be on this rock for about 98% of the time. We're frozen. We're not a warm rock, spinning planet, perfectly so close to the sun we'd freeze and on a ball, corkscrewing. It's so too far away. This is Father who creates this. This same sensationalism with some of the science, it's all botched. It's all got holes in it. Go with what the scripture says. Stop listening to I'm not saying that the scientific method and scientific theory is not something I don't use, study, and have it and understand. But we're supposed to trust Father and have faith and understand what the text says, and don't allow these sensationalists to start telling you fairy tales and like a genie, give you fortunes and, tell you they're going to fortune teller. That's a demon, an Arab demon, right? Rub on my lamp and give you what? Wishes, fortune. So same thing. Celtic demon is a genie. No, a Celtic demon is a fairy. My bad. An Arab demon is a genie, and a demon is a liar. So if you knew anything about magnetic polarity, you'd know that this has been happening since the 1800s. You had a long time to study this, and they know that too. So we are truly in a very unique time, because the last time we had a full magnetic pole flip, pole shift, not an excursion. We're in a magnetic excursion right now. It did a pole polarity shift where remember the sun happens on the sun. The sun doesn't turn, the magnetism changes, and it switches between. This is what causes our cycles in our oceans with our La Nina and El Nino cycles, with the drag between the 7 and 11 year solar cycle. It's that cooling and heating that makes that. I studied all these cycles, and it doesn't make me, like I said, like I'm done studying. I stay on this stuff, and I never stop, and I will never stop, because they like to change. No, this is what we say. It's global warming. Your kids are going to never see snow again. The polar bears are all going to die, and the ice caps are going to melt, right? Didn't that happen back in the 90s? Get back in the closet, Al Gore. I mean, come on. Yeah. Number one president voted ever by more votes, by the populace than any other president in the history of mankind, and they still gave you baby Bush. So just like they give you Trump, it's the same thing. You think your vote counts, it doesn't count. So anyways, the negation of this, the cancellation of this magnetic canopy has been happening since the 1800s, and they have been drilling in to underneath to put these whole currents to try to protect this rock from when this event happens. And I have a pretty good sneaking suspicion that they've already pulled us through that 10, 24, 24 pinch. And they're going to continue to try to do this to try to protect this sun from a cycle that has been going for, well, hundreds of thousands or millions of years old. I don't do this nonsense. The rock is only 6,000. Get out of here. You don't understand this climatology record, this strata, all this layers of this sediment can tell the ice core data. That's the gold standard. You need to study a little more. Oh, you don't have a PhD? I know what people have a PhD and they're in a box. They learned this much in 12 years. I've studied for 30. So I can know what they know, and I've had the time because Father has blessed me. So, yeah, it's an eternal time. It never ends. That's what's still stupid. Big Bang, shut the hell up. Go bang on your orgy, Jesus, in the middle of the winter, then bang, bang the old boss's lady or the secretary, and then have a bang orgy ritual 1 week later where you're kissing, your balls are dropping, or, New Year's in the middle of the winter. Do you know how people are lost? Whoa, bang, bang, So get it first, like on New Year's, get it? Because the time change. Nah, never mind. But you got to be more than a rapper. Now times change. All right. Hope you're not smoking any of them electric dragon dicks all the glycol with your embalming fluid. They get you tagged. So hope you didn't hit anybody's vape pen. It's in the tobacco pens too. So yeah, watch out. The dragon, they like the oil. Remember? Oil daddy. Who's your daddy? Who think you paid for all that baby oil in Hollywood? That would be Mr. Warp Speed. The old God, remember? So let's get back to these whole currents because they know this. We never needed to fight one oil war. We never really needed to use oil. I'm not saying that it doesn't, combustion engines don't have some kind of purpose, but we don't need combustion. We never needed any kind of combustion. There's free energy, perpetual motion, anti-gravitics, if you want to call that, petrol polarity, because we're talking about the same polarity shift. That's what I'm talking about. They have this. They know this cycle is going to come in the sun. And all this tech, they're going to bring in this new tech, and that's all this is. It's just a cycle. You know what I'm saying? It's just a cycle. If they know this, they write all these celestial debt cycle. I mean, the debt cycle is 80 years. That's the reserve currency. Who had the reserve currency before us? What was World War II? Who did we fight? So who had the reserve currency? We put all that gold in Fort Knox in 1945, right? We protected with the greatest nations, armies, military, navy, everybody, Oh, wait, it's 2025. Oh, that's 80 years ago. 80 years ago. So see, we're in all these cycles. So when's the last time we had a full magnetic polarity shift? Not a pole shift. There's no such thing as pole shift until the compass is pointing to the south. That's called a magnetic excursion. Most of the time it rewrites itself back to where it's going. This happens every 11 years on the sun. 11 years that the magnetism changes from north to south. The compass, if you were on the sun, you can't go on the sun. It's electric. Nobody's been in the sun. Nobody's been in the moon. Nobody's been in the sky. Nobody's going to the sky. Okay? It's electric. You're not going to the sun. So you're not going to the moon either. If we could have went to the moon, they would have colonized the moon by now. If there's this event that was coming, obviously they know, and they would have left already. Elon Musk said he was going to Mars. No, they already left. He's digging in. He's got his boring company. He's got these Starlink systems to help drop a bunch of fake robots on you and tell you they're aliens. Because you think alien is a species or a being, and alien is a word. Like virus is not alive. Now you think robots are alive, and you watch too much Wall-E, number 5 alive, Johnny 5 alive, right? I'll be back. Too many movies, and they're going to do it to you. And the whole world's going to fall for it. And they're going to unalive that. Well, the deagle maps have 216 million Americans dead before the end of the year. That leaves 99 million in America. Are you an American? Are you going to be one of the people that actually makes it through this event? See, they know this is coming. They're already ready. Let me show you. Hey, there's military on 25 states. Have you ever seen military in 25 states in America? You really think it's because of Venezuela? They shipped all those people here for decades. They let these people roll the Trojan horse. The sleeper cells are in here already. The enemy's already here. How do you identify the enemy in America? Well, this is the melting pot. In Russia, they look Russian. In the desert, they look Persian, or, well, old school, I apologize. They're Arab, Chinese, they look Asian. How do you know who your enemy is in America? This is a melting pot. All right, so You're going to your work camps. They're going to slave the corporation first, and then they're going to do it to every country. They did it during World War II. They enslaved American citizens. And remember that gold was put in Fort Knox 80 years. Do you realize how many cycles are aligned right now to this time, right exactly that we're speaking of at the end of this year? These are Yuga cycles too. You know what a Yuga cycle is? You know what a Kali Yuga cycle is? Do you know anything about the polarity shift that's happened in the past? Like I asked that Mar, when's the last time we had a pole shift? Pole shift. That was 780,000 years ago. That used to happen on like a clock, 300, well, ding, every 3 to 350,000 years through this strata, all this core, all this sediment that's in our rock. We see it happen in the magnetism, the isotope data, in the pottery, all the like the mid-Atlantic ridge where it's spewing out, all this lava. We can see which way the magnetism was moving at that time. And so we know that we used to have this every 360,000 years, and we are overdue. It's been over 780,000 years since we've had a pole shift, meaning your compass would be pointed to the south and not the north, okay? Polarity, magnetic polarity, a pole shift that happens every 22 years on the moon and every 11 years on the sun. So the moon doesn't spin, the sun doesn't spin, right? That's so all this bend over Harley Halo Davison with this stupid ball camp channel. I glean information from his channel, but he's a farce, and he's got you hugged right up next to NORAD or whatever there in the government. You're an idiot. He's setting you up for failure. But anyways, you can glean from his channel, but he's got this whole earth tilt nonsense that it's rocking going to tilt. It's like he says there's an electric universe, but then he uses this Adam and Eve theory where we're going to have this geocentric. Thank you. All right. Yeah. No heliocentric. I'm not spinning on a ball. I'll go with that. But you know what I'm saying? And I don't like the flat model, but it is what it is. I don't like talking about it because people are idiots. They don't know never heard the term geocentric. I know you've at least checked something when you've said that. Okay. Because people are idiots. They don't, I'm corkscrewing on. Hold on. Could I, if I could for you, is that grudge? Okay, so you're on a block, right? I mean a ball. I think geometry, like a block, right? Okay, so you're spinning, right? You're spinning on a block, a ball. Whatever shape you want to make it. So you're spinning on a ball, planet, Earth, not below your feet. You're spinning on a planet in third rock from the sun in the third dimension, right? Because you're in the third dimension, third rock from the sun. Notice 33. There's their Masonic. They always put 33. That's Christ. 33 Jurassic spines in the back that reach the Cristo. That 33 is the Christ's cornerstone. He died at 33. They love these numerology. It's called symbology and numerology code. They cipher these things, decode, cipher. Okay. Anyways, so, just have my phone. Okay. Anyway, so like I said, they know these cycles. They ride these cycles, celestial cycles, debt cycles. They're very well versed at that. So you're spinning on a ball, third rock from the sun in the third dimension, corkscrewing, because you remember they say their motto, you're corkscrewing. That word is perverted, like Trumpstein Island, hashtag Trumpstein Island. Okay. Corkscrewing and spinning through time and space. So let's go back to the ball. So we're on a ball, spinning at 1,040 miles an hour, third rock from the sun in the third dimension, corkscrewing through time and space. You see what this grudge just put right here? He said geocentric. Have you ever looked at a heliocentric model? Why would you go to space? You're already in space, you idiot. Am I wrong? Grudge, if he knows what they call geocentric is, right? Then he'd know heliocentric is. Like the sun has a heliosphere and we have a magnetosphere. So why would you need to go to space? On the heliocentric model, if you look at that ball camp model as you're corkscrewing on the galaxy, the arm of the galaxy, you're already in space. Why do you need to go to space? You're already in space. So anyways, let me just enjoy myself. That I just don't, brothers, sisters, look
the fuck up over your head. What is happening? Everything is going like this. You're not spinning. Everything else is. Oh, the sun is with its solar. It's spinning. You know, people are so easily deceived. So thank you for putting just geocentric. I never thought I'd ever hear that come out of anybody's mouth. So. All praise Helios. All praise Helios for providing us war. No, Father created the Son. So all glory to Shiloh, right? The Son, and then Father I Am for creating his most powerful weapon. Which one? The S-U-N or the S-O-N? Both. So Helios means, right? You know, circle. Like it has a heliosphere, the magnetic protection the sun has. So, but that's Jesus Christ, the sun god, the one that Donald Trump has his house decorated with. Helios, the sun god. Mithra, Satan. Jesus Christ, the Apollyon, the sun god. Come on, he's got a million names. Beelzebub. And just keep going. So, uh-oh. An elf girl. Uh-oh. You're doing Santa. Hey, listen, Joseph, man, I don't want to put you in here because you're already spitting swine, but we'll play your little stupid game. I'm just telling you, you're pork, you're swine, and I'm not even supposed to sup with people like you. Joseph's younger said, they won't show you. It says, I slept with an elf girl last night. Listen, we don't do that in here, okay? We don't do the geocentric god of the Kronos, sun god Satan, elf Santa, ho, ho, ho. If you want to know where more, he said he had slept with an elf girl. Well, I think, go ask where Santa's at because he knows where all the hoes, whether they're elves or not. You might want to see, he's the pimp daddy, the sky daddy Jesus. So, Joseph, why don't you go see Jesus? He'd probably be at some church where you see Santa or Satan. He knows where all the hoes are at, right? Ho, ho, ho. So I don't care if they're midgets or, vertically challenged. How about that? That's more politically correct. Fuck politically correct. Poly meaning tick, right? Tick meaning bloodsucker. Poly meaning many, many bloodsuckers. Politics. So, Joseph, why are you so swine in here, man? Why got, vertically challenged ladies need loving too, don't they? Oh, you're trying to live off that Nephilim thing where you're smashing out on an elf and you think you're some big bully. I gotcha. A Nephilim means bully. Oh, he's got a magic-sized school bus and he's shoving it in the elf. No, I don't smoke weed, man. I only use cannabis. Weed is a derogatory term for something that, like marijuana. So I don't smoke marijuana. No, no thank you. Oh, I don't do drugs. I'll put drugs in my body. This make me feel like that Harold Kumar movie. Remember George Bush? He said, like, shut up and smoke my weed. Come on, man. Don't call it that. It's not a nice thing to call. Father created something so beautiful. Now they messed it up with all this space rocks. And I call it designer Monsanto pot. It's disgusting. I got some beautiful ladies growing in the backyard here. I'm in a state where you can actually have that, but let's not be swine. Oh, hey, now. I'm just a dude, but I'm about gospel, man. I'm about the word, but he says if it bears seeds in Genesis, it's for here to consume. I don't, listen, smoke brisket, not meth, okay? Right? All these Mexican Americans. You know what? I don't like the side effects. I've got busted up better and whatever, and I don't like the fact that all these things give me all these massive side effects. I went to the I smoked myself retarded. No, I've not smoked myself retarded. You're an idiot. I don't use space rocks. I bet you I can run you in circle and show you don't even know what the word retarded is. They're sprinky. Come on, you're an idiot. Let's show what this person says. Do you know what retarded means? It means that you bitch like a turtle. Every time I get you on your back, you're fucked. Huh, see, you already spun. Spin over, honey. Oh, you were like a turtle. You got no kick in you? Like every woman I ever got on her back, she's fucked. Look at this sprinkly. Little Miss Sprinkles over here trying to give me some sugar daddy love, huh? Yeah, you're getting spun like a, retarded, like you got fucking some kind of a, like you got some restrainer on you, This guy got throttled and screwed down, right? And like everyone who I got her on her back, she was screwed. And here you are again. You shouldn't say anything. You should probably get out of here because your dialect is not going to make it in here, man. I'm going to roast you, remember? Something like it hot. So, it's getting hot in here, so take off all your clothes. Unbutton your pants just a little bit. Unbutton down just a little bit. It wasn't me. On the counter, it wasn't me. So this sprinkly stall call me mad. Yeah, I'm mad. I'm not mad. Get a glad bag. Trojan man. Speaking of Sex Pistols, get out of here, Nimrod. Dueling Sex Pistols. They got one in front of the Vatican. They got one in front of the Washington Monument. So, what is that? Oh, you're Steen. Oh, this is Trumpstein Island. This guy's an island boy. It's not a girl. It's one of these buffments. Mrs. Potato Head's got Mr. Potato. Oh, his nose. He's got her lips. What the hell is going on here? He, she. Oh, it's Pat. Remember Pat? So hold on. I'm gonna smoke another bowl here because I'm retarded. Dude, you couldn't put together 2 sentences, let alone 2 words. Are you spun in circles? That's called a perverted. Well, to twist, warp, change, add, or twist. Here we go round in circle, like 5G whiz. Yeah, you don't know a candle to me, do you, huh? You thought you could bring the fire. Maybe he had eyes of fire. I wonder why he had eyes of fire. He must have been puffing on some dank. Oh, never mind. Puff the magic dragon. Fire breathing in air, huh? Told you I'm going to burn you with fire. My enemy be ashes under my feet. Remember? Chewbacca had Wookiee with an Ewok. Oh, wait, they had a threesome. Anakin Skywalker and Chewbacca had a Wookiee with an Ewok. Now you can take your 2 big feet out of here. Is there big feet? Where does it say in Scripture we have big feet? Are you not entertained? You solved the problem yet? Now I've got it figured out. We're all going to die. That's actually not a problem, is it? Death to self, die daily. Spiritual death, brother says spiritual death. So, yes, I've figured out the problem. Death to America, death to Israel. Those are the 2 biggest nations that cause more death than any other thing. Oh, yes, government and religion. Who's killed more people than government? Religion. So, death to religion, death to government. And, oh, wow. It's all spiritual. Remember, I'm not threatening any. Let vengeance be mine. Don't be trying to come into my house. Well, no, whatever. I'm meek, not Father fights all my battles for me. He protects me. Joseph, come on, man. Stop with your elf. You're on our list. Uh-oh. It's Satan. Guys, listen, it's Satan. He's making a list. He's checking it twice. He's going to find out. Oh, my God, that's like God, huh? Try to act like God. God's inside you, remember? That's why they spray you with nano and lace you with all these different chemicals that you eat. So you're like you're an antenna, patent 060606. So I'm on all the lists, right? Making a list. Yeah, making some red check marks. I'm going to call the government. Somebody came in here the other day and said, I'm going to call Cash Patel on you. They'll be there in 15 minutes. We rip cash jokes for do. Oh, man. I had that guy rolling like dough. You know what I'm saying? Get it? Dough? Like, money. Never mind. I'll start it again. Cash Patel. We call Cash Patel. I'm going to call Cash Patel. This is like, dude, oh my God. Oh no, watch out. He's going to call the mind control. We're going to hit him with the mind control. We're going to call the mental mind control. So fuck the government. Fuck all these clowns acting like a bunch of bootlicking pig lickers. That's what everybody's a pig licker. You know what a pig is? He said, don't sup with swine, right? That's a pig. You know what a pig is? Not just these clown cops. I'll be the one I know. Talking about people in government. Support this crap. America is the beast, in case you ain't figured it out. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. Ooh, there it is. Shaka laka, shaka laka, shaka. Oh boy, this guy's retarded, huh? Nope. Always use good cannabis so that I'll, I'm not using that designer, what is it, Monsanto, space farce, rocks, balls, whatever. Plus, they add to it. Remember, add. Just one little, just hit that one pin one time for me. You're marked for the rest of your life. And that's not the mark. There's no mark of the beast. It's not what mark means. It's the word karak or character. The word sins. It means to be off the mark. And that's all you do. You don't ever define any words that come out of your face. You're a translator and you go after a transgender Jesus. Your Jesus has breasts, for Christ's sake. Christ, a pagan term, means anointed in oil. Oh, now you're rubbing your transgender Jesus with oil. Oh, we're going to invite some beast in here. We'll have a bestiality manger, oily Jesus festival, and then we'll barbecue. Make sure we get plenty of marinate him. What do you want to marinate him with? Semen, samples, inside and out. Hey, he came like a rack of ribs after a week. You guys know what Christ's Mass is? That's your orgy, Jesus. You miss your foreskin, Troy? Troy misses his foreskin. Man, you guys are being filthy. I guess I'm cursing a little bit. That opens the door a little bit. But come on, man. Troy, do you know how to circumcise a whale? How do you circumcise a whale, Troy? They wouldn't let him. Lord is a pagan term, which means master. Anybody says Lord is an idiot because they don't even know what the fuck they're saying. Help me. What is this number of should I go on? It's like the devil. Devil's not written in scripture. This guy's a Satanist. Foreskin intelligent. Yeah, well, I don't know why he's talking about foreskin. He said he misses his foreskin. Troy Kurt says he misses his foreskin, guys. That's I mean, it's valid. I can bring up a lesson off it. It's the only reason why I thought it. Oh, crap, bird. Listen, I don't speak bird. Like, cheap, cheap, cheap. Please don't cheap. Come and see me. You listen to any, Bob? I don't speak bird. So these people are parrots. They're Mockingbird, Operation Mockingbird Media. So remember? It's like Sesame Street, like Big Bird. But anyways. Where'd he go? Something in your life is missing. Listen, I understand. It's that ring. They make makeup out of your cock ring, man. It sucks, but that's what's happened. People put cock rings on their face. They do. And dudes use it too, because they put in all kinds of hand creams and shit like that. Oh, it's very expensive. They save these rings, so. I don't want to ever look at a live chat again. So many weird people. You seem to be normal though. Yeah, everybody's evil, Zap. I'm not normal. Because listen, hold your thought, Zap. Hold your thought. Okay, I can hold my thought. I got a Rolodex and I got paper clips and sticking caps and stuff. I'll zip file it here in a minute. I'll get it in a hold on. So where did you go there? Troy, your name is Troy. Where'd you go? What happened to your foreskin? I asked you a question and then you answer it. You said something in your life is missing. I asked you, 3 tests wrong. And I don't cook yet. Oh, well, listen, Dodo Bird. Remember I told you I don't speak bird, but Mockingbird Media, lame stream. But if you don't know it already, okay, listen, I'm not your brother. Don't call me brother. Okay, that's fine. But listen, how do you circumcise a whale? You came in here to talk about circumcision. When Paul told us to circumcise the flesh, he wasn't talking about the male genitalia. Oh, so we got somebody eating drywall. Tracy, what the hell are you eating drywall for? I heard of people eating toilet paper, eating their kids. Kyle, come on, he ain't getting his foreskin back. You guys are a group of freaking silly. My mom took time. Oh, Troy. All right, Troy, you're out of here. You can't answer. Troy's an idiot. Troy's probably took the jab and too much I don't know, got stung by the spelling bee, started getting cursed at and cursive and he's just been schooled. So he probably thinks we went to the moon. Maybe he's on the moon or something, but he's not allowed in here. So we got him out of here. So, all right. Anyway, so let's ask the rest of the chat. I have, okay, yeah, you're just Barbie girl's an idiot. So let's get. If you're gonna be rude, guys, or something, well, this is a ministry. You guys are just stupid. I mean, some of you guys that means to be nice. So stop being nice in here. Oh wait, don't be lewd. I mean, come on, we could say a joke or something, but let's not just be I mean, you're all going to hell anyways. I'm not worried about it. You're already in hell. You probably don't even know what hell is, but I could entertain myself in here a little bit while I, have others in here that are part of this ministry that, it's run all business all the time, but about 99% of the time where we will fire your ass right out of here because you guys are just vessels of wrath fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. So I could ask you a quick question. You would probably even answer it like Troy asked him a question. You just couldn't even, go to the circumcision. So, all right, let's go back to the message. Oh, darn it. What was that? Who asked me that darn question? It wasn't, it was Doodlebird. No, it wasn't Doodlebird. It was, who asked me that damn question? It was Zap. What did Zap ask me? I don't know, but I remember Zap asked me something. But all right, never mind, Zap. I can't. I lost my paperclip. So, yeah, you're an idiot, Barbie. You get out of here. You're sick, Barbie. So, all right. So, how do you circumcise a whale? Since Troy came in here, Troy Kurt came in here and talked about his little dick. His little dick, Richard. I don't know why he's dropping his little rings in here. It must be a. Anyways, Lord of the Rings. Oh, Lord. So, very holy meaning it's circumcision, doesn't it? So, how do you circumcise a whale? Man, I'm going to have to get my coat on. Guys, starting to chill out here in the cabin. Out here in the high desert, higher than a hippie over in a B-2 bomber in Iran. Death to America. Death to Israel. Spiritual death. You guys are quiet. Why'd you go quiet on me? You afraid to talk about the male genitalia? Okay, Cole, that's pretty awesome. See, that's all right. I'll allow some. I was just trying to tell you how they circumcise a whale, and you don't want to hear it. So, I thought somebody liked science, or like some of that nonsense, but like America, it makes no sense. But okay, I can listen to that. So, isn't it? Listen, Kyle. Have you looked into dolphins and the noises they make? Yeah. Does anybody else know how do they circumcise a whale? How do you circumcise a whale? Remember, Troy Kirk came in here and his little ring fell off. So, poor little guy lost his ringlet. A little bit, not a lot, just a little bit. Oh, not a little bit. So, how do you circumcise a whale? Come on, you guys can figure it out. How do you circumcise a whale? Once his ring's in the whale. All right, come on, somebody else answer. Thank you for your answer, Kyle. You don't have to get the right answer. You guys don't know anything about the ocean, do you? You guys into any of that? Under the sea, she'll like it better when she's much better. Take it from me. Oh. So, you guys know how to circumcise a whale? How do you circumcise a whale? Buddy. Oh my gosh. Extra testicles. I mean, X marks the spot. So, we all have an X, right? So, okay. Nobody else has any more guesses? They're talking about the ocean. I'm not talking about the ocean. I'm talking about how do you circumcise a whale? Troy Kirk came in here and says a little ringlet fell off. He got circumcised or something. He was having sex with an elf, I think, or something too. I don't know. See, little, maybe he's trying to make it. He probably drives a big truck. I bet he drives a big old truck with big tires on it on, trying to make up for his, that's right. Nicole, we're just trying to be silly. Like I said, it's whatever. It's, something my dad 45 years ago told me or whatever, because my dad just was the silliest dude. He says the craziest things and was just the weirdest dude ever. He was crazy. So, okay. So let's get one more answer. Okay. How do you you're right, spiritual, right? Because that's what Paul said, circumcise the flesh. It's an inwardly spiritual circumcision. It's supposed to be less of us so that our skin gets thinner and he grows inside of us. It's an inwardly circumcision, like Noah was told to baptize the ark inside and out. So the circumcision of the heart too, right, is from the inside out, because the heart is continuously filled with wickedness. So when we take up our cross, we deny ourselves, and we just do what Father tells us to do. Love him. It's not that hard, is it? Yes, it's difficult is the path. Narrow is the way. Easy is the peasy Broadway Jeezy. Broad is the way that leads to the wide gate, that leads to the Kill Bill wide pizza gate. Oh, so, that's right. But remember, it's an inwardly circumcision. Like, it's like, if you think, he's little inside of you, right? But when you start that circumcision from the inside, he grows more and more and more. And as you get older and older, hey, Nicole, you want to go out to the bar and go dancing and get some drinks, Nicole, with me? We're both single. Hell, let's just go to the bar. Nicole, you want to go get some drinks at the bar with me? No, me neither, huh? No. Let's you got a kid to look after, right? Oh, you want to go to the strip club with me or something? Let's go see some titties, Nicole. Come on, there's titties in Eugene. We go there to the Dollar Club or whatever the general. Come on, man, it'd be fun. Let's do it. Like, you like women, right? Come on. Why don't you want to do these things anymore? Didn't you do these things when you were younger? Oh, okay. So as you get older and older, you do less of these things, and more your skin gets thin, where you just want to do less and less of the world and more of Christ. He grows inside you, less of you and more. And you get to where you get like Brother Jim Brown. He's in his 80, got like a little thin skin. He'll pop. All he does is cry. Even Sister Mary says his wife, when he's watching football or whatever sports or something, he still has his scripture out. He's still studying. He multitasks. He's always in a study mode. So, heck yeah. Christ in you. The circumcision is from the inside out, not the cutting off of the flesh is from that inside out. And what it is you cut off this outwardly flesh from the inside out, and then he grows and grows inside of you. Imagine he starts as like a jot, like a period. That's like the smallest of the punctuation in the Hebrew. Starts as a jot, but he grows inside of you. But you have to deny yourself. I already taught you the cross, deny yourself, less of you, big old T or big old N, whatever your letter is, self, S-E, smaller. It gets smaller and he grows inside. So you have to deny yourself for him to grow. It's the same thing. It's an inwardly circumcision. So Troy Kurt came in and said that his little ringlet fell off. It must be one of them halo things, I come quickly, let no one take your crown. Remember, March 11th, Donald Trump started the coronavirus, the crown virus. But whole new meaning to Lord of the Rings, don't it? Oh, so, all right, moving on in the conversation here, because nobody's answering my question on how to circumcise a whale. So let's get one more answer before we give you the, if you know anything about oceanography, or you ever had a fish tank? You never had a whale in a fish tank. Holy Moby Dick, what's going on here? Oh, hey, Jonah. All right, never mind. Remember, he warned of the coming of the destruction of Nineveh. So let's get one more answer. How do you circumcise a whale? Damn it, we're teaching off this. So what I think, Nicole, Sister Nicole, thought I could teach off of it, and we're doing it. So remember, yeah. All right. So the question was, how do you circumcise a whale? And it's just okay. I'll give you the answer, since you guys are a little slow, but that's okay. I've been going on with the teaching and just making notes. So I thought somebody would actually answer, but I'll give you the answer. Do you guys want the answer? Put a yes if you want the answer. So how do you circumcise a whale? Let's see if we can do that. We'll spark the algorithm for a minute. I'll put a 4 in the chat. Put a 4 in the chat. How do you circumcise a whale? Put 4 in the chat. Put 4 in the chat. You finish it? No, four skin divers. 4 skin divers. My bad. 4 skin divers. All right. I gotta get my coat, guys. All right. My dad taught me like 40 plus years ago, guys. 4 skin divers. Get it? That's how you circumcise a whale. So. Yeah, I'm a goof, man. Whatever. I don't have very many jokes, so. That's kind of borderline, not a kid joke. So careful if you were within earshot of any kids. So, oh, let's get on my. Oh man, I need pizza. Hold on, I get some pizza. I'm gonna heat up this pizza, guys. I broke my. Oh, I got a drill today. I'm so happy. Happy. If you know, I don't know. I went to town today and broke my rules. I've been trying not to eat any bread or eat any pasta. So, interesting. What the hell's going on with the back of this coat? Collar like choking me out there. All right, I'm heating up some pizza because, like I said, I went to town today and I got a drill, guys. I got a drill. I had to spend more money. I held off paying getting some of the money out of him, but I think he'd be cool with that because I bought a bag of dog food. I didn't, I could have paid him, but I bought dog food, so I think he's cool with that. So, I'll get him. I'll get it taken care of. But and I got the roofing, so I got the roofing and the drill. So I'm super stoked. And I bought a pizza. That was all the money I had. But heck yeah, got a drill, and I paid. Yeah, I got my after 7 years, man. My hand drill. I use a lot. I build a lot of things out here. I mean, it's a farm, so I use it a lot, and I'm off grid. So, but like even the like I paid $80 for it. I could buy one new, but this one was almost new. I looked online. Just this was $80. Just this was $80. These are titanium bits. This was $80, just for this alone. And I got more with it, and because I still have the batteries. So, this came with it. I'm like, deal, I'm like, thank you. So, because I still have the batteries, I still have the batteries, and I had mine for 7 years. So it came with this, some other, this is like $30 or $29 or something like that. And it has a whole couple batteries. I have the bigger batteries. I wonder where my other small batteries are at. Hold on, I gotta turn over my pizza. Oh man, this could be so good. Of course, it came with a charger. We got I wish I had the impact, but I'll get one someday. I never had. I had one for 7 years. I think that's why it would have lasted a little bit longer if I would have not used it as much as I did. But I use this every day. I'm a farmer. I'm a builder. I build cabins. I do a lot of work, do a lot of things. So, but two batteries. the drill, and it's almost new. I mean, it's peeling a little bit, but mine was 7. If I put my other drill, it almost as good a shape as this one. So it lasts for 7 years, and I use it a lot. I mean, and I don't let my tools. Well, I'll show you what mine looks like after 7 years. And I got a whole bunch of, some of these are, again, that's probably another $30 or worth of little tips and stuff like that in there. Because some of those are the better. Yeah. Maybe about $20 with another part. So, 30, 80, probably another 30, almost $150 right there that drills. And so I paid $70 for all of it. Came with a DeWalt bag, the bag, the charger, and everything. So, heck yes, I need this so bad. I'm so stoked today because I didn't see one online. I was pretty bummed. I'm like, man, I found some other ones, but I didn't have no 100. I wish I could have got one. The guy had one for $120, and it had an impact, but I didn't have that much money, so I had to get dog food. I had to buy the roofing for the garden. I could buy ministry stuff too, Most everything I spend, all the money that I get on the ministry. So I'm pretty stoked. Oh man, I used it. Oh man, that's good. I like that. Yeah. Actually, I was doing the math on this. I got 8 years. 8 years out of this. This is what mine looks like after 8 years of using it. And I worked this very hard. Look at that, how good a shape that is. Guys, this is almost new. This is mine that I had. That I use. Look at that. That's how I take care of my stuff. And that's how I don't beat it up. I don't use it like people use a hammer, but look at that. Not bad after 8 years, huh? That's a good quality product. So I like to share when I find something that I use that I like. And these are pretty, but these are good. I mean, say, look at that. So the only thing that's gone is the stickers. Those are already starting to peel a little bit. I think it just peeled mine off because I didn't want that. It was doing that. I didn't like it touching, So pretty good. So I'm pretty stoked. Hey, shut up there, Digger. Don't tell anybody to go back to Mexico, you fucking racist pig. Fucking stupid fucking idiot. Fuck you. Are you an American? Piece of shit American in here? Don't fucking tell anybody to go to Mexico. A fucking stupid fucking American. You're going to be one of these people who did 216 million Americans about to disappear for the end of the year. You ever studied the deagle maps? The fuck you telling somebody to go to Mexico for? Come in here and be fucking a racist pig. I'll throw your right ass out of here. I don't like niggers. White niggers, black niggers, red niggers, yellow niggers, and fucking whatever. It's an attitude. Take your fucking attitude somewhere else. Come in this place and tell people to go to some other fucking country. Fuck you. Or you're normal. Well, maybe you're not. Maybe something's wrong with you now, or you're going to resist. You're going to fucking Venezuela. Fuck you, American. Come in here and be fucking telling people shit. What are you, some whitey American? Nobody's ever white, dumbass. White's not a color, you racist. Or think about opening your mouth. Maybe some of you have been a fucking punk your whole life, and maybe you're a prick in high school and a racist pig, and some have been thinking about an opportunity like this the whole time. They come ISIS your ass off the streets, get 5 of their buddies, and they got your IP address, and they can be there within a day. Most people, sure. And rent some minivan out and tint the windows or some kind of sport utility and just disappear your ass off the streets. This is the country you live in. And you're laughing your ass off, Kyle? They could happen to you, dumbass. How about your IP address? Somebody could be at your fucking door. Well, you're too poor. Maybe you'll. I ain't seen you give any money to this ministry. I didn't hear my Cash App ring or PayPal, nothing. You're broke dick Bob, one paycheck away from the streets. They're kidnapping poor people. This ain't about being a foreigner. That's why I don't like people to tell back to go to fucking Mexico. This ain't laughing matter. Okay. I don't like that. Okay, cool. I'm saying I don't like that. What about somebody been here 30 years and they were committed a crime? Who cares if they got a piece of paper? You have no humanity. That's no different than getting a speeding ticket, right? Fucking blinker out or something. So people are racist swines. No. I feel like I'm hated on here. I feel like people want people to die. We talk about Ruffles. What are you, a potato chip? You broadcasting for potato chip? You always ask me, you broadcasting for potato? Mm-hmm. A potato chip. Oh, okay. Don't be racist. Fuck you, I hate borders. I want to tear down all these walls. I hate walls. I hate colors. I hate borders. We're one race. They're the human race. You act out of that, you're going to get thrown out of here. Look, I got a new drill. Well, it's used. I don't buy anything new. I got a new drill. I'm going to go for another 8 years out here, maybe. So, we'll see. Maybe I'll take it to Mexico. Viva la Mexico! If we're going to make it the Gulf of America, then we're going to need to return Mexico, right? Well, California, New Mexico, and Arizona to Mexico then, right? Stay in America, you're probably going to die. We got a spider coming down here. Got a spider right there. Is that a little spider? Come off the top of the ceiling. Hey, get away from me. Trying to get my food. This spider's trying to eat my food. Go over there. Don't land on me. Come over here. Go over there. Here, come over here. There you go. Good spider. Oh, good job. There we go. Like spiders. Like spiders. You keep threats on here. Everybody's no, that's, I don't know. That's like, I'm going to put the roof, and I get the roofing on I got the roofing for the greenhouse. So that greenhouse is going to be off the chain. And the ladies are looking bueno. So it took a turn for the worse, Ruffles, back in the 1800s. Remember? It was turned into a corporation a long time ago. So, but I paid $70 for the whole thing. I got the bag. This is $79. I got the battery charger, some extra. Man, I got like $300 worth of stuff, man. Thank you, Father, for the blessing, man. I need this. I'm building this ministry. I need to stop it, man. Until I can go, they won't let me leave America. So if I could, I'd be out of here. I would be gone today. 216 million Americans are about to disappear before the end of the year. So Those are titanium. So yeah, it's a used tool. You know what I'm saying? It's used, but I don't care. Look. Seriously, look at this, guys. This is after having this drill for 8 years. This drill's 8 years old, and I use it more than you guys. I build out here. Ask Sister Nicole. She's been out here. I build. I mean, everything I build. I mean, everything I build by hand and scratch, and I do it the hard way. I don't beat my stuff up, though. Look at that. That drill is 8 years old. And if I peeled that drill off, it almost looked the same. I just peeled the sticker. It did that. It peeled off like that. I didn't like it. It peeled up. So I just peeled it off there. Well, this one's not working anymore. But it just pooped. It said this. It worked perfectly up until it didn't. So. I'm near damn identical after 8 years. The only part in this that went out is a little bit up here. There's a little bit right there. It's a little bit. There's like a rib right here. There's a real high rib, and there's a tiny bit of that rib wore off after 8 years. Good stuff. Heck yeah. Thank you, Father. So I'll be able to put the roofing on the greenhouse tomorrow. So I'm pretty stoked about that. And then I got to get to work. Those ladies need to be winterized for the winter. I want to get them super, comfortable for the winter. Make sure they're nice and warm. So I plan on probably spending a whole day or so, maybe 2 days, whatever it's going to take. I want that done right. I want them ladies. They laid me a lot of eggs. I got 4 today. They laid a lot of eggs this summer. They really did a good job. So I like my chickens. They're my birds. They're my girls. They did a fabulous job, and they still are. But they're still laying. All right, so I'm super stoked because I went to go work. I was doing some work. I tore the front of this cabin off to try to start up. I'm going to start working on this cabin again here. And I needed to drill a hole, and I'd forgotten the other day because it's been a few days since I'd used it, and then I went there to use it. I'm like, oh yeah. So, but I wasn't upset because, like I said, after 8 years, that's a long time for a drill to work. And I probably do use it more than a lot of people. So I got too much stuff in this thing. I need to take some of this out of here. And the game of the bag. So thank you, Father, for blessing this ministry. I wanted some people donated, you guys. This came from your PayPal donations. Okay. I mean, I added a little bit that I had, but so you know. And I want people to know that, where their money's going. You give me something, I use that $70 for 8 years. So appreciate it. I mean, that's about what I got from the donations that were from the month. So, or a couple months. Never required, but things like this truly make. And I have 45 things for sale. I'm not trying to take any money from anybody. So just want to show you where your tithes are going to the ministry. It's much appreciated. And I told you, well, what happened to my damn chat? I lost my chat. Oh no. Where'd my chat go? Oh, here we go. Oh, where we go? Where's it?
No, I'm not going to be one that. No, you're going to be the one that disappears. Not me, Pat W. I need the drill. Where we all run to get out of America. Nobody runs out of America. You guys got it wrong. No, I don't have a heat lamp out here. I don't have a heat lamp out here. I'm off grid, so I don't, Yeah, cool, nice. Well, I can only be in the good mood as I can. I mean, one day at a time. I got a new drill. I can stay busy. I go crazy if I sit around, so. It's not all men, but some of us men got to build to feel like we're builder. I'm a builder. Not like Bob the Builder, but but thank you for the bounty ministry. I did take, that $70 came from donations, even if it's $2 here and $5 there. I appreciate that, and I don't want anybody to give anything if they don't have it. So I do appreciate. Again, I use these tools every single day. You know what I'm saying, and I like to repurpose. I don't want to go buy a new one. It's older. I'm sure it'll last. Mine lasts for 8 years. Plus, I got all those other parts with it instead of just going by the store and buying a new one. I mean, that's $300 worth of stuff. So thank you for the bounty. High Desert Faith and Truth. Appreciate your support of this ministry. And again, I've just been pretty lean because I was $160,000 this year or something like that, or the last 16 months. So I've spent so much money. I cannot believe how much has been, but it's okay. I don't care about money. I'm done owning things. What I buy is to build for the ministry. I'm not building for me. I plan on walking away from all these things and going on the road for a long time, as long as I can. So. Oh, Jesus didn't die on the cross, Trent. That's not what Jesus didn't die on a cross. Nobody ever hung from crosses, Trent. You're a Satanist, meaning you're the adversary because you're adding to his text, and nobody hung from crosses. That's blasphemy. You're blaspheming the Hamashiach. So go study your scriptural and record for you. Make any comment. Your pagan Jesus is Satan, so you know. Birthed in the middle of the winter on a cross. That is Satan, the sun god Mithra. So please get away from me. But anyways, I'm going to continue to build out here for the ministry and provide these cabins that we'll be able to use as rental to gain, some income for the ministry. Takes upkeep to keep, there's 45 acres out here, 3 separate parcels available. So can't believe, Trent. That's not what the word believe means. You need to slow down. Trent, I'm going to give you something. Write this down. Grace. You're at Faith and Truth Ministries. Go to Grace and Truth Ministries today. Jim Brown at Grace and Truth Ministries did a YouTube live stream. Go watch it. You just speak like a religious person. You've never read the book ever, I can tell. You don't just listen to some dude. You need to read the word. Well, Nicole, it doesn't necessarily matter when he was born like that per se, because some people he was born in 9, for sure, Sister Nicole, for sure. You got to remember, this is Israel. The scripture's talking about Israel. Remember Jacob, the 12 families, right up against the Great Sea, Israel. In the month of, remember, there's sheep. I've had sheep on this property. I know sheep, but I'm saying that's talking about Israel and a very similar climate.
It's October, November, and December. The sheep get put up because of the rain. You know, their skin, the blood, the mold. That we know 100% Jesus Christ was not born on December 25th. That is Satan, Mithra, the sun god, Apollyon. His name was Mithra at the time of Christ, Rome. Okay. The shepherds were born. Christ was born when the shepherds were in the field with the sheep. So it could have been any time after, all the way up into those months. It's kind of pointless to pick his birth, because the funny thing is you can sit there and people can birth date pick, but remember, we're not supposed to celebrate birth. That's like people say they can't carry their cross, right? Or whatever, or they can, or whatever. But everybody you know celebrates birth dates. Probably the most vain thing you could ever do, as for a day to celebrate, would be to celebrate the birth of oneself. That is idolatry. That is the word idolatry, porneia. You're celebrating self, the birth of oneself. There's only two in Scripture. Two. One is Satan, and one was Herod, and he was trying to kill Christ. And you're celebrating a birth date. You are just a worldly idiot. No, you're an earthly idiot. You're ruled by this nonsense. God's in the sky. Nonsense. Baphomet. Jesus Christ is Satan. So, because that's the one who birthed in the middle of the winter in a manger. There were more than 3 wise men. They were called the Magi. And I'm a Magi, so I know exactly what the celestial signs. They gave 3 gifts, and Christ was almost 3 years old when they came into Bethlehem. Because remember, they continued to watch until they saw the Shiloh sign. And he was almost 3, not a baby. That is Baphomet, the birth of Satan, the sun god, Jesus Christ, in the middle of winter. And I use the term Jesus Christ because it's the same thing. Jesus is just an interpretation, and Christ, neither of these things, but it's still referring to the same Christ or antichrist, Jesus. It's Mithra, the sun god. He said, many will come in my name. So I'm only using what he's, you're sold on the idea that probably that, this is some kind of religion. This is not a religion. Never has been. So what you've fallen for is Catholicism. That manger scene never happened. That is blasphemy. That is Satanism. So God's name is all the letters that are in the book, minus the ones that are put out. It's called the Torah. That name, and the second born of Noah was Shem. It doesn't say name. You would say, what is God? Is not even a word that's ever written. That's a title. See, your dialect is your, and that's okay. God is a title. The Most High, I am. He has many. Shem, Agape. The second born of Noah, Ham, Shem, and Japheth meant authority. Agape. That's what I just said. Not phileo, your nonsense, your worldly dialect, gloss of alien dialect, not alien. There are no such things as aliens. The New Testament, minus the ones of the Old Testament, laws, feasts, fines, celebration, all the, he said it's fulfilled. That is his name. His old name was Torah. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. He was the law. And now we're not under the law. Okay, listen, slave, you're a fucking idiot. Name doesn't mean 3, 5, or 7 letters. It means every one of them, minus the ones that are blotted out. Stop speaking blasphemy in this chat like you know anything that you're talking about. You don't know your ass from all around. Be quiet. If you can't be correct, you be taken out of here. All the words that are in that book. Which scripture are you studying? Look at this, guys. Still insisting. The name is Shem, you flipping, you're an ass. I just gave you Ham, Shem, and Japheth.
Christ is the word. Christ is never written in these texts. I have them sitting right next to it. That's a pagan term. It comes out of paganism. This is a Satanist, brothers and sisters. This is a Nephilim. This is a demon. This is an antichrist. There's no J's in Hebrew or English. Oh, it is. It's in English. Oh, there's no J's in Hebrew, or is there in the Greek? And we won't fight over one letter, you idiot, because you won't even listen to me. So get out of here. Slave of God, you're not. You're a Satanist. God is a title, and you don't know the Hamashiach. You know Baphomet. Go back to the Lord's Prayer. We'll start there. Absolutely. Nobody can come in here and change a single word in this ministry. There's no Yahuwah be praised, Hamashiach, Yahushua, Bahim Hamashiach, okay? That is all translated. See, this is how fucking stupid you are, Juan. You ever notice if you actually studied Hebrew and you stop just listening to your own bullshit or other YouTubers or whatever bullshit men in houses made by hands, there's no vowels in Hebrew. There's no vowels in Hebrew. So what the fuck are you adding Y's? Oh, wait. A's, I's, E's, O's. There's no vowels in Hebrew. You get your barnyard Jesus, Yahusha. That's interpretation. Stop acting like you know something. He said, I am. How about that? When he was in flesh, Shiloh, it's Shiloh. You know who Shiloh is? No. Stop acting like you know something. There's no vowels in Hebrew. You see how stupid you sound? You are an antichrist. According to this, you are a Satanist. According, you're doing exactly what he told you not to do. There's no vowels in Hebrew. So why are you putting a Greek name and a Hebrew? You're mixing. You're doing exactly what he said not to do. So you act like you know something, but you don't know a single thing. You got your own version. Stop believing people on YouTube and people. Go study the word for yourself. If you don't own this exact book that I have, you don't even know what you're talking about. You don't know what the hell you're talking about at all. Don't ever put a vowel with a Hebrew name, because that's name is Shem. Ham, Shem, and Japheth. That is the word agape. Remember, he wrote the book, Torah, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy as he visited on the mount, right? Was given on the law, was given written on tablets of stone. You don't study anything. There's no vowels in Hebrew. There's no J's, so there's no such thing as Jesus. That's another interpretation like Yeshua or Yahushua or Yahweh is the devil. And Allah is a pedophile and not Elohim, just like his Mohammed pedophile, followers. The Quran was written by Catholics. Here's another idiot that has no idea what they're talking about. No idea. Muslims are just like Catholics without a sun god. Well, their sun god is Allah. Allah Akbar. Yeah, whatever. They're idiots. The Catholics wrote the Quran. Study, you idiots. I'm amazed this guy has electricity in his horror movie for a set. Yeah, listen to this dumb fuck right here. I make my own power. This fucker dude's right here, Lance Armstrong, that went to the moon, doesn't even make his own power. Solar, wind. Oh, shit, you're not even efficient. You got eat by your microwave. You're food for fucking Wi-Fi, Lance. Go fuck with somebody else. I'm going to go mess with my fucking livestock. On my 45 fucking acres, you're slammed next to somebody. You can't even slam your wife. She's screaming no, and she means yes. You get swatted because your neighbor said you had a gun. You could fart. You're so close to your neighbor, you can smell it. You're an idiot to come in here, man, and even speak up. Once again, you just stepped on your own dick. So go take your phallic worship somewhere else. Oh, wait, you didn't, huh? You're just a little dick. Get out of here. Go somewhere else, man. I make my own motherfucking electricity. I am the power company, bitch. You pay fucking taxes on. I pay no tax. I own my shit. I'm the power company. You feel foolish, don't you? Don't open your mouth in here, bro, sis, unless you have something to add to this chat. If you're going to add to the word, I'll correct you with the word because you don't own this book. So,
we can go back to speaking about how you're going to get locked in FEMA camps, work camps, and 216 million Americans are going to disappear. Maybe. I don't know. Well, I got a plan for it. What about you? Shit, I got a hell plan, snow plan, war plan, fire plan. I got lots of different plans. See, I'm not in a state of panic. I'm in good hands. I'm in Father's hands. He fights all my battles for me. But doesn't mean I don't put legs on faith. Belief is an action word. It's a verb. So, yeah, there we go. Get a better Wi-Fi plan. You're fucking an idiot, guys. Look at. I would never put a Wi-Fi. My son, Dad, come on, man. We're the only ones. I'm in high school. I'm the only one that ever have cable. No cable, no Wi-Fi. This is the stupid shit you say. Enrique Iglesias or whatever here, Johnson, like little Johnson, little dick. He wants you to get eaten by Wi-Fi. Do you know what that shit does to you? What a sick kid, huh? You're a sick fuck, aren't you? Poor kid, yeah. Yeah, I know you are. You're going to get thrown in a work camp. You're poor. I didn't see you hit up my PayPal or my CashApp or nothing. You didn't make it rain in here, bitch. Come on. I'll make it rain on these hoes. Pretty silly, huh? Wi-Fi. Imagine that when the power goes out. You can't even fucking feed yourself because you're stuck to your Wi-Fi router. You can't find the route out. You're going to kill somebody to try to even get a bite. You don't own a water filter. You're begging for my... Hey, anybody got any money for Enrique? He's fucking poor. He said he ain't got no money. He didn't make it rain in here. He needs some money for his Wi-Fi bill. I don't have any bills. I'm retired. Poor fucking... Poor, huh? Okay, I have more... Yeah, remember? How many people could you house on your... How many acres do you own? Some people measure their... Well, they think they make sense. They're like, they measure the wealth in dollars and cents. And some of us measure our wealth in, well, the spirit, Holkadesh, the word, and acres and ounces and pounds. So, no, Enrique, I wasn't begging you for money. I own every motherfucking thing. Look. Do you own any silver? Enrique, do you own any of this? Enrique, hey, listen here, dumb fuck. You got a fucking hearing problem? You need to shut the fuck up. You missed me one more time. Do you own any silver? Enrique, shut the fuck up. Listen to me, dumbass. Dude, you're making an ass of yourself. Do you own any gold and silver? Hello, Enrique. Stop talking. If you say anything else, you don't answer my question, we'll just throw you out of here. Apparently, you're an ass and you don't have your hearing aids. Your bell tones aren't working. Look at this, guys. How much is an ounce of silver right now? How much is 1 ounce of silver right now? Take home from Atmex. Look up. What's one? Look at, hey, keep Enrique in here. Enrique, just don't say anything because you keep stepping on your dick. Look at Atmex right now. What is it for 1 silver buffalo right now off Atmex? Don't say anything, Enrique, because you just keep stepping on your dick. Somebody go look up Atmex right now. Look up a silver buffalo. I don't care what year, and show what kind of idiot this person is. $16 worth of silver. It don't matter. I'm not, look at, fuck you. Shut up. Don't say anything, Enrique. You're just going to keep stepping on your dick, man. How much is an ounce of silver? Just, you keep typing, but you better just stop. When you want a big, some long answer, I can already feel it. Just slow down, Turbo. Maybe you might learn something, shut your fucking mouth and learn that you don't know what you're talking about. So how much is 1 ounce of silver for a buffalo round, which is fire sale prices at this point too, because he don't ask. Remember, he measures his wealth in dollars and cents and Wi-Fi routers, and beta games and World of Warcraft, and Starbucks punches on his, whatever, jabs and all the, so. That's not the price, 44 an ounce. And I told you to shut the fuck up, dude. Look at how stupid you look already. Look how stupid you look already. I asked for the Atmex price and you gave me the spot price. So you can't even shut up and be for a second. So who's looking fucking poor and stupid in knowledge? You don't even know what you're talking about. You came in at 16. You didn't listen. You could have stopped. You could have looked up the exact price on Atmex.
You know what I'm saying? But you don't even own a fucking ounce of gold. You don't own an ounce of silver. Okay? So, yeah, there we go. Yeah, go ahead and take your Mexican American Adderall ass somewhere else. Smoke fucking brisket, not meth there, Enrique. We know you're on the jab, or you go to your Adderall cabinet. I don't smoke meth. I only use cannabis, you dumb fuck. You're stupid. You look like an ass in here, dude. You should just stop. You know what I'm saying? Stop mething around. You're a Mexican American, aren't you? I don't care your name is Enrique. It is a melting pot. How the fuck are you gonna know who your enemy is? The silly thing is, I already asked you. You don't own any gold and silver. None. Like a priest eats meat on Sunday. What kind? Like you? None. So you're an idiot. You don't know anything about gold or silver. And I'm not talking about, right now. I'm just showing you what kind of, you make a stupid fucking mistake and step on your dick. Like I said, you're going to fall into your own trap. So go somewhere else and play with somebody else a little fucking reindeer game. It don't work in here. Okay? Just seriously. Like the Dog Star series, just take your ass, like that fucking transgender comet pointing its triple ball towards the ass, towards the sun, the tail towards the sun, and march your ass right out of here. Backwards, about face. Now all I want to see is elbows and assholes, soldier. Move out and draw fire. Oh, wait. Are you enjoying yourself? Because I don't do this nonsense. Like America makes no sense anymore. Remember? Not even a one single penny. It's supposed to be in silver and gold. So fucking lock Donald Trump in prison. Remember how many hundreds of millions of dollars did he make funneled into his account with Alex Jones for Hillary for prison? Oh, and then she sat at his inaugural dinner. Donald Trump for prison. Death to America. Death to Israel. Spiritual death. This is a bank killer. Enrique don't know nothing about. They value gold and silver 1-to-1 at the time of Rome. Christ, they sold Christ for 30 pieces of silver. Thanks for looking up the price. I had to sell all my gold and silver to keep myself from going to prison or jail, but it's okay. It's just shiny dirt. So I'll get some more of it someday. So kept what little I had, but it doesn't matter. There are more important things in life. Like rice and beans, water filtration, acreage away from people, go outside in the largest dark sky sanctuary in the whole entire world, not have a neighbor, laid out on my driveway. Nobody comes down my driveway for months. That's me living the American dream. And then some dumb fucks talking about my Wi-Fi. I don't have Wi-Fi. I am the power company. Yeah. I make my own power. I got 5 ways to power, heat, cool. And they're stuck on a Wi-Fi router on a fucking smart meter. If you're on a smart meter, you're not very smart. Your toaster talks to your microwave. I don't know what the fuck you get anything out of a microwave for. Throw your microwave and it talks to your stainless steel refrigerator, and that reports to the NSA. You're real smart, you know that. 100,000 gallon water filters. Smoking weed when you BBT makes life worse. Get the fuck out of here, you idiot. Don't talk about cannabis in here. Fucking slander something so beautiful that Father made. So I have my major 4 side effects: happy, hungry, horny, or sleepy. Shut up. You don't know anything about the plan at all. All right, who's next? Step up to the mic. What do you got? You got nothing. You don't have no storm shelter. You're going to have 129-pound hailstones coming through your roof, and you're going to die of blunt force trauma to the head. But that's if you make it to the end of 2025. Because 216 million Americans got no birthday next year. You're not supposed to celebrate anything, especially the birth of oneself. That's called idolatry. But don't think any of you are going to make it. What's your hell plan? You got a hail shelter? Got a fire shelter? Got a storm shelter? Got a wind shelter? Think it's possible for the wind to blow for 2 weeks at 200 miles an hour? Shit hitting the side of your house at 200 miles an hour. Hailstones coming down at 129 pounds. Hey, get off. Actually, it sucks, man. I know a lot of people are getting empowered if you can, man. Start small if you have to, man. You need some land? I'm selling some land. Oh, poor kid call me poor. I got land for sale. I got more land than I know what to do with. I got more food than I know what to do with. I got more, well, the only thing I don't have is firewood, but we'll get some firewood. I'm doing other things. Just spent tens of thousands of dollars so on an attorney. So damn, dude, that sucks, Tammy. I hate hearing that shit. Tammy, get out of there. Go find a place, man. There's a place that'll homestead. You can even get your skills set up. You don't have to have anything. You know what I'm saying? You can find homesteaders like myself that need people, people to come out and work and have an organic lifestyle, eat organic chicken butt nuggets right off the back of the ass of a chicken, Those are like nothing you ain't getting from the store. I gave Kevin the ones today, man. They were still all warm. You know what I'm saying? That's an egg, man. When you grow your own food, when you become empowered, you start, you're behind because you pay a power bill that you get taxed on. And I'm my own power company. $320, you could probably start and get yourself a wind turbine for that much money and do wind. If you didn't do solar, there's lots of ways to do this, brother. So sometimes you got to start out slow. I started out in an Arctic tent, put my son in a motorhome with not much sagebrush out there. It was a full working farm. 6 years ago, I had everything taken from me. This farm was leveled down to the tent. And I started all over. And now I have a $250,000 storm shelter, 50-foot storm shelter. Take Atlas Storm Shelter Company, probably at least $250,000, at the least up to $500,000 to do that. Where Father gave me the strength to work hard and trade and barter. I'm a horse trader. I sell a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? Trade and breed and fix and do. I'm a man of many. That's why this, drill. Look at it. This is how I take care of my tools. This drill's 8 years old. I just showed you the one I replaced it with a used one. I don't go buy new if I don't have to. Just lots of ways. I repurpose a lot of things. That's how I can make, get up on things or find something that I can fix and make better, make nicer than it ever. I've never sold a vehicle that wasn't nicer than when I purchased it. Just things like that. That's how I, no, I'm not in Victorville. I wouldn't want to be down that far, but, I mean, I grew up down there and I was born in the valley and I know where Victorville's at over the Grapevine and had a season pass to Magic Mountain, all that, Barstow, and I know where all that's at. So I've been to all 50 states. I've been very abundant. Father's just given me an amazing amount of abundance, but go look. There are places, and be careful because some of these places, Tammy, if you're a female, are meat markets. Okay, they really are. Guys want the P and women want the D2. So I'm not saying that, but there are some of these homestead places, if you're just listening to me, that need people. I've been trying to 10 years to get people to come out here. And a lot of people are afraid to jump, you know what I'm saying? And make that jump. But it's hard. I know, when you're on your own. See, I've been in sales and stuff like, I've had to where I don't have an income coming in. So I have to go out and be motivated to do it. So I can be my own boss. And that's what people get trained that, I got to make a certain amount of money. Well, then you cap your limited, your earning potential. You only make this much. You're trading dollars for hours and you're getting robbed because you're getting taxed. Kevin's out here building a beautiful rock home. You know what I'm saying? Beautiful rock home. Yeah, you can do it. Build your own. Do it. Do it. Do it. Burn that American flag. I hate American flags. Piss on America. I hate America. I'm living the American dream. You're not. Ha ha ha. Well, I don't mean to go like that, but you live on the power grid. I hate American flags. I didn't take an oath to no flag. I didn't take no country. I didn't take no people. I took an oath to the right of the people. The right of the people to choose. The fuck they're going to charge you to build on your home? You got to ask fucking permission and then pay to build on a fucking piece of land you own? That's America? Fuck America. God damn, I hate this country, brothers, sisters. There's ways to take your power back. There's ways to get your money and your time back. You got to do what, go get out of your comfortable lifestyle. And sometimes you got to start from the ground up. I have over and over again. I've been I remember my dad was 16, only didn't even have shoes on my feet. 6 years ago, I told you everything in this property was taken away from me, from my own blood. It was a lot. It was a lot. I had been saving for 15 years. And look at this place now. All by myself. Quarter cock, guys. If I had 2 or 3 people out here, this place would be unbelievable. I would have the rabbit tracks out here. We'd be, doing quad rentals and be leasing out all the cabins and staying here, to earn our income. But then going after 2 or 3 hours of work and going into all the high Cascade lakes and going all to all these beautiful places. Just right in this valley, I could own up of a place because we've got Fort Rock. The oldest clothing on this rock was found right here, Cow Cave, Fort Rock. You've got crack in the ground, hole in the ground. You've got the Black Hills. You got Table Rock. You got all this stuff right around the largest set of inland sand dunes in North America, largest dark sky sanctuary in the world, 2.5 million acres set apart from light pollution. Okay. This place has been in different historical record and books like, I don't do aliens, but Ancient Aliens and stuff, because this is known for having these tribes of giants that were in this valley. It's actually a lost tribe of red-headed giants, that the ones that they're underneath us. But slow down. All these things will be revealed, through time. They already came out and said this place is the oldest place in the Northern Hemisphere, Oregon. The state of Oregon is that there's nothing nowadays. So this is a very unique place. But anyways, you can do this. Places you can come like this, where there are places where you can put a little motor home. You can put a little tiny home. I started in a 10-man Arctic tent, and I moved my son into a motorhome, and I started from that. And there's multiple cabins out here now. I'm building 4 cabins, getting ready to build another cabin on, trying to get myself motivated, and been buying, more material and trading and for building another cabin on another 20-acre parcel that I have up the road. I have another 5-acre parcel up on the road. So if you're interested in getting, into this type of lifestyle, you need to just look into these areas. Like I said, there's people like me. There's other areas across the U.S. First, look in the area that you're at. You might find a place that's there. Like I said, there's a lot of people who do homestead, organic type, living, and they need help. They have something. Like I can go through and I, because I'm subscribed to it, it comes up every once in a while. I want to look through the marketplace. It'll come up on my thing, but there's people who are trying to find people. And this isn't some people where somebody wants to date you. These are people who are looking for a labor that are working with them. Now, that's not always easy to do, too. I mean, I've been a veteran, and, there's always, too many chiefs and not enough Indians. It takes a tribe, it takes a community. So, but it's not easy. You want to make sure you get in the right one. But if you do your homework and your diligence, some of these people get taken advantage, too, in this situation, like I'm saying. Because people just use them like a slave. I would never ask anybody personally to do anything that I wouldn't do. Everything I've ever asked anybody to hear also included like, hey, help me finish this house. And all this material right here is yours. We're going to build 2 houses. You're going to help me because you need a place with a roof. I've got it over your head. We need to finish it, make it beautiful. But this one we're going to build next to it. And this one's yours. All that material is yours. You help me with this one, that's yours. We'll put it on skids. You take it, move to another area of the property. There's 20 acres. Where do you want to go? Pick a spot. There's plenty of foods. We got more room out here to know what we do with. I got another 20-acre parcel up the road. I could put 4 fourplexes on that property and 5-acre parcels. None of them would even see each other. I got another 5 acres up the road. So don't call me poor, kid. Stupid idiots. Poor is when you have everything taken from you. And now what do you have? Your skill set. You have your skill set, brothers, sisters. You got to have everything in the world taken from you. Can you walk into the woods and feed yourself? Do you know how to make a water filter? Could you set a trap line? Could you skin a buck without cutting the piss sack and ruin half the meal? Turn it into hamburger? Could you just basically skin an animal? Do you have any skill set? Can you read a tape measure? Can you do first aid? Things like that are going to be way more than what you have. If you don't have anything and you don't have any kind of, you better get this right here. This right here. This water filter. If you don't own anything, preparedness is not freaking out. Preparedness is like, oh, okay, I'm done with that. I'll move on to that. I got all this. Look at, I got all this stuff to be prepared. And then you can move on with your life and actually live a better life than most people because you're not. Oh, crap. The tornado alley we used to be over in Oklahoma and Texas. I've noticed it's shifting more to the east. We don't have a tornado shelter. You know, you ever look at a tornado video? What are they in there for, like 30 minutes? And they go on with their life. I mean, these people are idiots. They tell you not to prepare. If you don't have a water filter, brothers, sisters, you know, this is a personal water filtration system here. I mean, it's this big. You ladies could hide that in your little pouches. I don't mean to go there, but you could. You're like kangaroos if you had to. You know, we're not talking about a big, this life straw, is this style. They're both just a charcoal. This will filter 10,000 gallons. This filter 100,000. You'll never buy another water filter for the rest of your life. That little filter will last you the rest of your life. It will. It's unbelievable. And these, you know, it has a bag and a pump in here. So there's ways that you can, you know what I'm saying? Everyone can read a tape measure, bozo. Okay, they're listening, Trisha. No, most people can't read a tape measure, you idiot. Most people don't know how to use a framing square. Most people know how to build something square. So Trisha's an idiot. Trisha doesn't know much. Or maybe Trisha's an idiot. Trisha's fooled. So, or she's just a dumb little bitch because I'm the big dog up in here and I tell people, you know, give it to them like it is. Not this bullshit, twisted marrying truth to lie bullshit. Like McCarthy here, whatever. Let's not go there. Shut the fuck up, bitch. I said, this is my house. I'm the big dog in here. Most people couldn't build themselves a damn she shed. How about that? You know, whatever. It's like that one that I bought during the COVID. I just bought it for the material. It was so fucked up. Or I rebuild it, but I bought it for the material price. So guess what, Trisha? You don't know your ass from hole in the ground, let alone how to read a tape measure. So give people a short lesson on how to read a tape measure. What do I mean when I say minus on a tape measure? If I ask for something 15, you know, 15 and 5/8 minus, what am I meaning there, Trish? What I mean by the minus? Can you cut that? Do you know how to cut when I mean minus? Oh, Trish is stuck on dumb. I said, what's the minus? And look at you. You already forgot about the minus. Oh, shit. She already fucked it up. You know, I have an ex. She could probably work your ass under the ground. Like, no. Oh, yeah. She's a freaking framing fool. But you can't meet a tape measure, nor could you use a framing square. Like I said, you couldn't build a she shed. Shit, you couldn't build yourself out of a Cracker Jack box. Trisha, it's time for you to go. No, not 14 3/8. See, anybody can read a tape measure. Shit, that she couldn't. I'll tell you what. Are you one of those people where a guy slaps out a salami and you're like, well, that's just 3 inches or something? Or you don't even know. Oh, never mind. Just get out of here. You take your tape measure, go somewhere else there. Remember, I said I'm the big dog in here. So unless you want to take a bite of the bone, remember? Old Mother Hutter went to a cover to give her old dog a bone, and when she bent over, Rover took over and gave her a bone of his own. All right. Terrebonne, Oregon. How are you, Terrebonne? Speaking of Terrebonne, right on time, Terrebonne, right out of Culver, Oregon. So good stuff. Thanks for coming in. La Pine, L.A. Pine. We're in the L.A. Pine. Are you guys in the L.A. Pine? Remember when I went to high school, Mountain View High School, the only thing that was L.A. Pine was the Wiki Up Junction. There's nothing out there, man. It's amazing how all this whole place is just blown up. So, but whatever, man. I drove down the rabbit hole so far, Trisha. I realized that the tape measure is just What the hell is that all about, Tammy? No, come on, you can read it, Taser. Oh my gosh, dude, you guys are hilarious. Yeah, I'm enjoying myself in here, whatever, man. I got a drill, man. I'm stoked. I got a drill. Be building tomorrow, man. I'm a builder. Every day I work, sometimes 16 hours in here and go work for another 8 hours and sleep for 3 or 4 hours, get up and repeat and rinse and recycle. I got 6 jobs. I don't get tired. So, well, I don't know about Bob, but I like to build, man. I like to repurpose. I like to repurpose things out of nothing. Take trash and make them into treasure. Like all these boards here are all repurposed. See? This is one of the cabins that I'm going to rebuild this whole one again, but all of this is old, like rough saw material, you know. We have the little stove there. Got multiple ways to heat property here, you know. There's a fan that works right off the stove. Bunny, look, I need a dust in here. Yeah. About every week out here in the desert. I don't care if there's snow on the ground out here. It can be totally covered with snow. 3 or 4 or 5. You know, I've never had that much, and it still gets dusty in this desert with snow on the ground. I love it. So, oh, hey, there we go. Tennessee's coming in. He knows what I'm saying about 3/4 minus. Take the line, you dumbass. Take the fucking line. Listen, god damn it, bitch. Don't fucking cut the line. Don't cut the knot, just untie the line. Don't cut the knot. You got a bird's nest there, just untie the line. So heat rises, yep. Expansion. Yep. Heat negates, right? Cancels something, but it also expands. So I'm stoked. I am. Someday here in the near future, you'll lock this whole country down. I'm not going to ever have to leave these gates again, and I'm not going to have to deal with idiots. I don't want to come online anymore. It's not that I don't like online. It gets old. Not that I do come in here and still, but we're not that far away from it. They're going to put all military in all states and lock this whole captain's going to put on the fasten seatbelt signs, and you guys are going to be screwed. Blued in. The Most High don't dwell in temples made by hands. Tattooed. Woo! Epstein, the phenomenon, because autism is pregnancy. Listen, Ratchy, I don't hear about your Trumpstein files, okay? I don't hear about your EpiPen Island boys. Island boys, remember? He said he knows a snake before you let me in, and then he let Joe Biden in. Oh. Ooh! Oh. Hey, at least he ain't talking about Kirk, right? Everybody talking about everybody forgot about the old EpiPen Island files, the Trumpstein files, right? And they're like, oh, Charlie Kirk, he's learned a little knew too much. He was leaning a little bit to the right, and then like a dumbass, you know, like an elephant. He knew too much, leaning to the right, and they end up leaning to the left. So look at that honeypot, guys. That's absolutely hilarious. That is one of the stupidest things I think I've seen in a long time. So many people chasing their tail, guys. Oh, and then they're infighting too. There's like, it's the stupidest thing ever. That is one of the most brilliant false flags I think I've ever seen pulled off. And there's actually evidence this was just a hologram too, with the trap door, and it's all a bunch of bullshit. So 5 different shooters, and it's all just Charlie Kirk himself. EpiPen Island. Epstein didn't Epstein himself. Move on. Nobody outside America gives a fuck about Charlie Kirk. You know, what a bunch of idiots. Well, that'll make him sidetracked him. Trumpstein, hashtag Trumpstein Island. He's the island boy. He's the one who owns the island. Trumpstein. Trumpstein Island. EpiPen Island boys. Remember? You got to include the Clintons too, because she was all over that EpiPen, huh? EpiPen Island boys. We've been talking about this ministry for years. Man, I've told you on the dark web, he's been a PDF file on the dark web with all the white papers. Remember the Lolita? Actually, his phone was pegged or pinned. I got pegged, huh? From the tower back to EpiPen Island. His Trumpstein Island and back. Trumpstein Island. It's not EpiPen Island. It's Trumpstein Island. He's the one who owns it. He's the one who pays for all the oil. He's whatever. You don't know nothing. Remember Ellen DeGeneres, whatever, that she has her whole back thing decorated, and then she's got Mr. Floppy Cock. Was it Reggie? It's not Michael. His name's not Reggie. It's Michael. It's no man shall know it's Reggie. Stop calling him Michael. Oh, Michael. Even Barry did that. Barack Obama. That's not his name. That was his uncle's name, Barack Obama. That means in Hebrew, I saw lightning fall from heaven to earth to rule. The idiots that think they spin on a planet. And that's what keeps the water on the rock is gravity, because we're spinning. Yeah, you can take your little big feet out of here. Go on. We hear little space balls. Nonsense. Like America, that makes no sense. Not even a single cent. That's my ex-wife's name, Penny. Man, I threw so many pennies away. Damn, I wish I kept those like 82 pennies. I don't care about the clad pennies. But fuck, America makes not even no sense at all, doesn't it? So Maybe we should all move to Trumpstein Island, huh? We'll get free massages on every airport. Who do you think dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes to get a free massage at every port? No, so they could touch your kids, like Joe. Remember, you knew I was a snake before you let me in? Yeah, he's on it too. And then he let Joe Biden? Yeah. And Barry, remember? They're all in on it. He's the little horn. There we go, little Richard, little Dick. Remember that? You're just a little dick. You know that? Oh. Whoa. You guys are slow to the you guys know how to shoot from the hip? You know what that means? Quick to the draw. You speak with a forked tongue. Declare 2 witnesses. Make it a contract. Anybody won? Anybody won? Anybody won? What happened to you guys? I'm going to have to start auctioning all these people off out here. Oh. Oh, Kelly's. That's a name that's both female and male, like my name, Tracy. So, damn. Sometimes Kelly's got to be a difficult name being Kelly. So, I know my name's Tracy, so people, I'm going to go Terry, Stacy. What other names you get called Kelly other than Kelly? They got to call you something else. Just because, I don't know, people get weird with names like that. They call you anything else? So, they call me Revelation, but I am Pastor Apocalypse. But that's just part of the aletheia. Oh man, them cows are getting it out there. I love it. I love the cows. I love the cow. I love it. I love the wildlife refuge. Here we've got all the coyotes and the birds and we got more predator birds, osprey, hawks. Man, we got a lot of birds out here. But okay, so what are you? Yes, there's no political sides. There are 2 cheeks to the same hole, 2 wings to the same dragon. It's the delusion of choice. It's a selection. Remember, you get all these candidates, then you get blood related to the queen. You mix red and blue, and you get what? Kitty fuckers. Oh, I mean, purple people eaters. Can't keep it in the pants, keep it in the family kind of people. Trump. Oh, Gates. Oh, Rockefeller's Trot. Oh, yeah, all them. Yeah. Joe, the Bidens. Oh. Birds are as animals or as planes in the sky. Yeah, imagine how many birds we hit in the sky, man. That sucks. Kind of hating hitting a bird when I'm driving down the road. When I hit a bird, I'm like, damn, no. Can't hate. I wanted to be a bird. So, but if I'd have made a bird, I would have been a bird. I'd hit the top of the firmament. I'd try to get out of here. I'd be like Satan. Well, trying to build a tower to get out of here. But if I had wings, I'd hit the top. Boop, boop, boop. I hit the top of the firmament. So. Isn't that great, man? I'm glad I didn't become a helicopter pilot because I'd have figured out how to fly 3 steel buildings into 2 airplanes. I've been the first to do it. Perpetual motion, gravitics technology. I would have flown 3 steel buildings into 2 airplanes. Be like, as is above, so is below. Seriously, you must be as esteemed as the potter's clay turn their works upside down. So if they're going to drop 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes, then I want to fly 3 steel buildings into 2 airplanes. I could do it. So father said, no, you can't be a warrant officer in the military. I want to become a reconstructionist and do traffic crash or do traffic control. And I knew either one would give me to that same so I could fly. But he said no. And I remember when I started messing with magnets, he smashed me he really hurt me back then. But I couldn't play with magnets, and all I wanted to do was play with magnets, but he wouldn't let me. So, magnets when you're a kid, you like take and turn around. Whoa, my God. Holy, what the hell? Yeah. So you figure out how, 369, the secrets of the universe, Tesla, ether technology. Oh, man. How do you think they fly airplanes, you brother or sister? You think they put 60,000 gallons of airplane fuel inside of those wings? You're an idiot. You know nothing about geometry, do you? Basic. Oh, my gosh. All right, anyways. Yep, listen, you can't go put that square peg in somebody else's round hole. It don't fit here. Okay? GTA. No, we don't Grand Theft. No GTA. I got no time for no games, man.
Nothing wrong with playing games. My son is a really top gamer. I think he played Need for Speed, some of those other ones too. But no GTA. No. That was getting pretty allude to that new GTA they got. Every time they do it, they come up with more disgusting, filthy crap that they put in those games. Just something sick, you know. Whatever, it is what it is. They're adult games, but they let kids play them. So. Imagine saving $1 a day for a year. You can save up to 30,000. There we go. Doesn't take much, man. You bite off a little bit, you know, knock off a little bit. Chip away, chip away, chip away, chip away, chip away. And next thing you know, a big old chunk falls off, right? Look back, damn, how to get all that done? Well, steady wins the race. So how are you going to make it? I don't stay here too much longer, guys. I really got nothing to do, but maybe I'll poke some more smut. Anybody poking smut? I need a sparking pot. Anybody got a sparking pot for me? I got to get this thing settled here. Put it in position. No. Houston, we have a problem. Oh, the Eagle has landed. All right, we're gonna take a pause for the cause. Look at how I yawned for. I'm not even tired because I got up for 3 or 4 hours last night and laid down for an hour. I keep doing that. Sleep for 3 hours. Get up for 3 or 4 hours. Sleep an hour and get back up. So I don't know what it is. I have been getting up at about 1, and I like 3 is the best time to be awake ever. Awake, sleep's dead, but awake. Oh, you're awake, you're dead then. You're actually sleeping. If you're living the American dream, then you're sleeping. He said the enemy came and sowed seeds. Man, sticks and shit and seeds. If I do, somebody bleed. Oh, you guys remember the brown frown from downtown? They called it brickweed. Oh, what a derogatory term that is, huh? Man, you get some weed, man. You smoke some weed, man. Smoke some marijuana. Oh my gosh. Yes, it's all the same thing. 2 cheeks to the same dragon, 2 wings to the same hole. No, 2 cheeks to the same hole, 2 wings to the same dragon. Got you tricked. Silly rabbit. Tricks are for kids. April Fools. The New Year's does not start in the middle of the winter. That is, you're a Satanist. And we're not supposed to celebrate anything. I ain't folks some smart, man. I don't think I went to town today and really, oh man, didn't smoke no herbs, so it's time to herbify my brain skull for a momentary lapse of reason, and I'll be back. Like John Connor and Terminator. Well, Sarah Connor or John JC. That like Jesus Christ, huh? I'd be back. Like the Redeemer, remember? The Redeemer. He said, look up, for your redemption draweth nigh. Not like Bill Nye, the science guy. He's an actor. You think he's a scientist, huh? Okay, trust the science. Kind of like RFK, huh? He's not a scientist, he's a Satanist. Remember? The smoke will rise out of the pit. This is all being recorded. The government's watching you. You're on a list because you're in this channel, so you know. You better get out of here. They watch this channel. If you're scared, go to church. Oh. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? What are you gonna do? They'll come put you in a FEMA camp, make you work for the government.
So who thinks they're not going to be working for the government by the end of 2026? Maybe possibly the end of 2025 on your lunar pagan orgy Jesus calendar. You lunatic. On your Satanist calendar. 2025 is a Satanist date, right? There's no such thing as 2025. That's not real, but if it is real, then it's Satanist. So I hope you don't think it's 2025. So. You're probably a Satanist. You are the adversary. Oh man, I'm so excited to get the roof on that building tomorrow. I'll put the roof on the outdoor garden that we what do you got, a mouse in your pocket? That I built out here, and want to start growing some food. I'm hoping those ladies will get done here in about 2-3 weeks, and they won't take too much longer. So I've got some other things started here, some potatoes, some other stuff, so that I can get some food started in that garden, man. I'm looking forward to see what we can grow in there. I'm always growing, man. Growing and building and doing something. I got 15 things going on at one time. I'm a man of many hats, many jack of all. Oh, listen here, Mr. Meoff. Oh. Oh my gosh. Look at that. We need to get some fires in that. Put some Fuego on that. What you smoking? Oh, come on. Come on. Where'd it go? There it is. Oh, there it is. Shakalaka, shaka, shakalaka. You guys just sitting there not talking, or to my I think my YouTube, you suck. Terrible. Okay, let's see if we can. Okay, my chat came back up. My bad. YouTube doesn't like me. And now you're hanging out here. You're going to be your social credit score is going to be taken down because you're hanging out with crazy guy. The man's nuts. Grab him on YouTube. No, keep your hands to yourself until the riots come to complete stop. Oh my goodness. What's going on, Shakila? Have you been busy? Good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're super busy doing a whole bunch of awesome things to get yourself ready to not be abducted by fake aliens, robots. Elon's warehouses full of robots, DARPA's warehouses full of robots, Boston Dynamics, I'm sure Trump and Gates, I can't imagine how many Gates has. He did the flying mosquito, so I'm sure he has massive. He can do his robot. He can do his robot ritual. The fallen angel technology from World War II. Adolf got here, boy. I'm looking at my ladies right now. Nice. Yeah, I think I've probably about 3 weeks left on mine. They're a little early, and I'm fine with that. I'm just gonna watch the trichomes on them, and they're done when the trichomes tell me they're done. The plant's done when the trichomes are done. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, growing people don't realize that. Never mind. You know what you're doing, but that's okay. Probably all right, but a lot better. You can manipulate that if you'd like. But go ahead, Buggy, go big. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think about 3 weeks, and they're going to be finished. Because they're finished, a lot of the leaves are falling off. I noticed they're turning a little yellow, but watch it, Tiggy. Ow. They're everything. That's what gets you medicated.
My dog, get out of my way, yo, Biggie, trying to knock that bong out of my hand. You Biggie, 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 Biggie. You Biggie, Biggie. You almost knocked that out of my hand, Bog. I dropped my phone today and broke my phone. Woo! There's a big crack across my phone. Dag, learn it. This is my last phone, guys. When this phone goes, there'll be no more high desert faith and truth here. I can't. This is the last 4G phone they have in the system. And I didn't have the case on it like a ding dong. And I knew when it fell out of my hand, it was going to break too. It's just the way it fell out of my hand. I knew it. And I've dropped the phone before, but it was right on the edge of the where I was in the dirt in a parking lot. And there was a little dirt, and there was the edge of that curb line, and it hit right on the. I had a little bit of the pavement, not curb, but smashed all this corner over here, smashed on this, that side down there. And there's a big crack. Yeah, through the screen. Jimmy Crack Corn. I don't care. I want to get rid of this phone. I'm telling you. Yeah, it was an idiot, dude. I'm telling you. And I knew this is his last phone, and now I have the case on it, but oh my gosh, I'm a stupid ass. So I knew it. I did when it fell, I just slipped out of my hand too. I'm just I knew it when it just slipped out of my hand. I already knew it. Already did the you know what I'm saying before. I was no. You know. What are you doing? So it's all right. I'm ready to get rid of this phone. I'm going to ditch the phone in December. So probably be the last time I'm on the phone is December, because I'm going to go to jail. I'm either going to jail or I won't, you know what I'm saying, or I'm leaving. So won't that be crazy to go to jail after all this? Son and dead, gone missing, daughter dead, gone missing. They're not going to show up to my case, which they are they are the case. They don't even show up. Then I go to jail. Well, that'd be a trip, huh? But I'm not going to make any plans. So Father will do whatever he wants with me at this point in time, because I haven't been able to do a damn thing. Nothing. So they set it off for court for November, and then at the very 1st of December, it's is the trial. So I got to come up with another $5,000 here. As a matter of fact, I better get on that here in the next week or so. Figure out, get something sold out here. Oh my gosh. I'll figure it out somehow, some way. I got lots of things for sale. Father, just let somebody buy something from me. I don't even have any idea. I haven't even asked. Normally when you go to trial, you get the max. They give you the minimum, the maximum, because you took it to trial. So they throw the book at you. That's kind of the thing. Like, well, you could get 40 years in prison, but we'll give you a deal and get off probation and stay on probation for 3 years and not go to jail. I'm like, fuck it. Let's go to trial, baby. Yeah. Send it. My hands are, my fate's in God's hands. No, I'm not under the law. Remember, I'm chosen. So he's going to do whatever he wants with me. So I got nothing. I mean, if Elijah's dead and Adron's dead, I don't care if I went to jail. The only thing I worry about is my dogs. My doggo. My boy. He's been real super affectionate with Dad these last couple weeks. I don't know what's going on with him, but he's been pretty, yeah. It's been pretty, you gotta be touching Dad for some reason. But whatever happens to me is in God's hands. They can throw me in jail for just trying to help my son out over a probation violation that he didn't violate, and it was over something they said he didn't do, which not only did he not do it once, but he did it 2 times. And then they come in and do what they did. So I wouldn't put it beyond God, whatever. I told my son we might both end up in prison. Son, you did this not only once, but you did it twice. But you know how God brutal is.
he is to us. He's just going to do whatever he wants with us. Ever like a thief on the cross, and we never know. I mean, we just need to let him use our bodies. And he's like, boop. That's the last things I said to my son. And well, that's not the last things I said. The last thing he said to me, because I told him when they SWAT raided this house, I said, son, remember we talked about the thief on the cross. He said, okay, Dad, I love you. And he went out with his hands up and they shot him. So, oh my gosh, what a difficult life he's given me here. And I'll figure it out someday. But I can't do anything for 2 months now. I just got to wait every day. Nobody's going to go look for his dead, rotting corpse, or he's suffering and being extorted at the very least. That's the best case. It is what it is. I can't change it. That's why I really told myself I don't really want to talk about it, because I don't want to drag anybody into this. Already drug them into this already, because they go after him because they're mad at Dad. So that kingdom come, that's maybe when I'll see him again. I don't know when that'll be. Hope I'm not here too many more years if he's gone. I don't really want to be here too many more years, but I don't really want to be here right now. But I'm not here for me. That's obvious. I don't live for me. I live for Father. So I got to drag this old bag of bones around in this meat suit, but I get it still. I mean, I'm not out of shape or anything. Better shape. Most people can work a lot harder than people half my age, but my brain is just a little separated from time to time here through these last 15 months, 16 months. And I haven't got nowhere. I went backwards, man. I spent $150,000 for nothing. I could have 5 Tacoma double calves, man. I just lost all that. Just trying to help them, but oh well. I have to live with it, like I said. Already, I'm responsible for their death. That's what's changed in me. Is I realize now that if I'd have taken the gold and silver, like Elijah said, both of them would probably be alive. So it's my fault that they're dead, because I didn't listen to my son. I think Marshall shot him because Elijah told him, you need to give my dad that gold and silver pack. I owe you $10,000. My dad doesn't owe you that money. And Marshall said, it's too late. It's too late. That's why Marshall didn't tell me until a year later that Elijah argued with him the whole way home, and he never ever told me it's anything of the sort. So I think it was to cover up for what he had done to Elijah. And then by my unbeknown to me, telling Marshall that, Marshall, I'm going to talk to Adriana one day. You said you have my silver and gold, and then now you're saying you don't have it. You're saying she has it. This case can end someday. I'm going to talk to her. I was going to take my dogs, and I'm going to take my dog, and I'm going to go. They don't want to argue with him. So I'm probably responsible for both of their deaths. I have to live with this now for the next however many years he keeps me. So welcome to my life. And I can't report them murdered or missing. Isn't that crazy? They won't take a report for the people who shot them. Won't take a report. They don't have jurisdiction. So if there is, hell's not a place, knowledge. But if there was something that people would call hell, I think I'm living it. I think this is as close as you can get to hell. I don't know nobody else that can't report their son and daughter missing or murdered with the homicide by Marshall Radinich, with the motive to boot too. You say, here's the motive. I've been a prior law enforcement. I've been a reconstructionist investigator. I've given them all the evidence, the forensic, they don't ever want to look at it. It's like even I gave my attorney that money. I said, this is for my son, so I can find my son. And then when I tell him, hey, he told me call the state police, they say they don't have a jurisdiction. He don't call me back. And then I talk to him, and then I say, hey, I think my son has been murdered, And he's like, oh, we can beat this case. And he doesn't even talk about my son. He just ignores me. And that's what I told him I gave him the money for. I don't care if I go to jail or not. I want to find out where my son and daughter are at. So it didn't work. I just wasted $150,000. So, oh well. That's the last of my worries.
I'm responsible for my son and daughter's death. Well, if they're dead, because not like a literal thing, but I didn't take the gold and silver, and that gold and silver being a good thing that got them both killed. So, oh well, I'm ready to die, but I'm also ready to stay here for another 50 years, whatever Father has, and my day of death's already written. Don't worry about that. It won't be by my hands. I'll never take my life. That's not. You have to be saved. You have to die and endure to the end. So if you take your life, can you be saved? No, you can't. You have to endure to the end to be saved. So suicide is not something that will ever be an option. So if they were come out here and hear a story that, they came out and shot this place up, I don't own any weapons. They shot me up and they planted a weapon on me because I don't own any. I'd never do that. I want to be with Shiloh more than I want this world. I don't care what happens to my body. So I can't do anything about it. I'm over it. Just the thought of him up there suffering hurts, but what can I do? What can I do? I've already done everything legally I can do over and over again. I just keep getting myself thrown in jail and costing more money. We could have used at least one double cab at this point. Like Elijah told me to take double cab and go. And I just spent 5 double cab Tacomas, in the last year, like 2014, something, the one that I wanted, just like he told me to go and take the dogs and do what it was that I'd wanted to do since he had turned 18, and he's now 26. If he's still alive, I don't know. So it's my doing because I wanted to help him. I know he was getting screwed because of me. They were attacking him because of me. I felt very responsible for what he was going through. I know he did all his probation, not once, but twice. I know. I documented it with him, all of it. It's so crazy too, because the attorney's like, well, the 180 hours doesn't matter in this case. So I'm like, wow. The whole case is about 180 hours, but I understand what he's saying. I understand what I had to talk to Kevin about it, and pretty much because I don't think he understood. I said, if I can come up with the $5,000, Kevin, John's going to beat the case. He won't talk about my son because he's not my son's attorney. He was my son's attorney. I paid him more than I did even on this case, which is incredible for, I think he's giving me this rate because I told you the price of Elijah's bail. But yeah, I have to take it to trial. I'm not taking a deal, and he knows that. So he's not my daughter's attorney. He's not my son's attorney. He's my attorney, and his job is to get me off these charges. So he doesn't want to hear any of this other thing, so he set the trial date for one day. So my son and daughter, who are the whole case about them are murdered or missing, are not going to even be about my trial. This is my two basically star witnesses in the case. The whole case is about them pretty much, or at least him and his hours, and she worked it, and I can't even call them to witness. This is insane. They should have already dropped this case so long ago. So it's hilarious. I think I think that gold and silver that I went up, it already went up $7,000 from when I gave it to him. $7,000. It's gone up since I gave him, the money, tens of thousands of dollars. So, and I only need 5. I'd have $2,000 in my pocket right now. So Father beats me every day, and I have no way to ever get ahead, and I always just go backwards. Look, I just went backwards over $150,000. And remember, I don't have veterans benefits. I don't get a paycheck. I'm not like you guys. Some of you guys get Social Security and disability, and I'll get nothing. I paid Social Security since I was 15, had a job at 13, so joined the military at 17. So I'm not mad. I'm mad at myself more than anything for being stupid, not taking the gold and silver and buying the double cab, because I probably could have made money on the road. So even if my son is alive now, I think he would never talk to me again. So
early I scrolled in this through. He was going preaching. I scooped the bong. He scooped the bong. What'd you scoop the bong for? You're supposed to smoke the bong, not scoop the bong. This guy's scooping the bong. He's always got some Scooby snacks. Well, all right. Hey, why don't you share some of them Scooby snacks with us there? I know somebody grew that strain, some Scooby snacks. It was pretty good. It was this strain. I forget what it was. I think it was a Dutch cross or something like that. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good medicine. But we're not giving any medicinal advice. So don't take any of this. This is all game theory. You're all going to die. And so am I. We all have that in common. Hallelujah. But 216 million Americans are going to die before the end of the year. Hey, little dabble do, huh? He's like a little dabble do. He's like the scarecrow off of the Straw Man or Wizard of Oz. He's like, just a little dabble and I'll spring into action. Yeah. See, this is what good herb. This is what good herb does for you. Oh, it's helping, but vet appointment, man. What are you taking your dog to the vet for? That sucks. I don't like taking dogs to the vet. My beautiful puppy dogs. I love my boys. No, you stay over there, you goof. If I say I love him, they'll come over here. Try to love on me. I'm trying a new camera holder. So, oh my goodness, hold on. We got a hole. I dropped my camera, broke my camera, guys. So we almost didn't. You almost never saw me ever again. I told you if I break my camera, you're not gonna see me ever again on here, because I don't have. There's no more cameras in their system, or no more phones, 5G phones, or the only phones they have. No more 4G. And remember, I'm actually broadcasting because it's halfway, so I'm a 2G phone. I'm on a 2G phone, broadcasting from a Fritos corn chip or potato chip. So no, hold on, it's not. It's a I'm broadcasting from a Pringles potato chip. That's my satellite. You know. I listen to satellite meteorite. That's the shit I don't like. Oh. Oh man. I think I've reached a level that oh, that's a bummer. Yeah, normally if a dog is yelping, they're in some pain, because dogs have an extremely high pain tolerance. You know what I'm saying? That's a good call. The dog will let you know. So that's a bummer, man. Because like I said, think about it. A dog normally won't whip or whine. I mean, a little bit, but they won't, they have a really high pain tolerance. And if they're whipping or whining a little bit, they probably got something going on. They'll tell you. Kind of like a lady. She'll let you know if you're not doing it right or something's not right. So. Oh, man. Oh, man. I was really hoping to get out of this country and go to the doctor. That's what I'm a little disappointed about, too, guys. I don't know how these next couple months are going to fend for my lungs. The only thing that's really helping me is this, what I use here. So you can't believe in our Lord, Savior, Jesus Christ. There's no such thing as believing in Jesus. You've been in here before, haven't you, Void, the Noid? I think you've been in here before, Void. Remember, I don't really forget too many people. 2 V's in a row, like Va, like 66, like 66 canonized books. So then you come up with your stupid Jesus last time, and you got slapped around by the truth. You can't handle the truth. Yeah, I'm just worried about my body now. I really am, how I'm going to function over these next 2 months. And I'm fine. Father will help me, but I'm struggling. I don't know what happened to me the other day. I mean, I was having a real, I reached back in the seat, just got stretched real far back, I mean, leaned over in the seat, but man, I was like, whatever happened the other day, I was like, whoa, I felt that from whatever happened the other day. So I think it's this tear gas in this cabin. I think I figured it out. I really do. I think it's being in this cabin because Kevin says when he comes in here, he feels, so there's still tear gas behind every wall, behind every crack and everywhere. There's tear gas behind every one of these boards. They totally ruined this whole cabin. I'm going to have to completely disassemble the whole cabin inside and out to get this cabin back to clean it. I'm to blow all the boards apart, everything, and rebuild all out on it. I'm about to get the nails again or whatever, and screws, and it's gonna be a big project to undo it. Um, so, because remember, this place was white in here, you know. So it's what's doing it to me. I know it's why I don't have any. It just keeps leaching out of the wood. It keeps pushing out, and it's behind the. So they shot 5 tear gas canisters. That's excessive force. That's just way too many. They'll answer that. Like I said, I'm gonna get up in town. I've got next week. I've got a couple of things to finish this week, and the next week I'll gonna go up to town and try to speak with the civil attorney so that I can get this. I should have done it a long time ago, but it is what it is. God's hands now. There's nothing I can do. I really was hoping he'd let me out here because he's writing all things. He created all things, so nothing's happening by chance. But I think I got away pretty good because they wanted me dead, and it's obviously by hitting me in the face with a grenade and grenading either on it. And, my son and daughter from a dead sleep that's a civil lawsuit. That's why I don't believe they're alive. As much as I don't want to say that, because I want to have some kind of hope that they're alive, but there's just no calls from anybody. There's nothing. It's just dead. It's like I was shot. He got shot. I was hit in the face with a grenade, but they were grenaded and he was shot. So he's definitely probably not in his right mind. They should have taken him to the hospital like myself. Instead, they drug us all to the county jail. And it's been just a terrorizing nightmare. And it's quite the drag just to get to the SWAT raid too. I mean, I tried everything in my power to prevent my son from going to jail. And I can't even believe I'm here today. I cannot believe I spent 5 years prior to the case trying to, get involved with this case on what they originally did to my son in the case. They originally sent him to jail. He's only one to go to jail with 5 guys in the same case that I'm all now involved. And they don't want to listen to it. My attorney said, "Oh, that's not part of the case." But the whole case is about. He's even screaming that. Not whatever he said. It's saying that in the air. I'm talking about it too, but nobody ever wants to ever. Sometimes I really feel as if I'm dead, and I've been dead before because this isn't my first, rodeo. So, um, it's okay. Elijah's day of death's already written. So if he's not here, he ain't suffering. I can tell you. And I know he loves the word more than he loves me, and he loves the word more than he loves his wife. And that's what I love about him so much. So all I can do is, you know, keep it in God's hands. I've never not. I would have already, probably done something stupid, but I'm not gonna let my mind ever go to thinking that I can ever fix something that God has already created. So I'm just making time, passing time through this vessel and trying to do what it is that he tells me to do, follow after him, do what he did. You know what I'm saying? But
soon they'll lock down this country and I won't be able to look for them anymore. And that's going to really drive me nuts, but it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But I just got to get now to this next court date, and hopefully these civil lawsuits attorneys will. I think it's going to take a couple of attorneys on this case. There's a lot of money involved, so I think they're going to get a couple of attorneys involved. I think this is it's going to be one of the largest cases to come out of the state of Oregon, and maybe I don't know, a couple of decades, maybe longer. It's a massive case. It involves 3 counties in the state of Oregon and the federal government, because they were all called, to try to prevent all this case from even happening. So, and I have the discovery of it, but the criminal case is separate than the civil case, so I have to file them separately. And, I maybe should have filed the civil case earlier, but remember I postponed that because I didn't want the taxpayer to pay for the criminal behavior of the public servants. These people are supposed to be community and public servants. I've done this, and I know what I've had that boot on my foot, so I know what it's like to be a jackboot thug. And so that's why I try to get him to drop the case. Then I would need to file the civil lawsuit. I wasn't seeking money. I was trying to at first get him to leave my son alone, stop fucking with him, and then now try to find his dead body. And now I can't even report his dead body or missing or murdered my son or my daughter. They won't take the report. So where do you go from here? And it's different when you know where their bodies are lying at. Somewhere within that grid coordinates, I know where they're at. So someday it'll all come to pass, like I told Marshall, and then I think he killed my daughter after that. Lured her down there, and that's why I found her car. All this has been reported. I'll get over it. But I gotta stay in this, moment now and keep building the ark, and because I already told him to come back home. He already knows when that seventh nation, that Wesley Clark, Trump's plan to go into Iran, Iraq, all the Saudi nation, Kuwait, all the last one was Iran. And I ever told him his whole life, no matter when he was younger, I said, when we get to this stage, I want you to come home. No matter where you're at, son, no matter where you're at, come home. This is when we need not to make sure we're not fighting anybody, Dad. We'll have everything we need there already. Just come home. I know you're living with your wife. If you have a wife, I told him this was for young. This has been going on for a long time. Remember, this is something I told him he was really very young. So this is just something between me and him. So, and here we are. We bombed Iran. So that doesn't give me any hope at all that he's here, because that's just something between me and him. I know if he knows how serious that is, because he knows this world. He's not stupid. Be stupid means to be nice. He knows. He's not in the. He just watched over my shoulder for a lot of years when I was studying many different ways, and he told me that later in life, because he said that the reason why he is and knows the things that he is, because I didn't push it on him. He said you get pretty enthralled in your studying. I can wake you from a dead sleep and not think that you ever sleep. Dad, do you ever sleep? Yeah. Why? Because I ever wake you up and say, Dad, you don't go what? You don't ever. I don't have to ask you 2 times. But when you're sitting there studying, I have to ask you, Dad, 15 times. So it is the way I am. I can't help who Father made me. And I know that, he knew that. And so I don't know. That's just kind of the only hope I've ever clung on to, whether the evidence or not, that he'd be here. And I think that's why he was willing to move here, because he knew that where we were at in this, timeline. And you take it as you will, but I mean, we do have military in 25 states in America.
they want to stick their thumb up their ass and just be the stupid, talk about the dumbest shit, you know. And they don't want to talk about anything. I was talking to Kevin about it. They'll talk about anything but the truth, you know. They'll talk about anything about preparedness, anything. Hey, football and sports and, you know, you know, Hollywood or whatever, but they won't have any real talk, no real speaking. About 30 seconds, they just go ghost for you, you know. No. The most blaspheming scripture ever. John 3:16, the pagan orgy believe, Sex Pistol orgy Jesus. God's a title. The pagan Satan God of 3:16 John believes an action word. It's not a thought. You can't believe in Jesus. Can't believe in God. Believes is not an action word, is it? Oh, it is. So you can't believe in him. I rebuke John 3:16 and all these Satan pagans that push this bullshit on people like they even know what the fuck they're talking about. They're Satanists. They don't even know what the word believe means. To be saved, you have to die to be saved, so I don't kill myself. Grow up, you religious idiots. Never quote any scripture that you haven't defined. Go away from me, you pagan. Bible wasn't written on paper. You're an idiot. What you been smoking on paper? It was written on stone. What are you smoking? You don't know the Hamashiach. Get out of here. Get away from me. You smell like some stinking religious. I can't wait till the bots come for all of you and gather you up and take you where their Father has. Your day of death is already written, not by my hands. Keep being religious. You wait. They're going to release this event. And go look at the deagle maps. It's all you Christian pagans that die on these maps. Hello. It's the Whitey nation, the European nation, the Catholic and the Christian nations that are go down the most, who take the biggest hits from the deagle maps. Grow up, you religious idiots. Get and dwell in temples made by hands. You got to know the word. You got to know what every word means by definition. He said aletheia. You don't speak any Greek. So don't come in here and speak any scripture to me. I'll shut you down, beer, and, you know, turn your lights out. No, I'll show you the light, but then you're out of here. Children are meant to be seen and, no, not to be seen or heard in here. I'll sup with vipers. I'll cast my pearls before swine. We'll show you to the outside. You go outside and play with somebody else till the lights come on. Apparently your lights are out. Child of darkness. Bible. I rebuke Bible. That's such a childish word. Nothing was written on paper. Now it's written on the hearts of the bride. It was from stone to hearts of the bride. And he reveals, seeking you shall find, asking you shall receive. We don't sup or knock, right? No knock. And I will come sup with you. We don't sup with vipers because we don't break bread. So we're not supposed to cast our pearls in the mud. So it's what happens when you become a religious idiot. Pretty soon these silly little robots are going to come gather you up. Oh, I see it, plain as the nose on my face. But I'll be the crazy one like Noah. Whatever, it's in their fallen angel technology. The Hitler got fallen angel technology. It's that easy to fool the whole world. People who thought they were going to get raptured on 9/23, all this nonsense, all religious idiocracy. So believe is a verb. Maranatha, he said, have your loins girded in my service, believing in me. Faith is a noun. You got to put legs on faith. These people have no knowledge. They're in hell already. You don't die and go to hell. Hell's not below your feet. You're going to go gnash teeth because you're stuck to this fleshy world and you're a Jezebel. So that's the word orge, Tyler. Orge, O-R-G-E, the Greek word orge, orge, O-R-G-E. You speak any Greek, Tyler? You speak scripture. I'm wondering if you speak any Greek. You know what I'm saying? You ever heard that term before? As you come in here spitting, Tyler, another female or male's name, right? God created Father, one race, the human race, man and woman. He said, don't add a jot. You know what the word orge is? You want to stick your nonsense in here? Or 2 cents? Or, well, hello? Is there anybody out there? I rebuke all religions. You're all going to hell. You're already there. You don't know what to define, how to define hell. You probably realize you're already in that empty space in your head. No, there's not one God. His name is Jesus Christ. Those are all pagan things never written in Scripture. God never written the Scripture. Jesus never written the Scriptures. And Christ never written the Scriptures. You're a Satanist. Most people go to hell. So Christ, remember, Paul said 2 Jesus, right? There's 2 Jesus. Name is Shem. All this is blasphemy, brothers and sisters. This is not written in Scripture. This word is written as Shem, which meant all the words, the Torah, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. Remember, the law is blotted out. See that this person, no Jesus, there's no J in either Hebrew or Greek, and Christ is a pagan term out of paganism. So this is just some lollipop Christian or some idiot that has never read the Scripture ever once. Not with the definition of any words. They don't know what they're talking about. This is the vanity of the world. The nice Jesus. To sit down and believe Jesus. You got to put legs on faith, like I said. These people don't sit down and ever read any of the text ever. I can just tell by their dialect. It's alien. Alien's a word. There's no such thing as aliens. Aliens is 2 words. Father is the word Hokadesh, Holy Ghost, Ruach, that's Hebrew, right? Hamashiach, he's the Messiah, the word in flesh. But they don't speak anything but a bunch of nonsense Christianity, which is Satanism. That's the deadly head wound and healed. They go by the communion and follow the Mass A. And they're idiots. They don't know any of the scriptural or celestial historical record. History's not written in a book. You're an idiot. So that's okay. Excuse me. I've read the Bible cover 27. Yeah, there's only one version. Which version do you read? Their Bible of dreams. There's no such thing as a Bible. I rebuke you. You're a child. You don't know anything about that text. You can know it all. You can quote every verse, but if you don't put legs on faith, you idiot, which means you don't know. Do you have any definition in you? I mean, you're just a bumbling idiot, I guess, just buzzing around and just doing the same thing from flower to flower. You ain't producing no fruit. Do not judge them by their cover. Oh, in a book, huh? Go away from me. Tell me which text you read then. Hold on, let me see. Hold on, what do you say? Tell me which text you read. I try to be nice. Okay, listen, brothers, just watch. I try to be nice. The word nice to me means to be stupid. So I try to be nice to you by saying Christ, which is a pagan term, never written in the text, is Lord, which is never written in the text, suffered and died. Oh, here we go again with the John 3:16. Are you going to put that crap? Oh, just stop talking in here. Go away from power dreams. You're a Satanist. You're an occultist. You go after these religions, and I rebuke you. You never just sat down and define. Do you know what a lexicon is? Stop talking. Stop typing. Answer my question or leave. Do you know what a lexicon is? Hello, hey, talking to you. I'm gonna moderate you if you don't stop. A lexicon. Yes or no? Doom, 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 doom. You need somebody to play some kind of game music for you in the background? Yes or no? It's not. Goodbye. Idiot. Satanist. Satan means add 1 letter, add 1 jot to his text, add a single jot. I've done it. I don't do that anymore. He said, come out of my people, right? Do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. You'll know them by their fruit. You can't even define one definition of the one word. The word aletheia is truth. Has to be spoke. Any Greek, they don't want to listen. That's an ass. Brutish in nature. That's what Christ would call you, a brute beast. You have an unwillingness to learn. You know your own Jesus. There's millions of versions of Jesus, okay, if you want to call that. He said, many will come in my name. Shem, authority, agape. What does that mean? I don't know. Because you're a religious idiot. I'm in love with the world.
No, I hate this world. You're not to be loved by the world. If you're loved by the world, you'd be hated by my Father. That's these idiot. Nice means to be stupid. See, I could just get in a couple words in your text and already know that you're a religious idiot. He doesn't dwell in temples made by hands. He said that twice, and he always declares 2 witnesses. There's always a sister chapter if you sit down and read. Knock, and I will come sup with you. That's what he's talking about. Seek and ye shall find. That doesn't mean a job or a house or a car or a wife or, oh, God, that doesn't ask, oh, please, no. It's about the bis, those words. He is the word. He is the bis. He is the whole Kadesh. Go away from me, you religious idiots. Get away from me. You stink like the earth. That's the rule. Earth's not below your feet. Heaven's not above your head. That's what religion does to people. Makes them not define anything. Father is definitive. Remember, he is I am. Self-existent. Jehovah God. You want to start using J's? Come on. Grow up. All right, moving on. You're not going to be one of the people who make it. You're going to be one of those people that call yourself a religion. I am not a Christian. I am not religious. I rebuke religions. I rebuke the government. Christ stood up to the government. And if you don't stand up to the government, you're not Christ-like. Well, the rulers of the day, the Pharisees and the law, they threw the ones who killed them, in these temples. And that's what you're doing is hanging out. And he called them the synagogues of Satan. It's the same thing today. See? You're just spun on some ball or planet, right? You live on a planet. See, no, you don't. Nobody lives on a planet. There's no such thing as a planet. So add 1 jot. Remember, that's a dot. Now they blew it up into a planet and water's sticking to it and they're spinning around at 1,040 miles an hour. In the 3rd dimension, rock from the sun, corkscrewing through time and space. I hate to break it to you. You're already in space on that heliocentric model. Like this one time at Bandcamp, the flat model, the Peter Pan, and then they get the round Earth model, and then I stuck it in that American Pie. Look at that. You'll take your little flute and stick it in somebody else's pie, all right? Peter Pan. Peanutty. Who's nuts now? The man's nuts. Grab him. Take him. Get him out of here. You're not going to step to the word. You're an idiot if you don't study anything. That's what it means to be an idiot. You don't even know. Never seen it or heard it. Idiotas. Ignorant. Ignoramus. Ignoramus, idiotas. Call people that, they'll freak out on you. Oh, freak out. There you go, lady in red, if you're still in there. We got to get a little music. So thank you, Father, for keeping me in the word. I'll keep in the word no matter what. So I dropped my phone today. It's broken, so we might not have any more live streams here. We got a big crack cross strain, so if I just disappear, it's probably because my phone take a crap on me. So it's nice knowing you, brothers, sisters. Hopefully you'll stay together. Put the phone cover on it, but she's looking pretty cracked there, but I can work with it for now. I knew it when it fell on my phone, but that's okay. It's all meant to be. Only reason I have a phone is to have a court date. I won't have a phone if I had a court date. I'll probably be out of here, right? Remember, I'd be in Mexico by now eating barbecued iguana and smoking homegrown Acapulco marijuana. So, well, hey, hold on. Take a toke to that. I'm on a Mexican radio. I wish I was in Tijuana. Never mind. Thank you, Father, for making me who I am, because I hate my life. I can't stand this. I can't wait till he's done with me. But this is okay, because it became a bounty and blessing. Well, not be blessed. Abundance and bounty beyond treasure that you couldn't fit in a shredder, in a safe, or the kind you can measure. I'm talking treasure that you can't. It comes after life. So that I know. He saves the best for last. Is chosen. Many are called. Many enter by the wide gate, because on the Broadway that leads them to hell. Who's not willing to narrow the pornea, the inner lies, demons, or liars. That's what a demon is. Not a devil. Devil is the word demon, but a demon is not a devil. Devil doesn't exist. That's not a word in text, but you keep using these words that are in text. No, they're not. It's your problem. It's not in them. It's written on the hearts of the bride. Remember? Vessels of wrath fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. He also knew. He also chose, right? He also knows. Prognosko, to have foreknowledge of. So it's a bought and paid purchase possession. If you spend it, guess what? You ain't going to have nothing for later. You want to be saved? You're going to have to die. Like he paid the price for that will so you can receive your heir. And if you don't have a crown to set at the feet of Shiloh, then you are not going to receive your heir, your inheritance to the age of heir. Heirs, errors. You know what an heir is? Not like an error because you've been left out of, play left out in baseball. And there we go, playing balls again. But heirs. Somebody dies, they fill out a will. There was an old will, and you made a testament of this new will, living will and testament. And you're a test. It's a test of your faith. By faith alone are we saved. But you got to die if you want to be saved. See why these religious idiots, they don't define anything? Not my fault. I didn't create most people to go to hell. Father did. You might be lucky in your life you ever met 3 or 4 people in your whole life that are going to go to the wedding feast of the Lambs. So look around. When you wake after you die and you mourn in the wake in the morning and you get up and remember, everybody's evil. Start telling yourself that. Everybody's evil. Damn, everybody's evil. Yeah, they're acting nice. That's evil. We all know the last 3 presidents for sure were PDF files. Why doesn't anybody brought them to trial? Or are they going to try to bring me to trial? Just try to help my son. And I have all the evidence, but hey, he's got 34 felonies. He put remember the extreme risk order. I put out the videos. It's on here. I mean, that's my life. Seriously, it's on here. The extreme risk order, warning, they'll come take your guns without no conviction, no nothing. And the same thing, it's on here, and they came used against me. He's got 34 felonies. I have no record. He can control all the militaries, and they came and took my guns, and I can't even protect my animals. Man, I think he'd be better off dead right now. What do you think? No, you guys want to keep this word? I ain't going to take my life, but you must be keeping me here for some reason, huh? Oh, all glory to me. All glory to Shiloh, the Redeemer. Never. It's about a winning. So, anyways, I don't care. Jimmy Crackhorn, he can't serve 2 masters. That's the word Lord, and that's a pagan term. And your master's dead to me. So we're supposed to die daily to self. That's the word pornea, idolatry. Demon is the reverse idolater, and that is the one who lies to somebody else. We've all been a demon, a devil, if you want to call it that, a Satan. That's the adversary because we've added to his word. He is the word, Holkadesh. He is the word in flesh, Shiloh. Christ, the pagan term. Lord, the pagan term. Jesus, the pagan Jesus. If it's the one birthed right, not in the middle of the winter, but when the shepherds were in the field with the sheep, born of the house of David, David declared him lamb. As David was born of Bethlehem, Christ was born of Bethlehem. They were both right from the house of David, right? David. That's why the lineage, the begotten's matter, but never mind. I don't want to. You people just don't pay attention. It's not that complicated. I'm not I'll smash a biblical scholar. The weapon formed against this gospel shall prosper. It's complicated. It's refined. It's efficient. It doesn't need to be changed. It doesn't need to be added to. It's perfect. If you change or add anything to it, you are a Satanist. You are an antichrist. And that's the other gospel that Paul spoke of, the other Jesus. That's not religion, is it? No. G-O-D. God damn it does not mean taking the Lord's name in vain. Wake up. He said the enemy came and sowed seeds while you were sleeping. Remember, Peter, he denied Christ 3 times as the rooster crowed, right? Did he wake you up there? He said, don't go to sleep. The enemy came and sowed seeds while you're sleeping. That's the broadcast. Yeah. Welcome to another HD fat broadcast out here in the desert at the rim of the Great Basin, the largest dark sky sanctuary in the world. living the American dream. If anybody could be living it, just don't have anybody to share it with but you guys. So Father made you have to come in here and deal with me. Father nature and Father time. He does all things after his own counsel and his own pleasure. So creates all things, time, all things, everything written, everything there will be. Kind of like Back to the Future, everything not written, everything it ever will be. See, he's going to write it. You think you're writing it? You're an idolater. You think you're coming to Jesus? He said, if I didn't call out to the hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. So nobody's coming to Jesus. Nobody's coming to the Hamashiach. Nobody's coming to Christ, the one born of Bethlehem, not of Nazareth, because nothing good could come of Nazareth. Oh, man. You better focus. You better concentrate, not like OJ, the guy running down the highway in a white Bronco and get bucked out of here. The guy would try to get his shit back, or the guy who had a glove that whacked his wife. But anyway, remember, he did. He divorced Christ divorced his wife and called her a whore. So you better concentrate. If you find yourself staring at a orange juice bottle because it says concentrate, you might be a redneck. All right. Look at this. All this time you could have to be spending studying the word. That's why you find yourself approved. And I'm not perfect, but I love the gospel. I love to share it. He said, don't boast because you know, but woe if you don't share it. You know about the riders of Revelation? Woe, horses. 2 riders on white horses, right? One has a bow and one has the sword, the inheritance to the church. The one who is going to require a crown to have set at his feet so he can receive your heir, your inheritance. You're the heirs to the inheritance, to the crown, to the throne of God. The kingdom of heaven is within. You're lost, huh? It's because you're religious. Oh, kingdom. Remember, no kings ritual. They just had 2 kings. Remember, 2 crowns. One has the key to the pit, like they chain, like they've been blockchaining everybody to the credit scoring everybody. So there'll be judgments. They do it on this rock just to mock as you walk on a block or a ball. Are you spinning on a ball? That word is pervert. Should study the Hebrew. Remember, he was the Hamashiach. It means Messiah in Hebrew. He was born of Bethlehem. Remember the star of Bethlehem? There's celestial markers in the firmament. Not in the heaven. Heaven's the ruling class. Remember, the heavens declare the glory of God. The firmament declares his handiwork. You might want to go back and read David's writings. Remember, he's from the house of David. You ever heard anybody speak like this in a church? No, because he doesn't dwell in temples made by hands. Your body's a temple. Remember, the kingdom of heaven is within. He wrote that contract on the heart of the bride. Remember, he hung on a tree, called his wife a whore, and divorced her and made a new covenant. It said to be a wedding. Are you going to be there? Are you going to have your name written on that book? Or are you going to be disappeared on that deagle map? One of the 216 million Americans by the end of 2025 on their lunar calendar, where they blended Satan calendar with their worship of their sun god Satan to blend the calendar so that the New Year starts in the middle of the winter. The New Year's does not start in the middle of the winter, idiot. April Fools. New life and New Year's starts up when, springs up when, pops up when. Hello. See, you're a Satanist and you know it. Oh, no, you don't. He's got you tricked. Silly rabbit. Tricks of her kids. Remember Semiramis? She had sex with her son. That's Catholicism. Yes, it is. Satanism. That's the deadly head wound that was healed. That's the Mass A. Eat your kids. Moloch. Throw your kids in the fire. Mass A. Eating the flesh. Trumpstein Island. Hashtag that out and send that one around your ball. Take your 2 balls or your 2 big feet out of here. Tell Mr. Warp Speed that Chewbacca didn't have Wookiee with an Ewok, you know. now we don't have big feet. So take your two big feet and your two big balls out of here. Exit stage life or stage left or stage right. This big world stage, they got you playing your part, and you're acting like a clown, like Mr. Warp Speed with his orange face, painted like the sun god Mithra. But nobody's ever been able to decipher why Donald paints his face orange. It's because it's like Mithra, the sun god. The sun is orange, but it's not anymore. But if you painted it white, nobody would. I try to teach you that you can't see the sun when it's white. When I have to paint it orange on the lesson board, otherwise your eyes don't see it. I make a white thing. You think it's the moon. So if Trump had any balls, he would paint his face white like the bozo the clown he is. Now who's got that motherfucker shooting out of a cannon now, huh? Mr. Warp Speed. What about that surface-to-air missile? You know, they shot him 3 times, right? You really think you got the cartilage would be gone? Come on, guys. The flag that was dropped. How about balls dropping, remember? Like New York on New Year's, Mr. Manhattan. I now have the tallest building in the world, Mr. Blind 11. 4 plus 5 is 9. 4 plus 7 is 11. President 9/11. Back to the Future, or what? Is this what great again feels like, or what? Want to go back in time? 4 plus 5 is 9. He said, you knew I was a snake before you let me in. 4 plus 5 is 9. And then he let Joe Biden skip Joe Biden. 4 plus 7 is 11. Back to the Future. Now we're 8 months in. Welcome to Revelation. Welcome to the age of air. Oh, air, yeah, not deception. Oh, drops of water. No, not even a drop in this age. Oh, you are still deceived by water? Pisces. Remember, they birthed the flesh vessel through the amniotic fluid. We're all birthed into this water. That's why they birthed you into this water law. You've been merchandised, stocked, well, pegged or staked to the stock exchange, right? The New York, Mr. Manhattan, dropping balls. Well, balls in the sky, remember? Apollyon, Satan, Mithra, the sun god with the 58-story tower. Remember the one that had, well, brought the disease and the cure of the disease? That's Satan, the bringer of the disease and the cure. They'd be fooled by, what does it say? Sorcery? You don't know the lexicon? You ever define anything? That means what? Sorcery. Isn't that like snakes up a cross? Or up a pole? Oh. Yes, Mr. Warp Speed. Mr. Jab, the creator of the jab. #1 drug dealer ever on this rock. $2.2 trillion outpaced any single home. Remember he said the Most High does not dwell in temples made by hands. His 58-story tower in Manhattan. I now have the tallest building in the world in Manhattan. Drop 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes, then you can have your butt buddy Barry. Homosexuality, 50 states, come on by with his man shell wife, Reggie. Give it a try. Transgender, God, Jesus. Well, they're transgender building. The Freedom Tower. No such thing as freedom. No such thing as free will. No such thing as luck. No such thing as chance. God created all things. Father Nature and Father Time. Mother. Who's that? It's you, Jezebel. Your mother. Your mother is your brothers and sisters that do the will of the Father. That's what it says in Scripture. Not crackers and grape juice. Not gods in the sky. Not fallen angels. Technology. That's Trump with his Tesla stolen by Chase, JP. Remember? Morgan. Yeah. Remember, it was the death ray, the millimeter wave technology that got Tesla whacked. You know, they're going to whack you with the directed energy. Those are some pretty nice waves, NASA. No, that's Soros. A set of waves, of intensification of waves, like wandering Jews in the desert, temporary places of studying the word. It was intense, right? Tabernacles. You said tabernacles, baby. Remember? Tell that to somebody. Just go up to him and say, it's tabernacles. Be like, huh? Tell him. It's intense. Like wandering Jews in the desert, temporary places of study. Never mind. I don't think you guys get it. Well, you guys sure are a dull crowd in here. All right. No worries. I'm not paying attention.
like OJ concentrate, remember? If your dog and or water attached to a chain, you might be a redneck. Oh. Remember the chain? The blockchain in the pit. The one Christ has the key. It has a chain. That's why they play with you with this blockchain, stake you and stock you. Now they're going to chain you to the blockchain, digitally tokenize you, credit score you, digitally tokenized, credit scored communism, the dragon. This is it. All right. You're so broke you hardly pay attention. All right. I know you got to rob Peter to pay Paul there. Slap. Stop it. Quit denying Christ. He's a broke Dick Bob. Remember Bob, cock meat sandwiches? Careful, don't get yourself locked up there. They're taking poor people and throwing them in the street. Slap doctor. I hate doctors. Well, they're all right to sew your leg on, but remember snakes up a pole? They'll be fooled by pharmakia. Deny. All right, let's go. Remember, but it doesn't matter. I said, you're broke, man. They're going to throw you in the cage. And if you deny, they're going to ship you off to Venezuela, to another country you go by executive order. Donald Trump, the safest nation in the world. Yeah, there was a bunch of fake. Yeah, whatever. Many are called, but few are chosen. Don't worry about it. Just build your ark. Don't worry about it. Listen, I was talking to Kevin today. My brother Kevin has it together, guys. He really has it together. He said, man, 2 times and leave him alone, right? Pastor, I said, you got it. 2 times it versus leave him alone. If they're on the fence right now, remember, they're not supposed to be rats lukewarm. You just be hot or cold, or I'll vomit you from my mouth. So people should see what's going on right now. There's no way in hell that people can't see what's going on, or they're never going to see it. They're not. Come on, after the, oh my God! Shutting off whole aisles, push the buggy down there. You won't get the buggy. Come on. We all know it's a lie. So anybody supporting any of it, you're part of the system, and you're going to be judged according to the measure you pour out on others. So it's the beast. The beast. This is the beast. The system is the beast. It's an it. It's a war ruling. It's neuter gender. That's the verb, right? Well, not verb. Look at it has value, right? Like frequency, like was Tesla, millimeter wave. You might want to go back and study neuter gender, feminine gender, male gender. If you go back and study the Greek, like it says, it gives its power. Your book says it gives his power. My book says it's because it's neuter gender. It doesn't have a gender nor male or feminine gender in the Greek. You see the beast. Which beast? You better start studying these words, because your book says his power. It gives his power and authority to the dragon. Which beast? Many beasts. Like, what about, he said, a brute beast? So somebody's an ass and stubborn and can't learn? You better go back and study this word once again. So, outstanding, eh? Better study. Don't sup with vipers. Leviathan, that crooked serpent in the garden. Beast of the field, huh? Brutish. So, oh yeah. I better pay attention. It's happening, man. That's a baby. We better wake up. This is it, man. This is revelation. This is sorrows. We've come to the end of the beginning. That time, the Ouroboros, they signal this all over throughout their imagery. And you warn of imagery and idolatry, but if you can cipher, code, decode, decipher their images, their geometric, everything, You get your rose-colored glasses. You speak in flowers. I speak in cannabis, but no. Watch me turn a pound into some shake. Oh, hold on. Just had a saying. Hello. Keep it real. Keep it real. Yeah, we keep it real in here for sure. Did you hear what I just said? I go through grass like a mower with a forward mower. No, just kidding. Hold on.
Oh man. Come on, lungs. You gotta make it 2 more months. I gotta go 2 more months, guys, before I can. If I get out of the country, I think I can keep these lungs together. I don't know. I get out of this cabin though. So I'm working on the cabin tomorrow. I got a drill lady in red. I got a drill. Woo! I got a drill, and I got this, and I got the roofing, and I got bad dog food. I owe Kevin $30 still, but I paid him some too. So got a lot done today. Oh man. Whew. Oh. So I'm just gonna try to get over there and get that roof on. It's gonna kill me, but I'm gonna get it done, and after that, I'll be all right on that building. I can move on and get building that other building down over it. Yeah, I need that. I'll be able to use it. I got a lot. I mean, that's all like $300 worth of tools that I got. You know what I'm saying? I got that roofing too. So I got the clear roofing. So appreciate everybody's support helping me here. You know, I'm a little bummed I burnt out of the roofing, but I'll use it for something else. So it's gonna keep trying to go here until this December court date, and may their Father will let me out of here before the end of the year. You know what I'm saying? It's not up to me. I would be out of here. I mean, everything in my gut tells me leave. Who cares about a fucking passport? Who cares about any of that shit? I mean, but I need to do it right, and that's the way I've always done things. It's the reason why I don't have a record right now. I do things, you know, kind of ride the line. But anyways, that's there's kind of like there's difference between confident and conceited, right? It's kind of a fine line if you think about what I'm saying. So I had some Jack Herrera about a month ago. I like Jack Herrera. I like that strain a lot. That's been around. That's like a go-to for my sciatica because sometimes that really stops the pain signal. See, I have signal pain. People don't realize how that works. Like my body is communicating to the brain stem in the cell, telling myself to get fixed. You know, you're broken and you need to go in and repair your body, or you're gonna, you know. So so when it sends what is known as that's nerve. You know, I have a lot of nerve damage. Not only breaks, but I have a considerable amount of nerve damage that I deal with too. Right? This is all something I'm not dealing with. This whole forever dealt with this whole face and stroke and hemorrhaging and blood and the lung things. I was super healthy. But I had these things, but I learned how to deal with them because it's like part of the sciatica because I didn't get fixed. You know what I'm saying? And should have had back surgery twice. I had broke my back in the military and didn't want to get medically discharged. And then when I got in the first car accident, they found out, that I'd busted my back and caused me a bunch of problems because they didn't want me to claim the injury. And it just was nonsense. But then I got in the second car accident where I was a passenger in a car and I felony hit and run in the middle of the day, and then broke my back again, and then had fluid in the frontal lobes of my brain. And I was doing really good there. I was kicking ass at my own landscape company and my own on a beautiful home or whatever. It wasn't mine, but whatever. It was an apartment, but it was a really nice, in a nicer. But out of five, my mom has 5 kids. I was the last one to move home. They always thought I was going to be the first one, whatever, but just the way I was. But even out of all my brothers and sisters and stuff, I ended up having to move. I could not. I mean, I couldn't even stand up, and I was like, I couldn't even, or I had to lay down. I mean, I was bad. And then they put me on all that narcotics, which I hate. I don't never did that. I never liked pills. That was just not my thing. I don't drink and anything. Just a little bit of cannabis. That was my thing. It didn't really, and I hated that. They put me on all kinds of OxyContin and Percocet, and I could end up having all kinds of issues because I wasn't taking them, and then flushed them down the toilet, and then they try to get me for tainting the municipal water supply and all kinds of stupid shit. I'm like, well,
fuck you, I'm not taking this. But anyway, so they forced me to take it, and I took it for about 2 months, and then I just never took it again. And they had me on all kinds because of my back. I need 2 back surgeries. They put me in for surgery in Coburg, Oregon, off of in Slocum out there with Dr. Phillips, and he's like, dude, you're not getting those shots, dude. You need 2 back. You need your. They just. I remember him telling my son, you have about 6 months, dude, and I'm not giving you these cortisone shots because I'm gonna permanently paralyze you. You already should have been in here a long time ago. How your body, you're not. But I've been told that before. My dad walked out of a, bent in half like a taco. He's a big guy. He's over 500 pounds when he was, when he died. But he can do the work of 2 or 3 men. And I'm not as big as my dad, but I feel like he do the work of 2 or 3 men. And so he broke and bent in half like a taco in the 70s, like the wrong way, and with the moving company with a full-size sleeper sofa, and they found him with that thing with his head, with his feet up behind his head. That severs your spine. Went the wrong way with the couch on top, but they put him back apart, half untaco bended his ass, and he had the lower 8 vertebrae in his, lower, S1, S2, S3, S4, S2, up to S8, 8 were all disintegrated, basically just shattered in pieces. And so they ended up putting them back together with steel pins and rods and needles. And, he had 2 major, they took him, cut his hips and made bones. They didn't have, this was in the 70s, this wasn't, now they have all these polycarbonate, knees and all that. They put them together with his hips and stuff. And so people always ask me, how do you walk? Your back all messed up like that. I'm like, dude, you don't even know what my dad's back was like, and they told him he never operate a wheelchair, full paraplegic, from the neck down. And he was in second reconstruction. And this is kind of something where I knew there was a father, I knew, because I didn't want to be here since I was young, that I was kind of in the wrong place at the wrong time or whatever, but I needed to be here. So, but I knew when my dad told me, because I knew when I was younger, asked him about, because he had he had massive scar on his back, it's just kind of scary looking, and he told me, kind of gave me the whole story on how, he said it was in God's hands, like, God, I have these 3 boys, and my dad was like 19 or 20 when he broke his back. That's how I broke my back the first time, in the military, right about that age. And he said it was just God's, it's like, God, I just can't, I can't do things. I can't move. I can't do anything, and he said he just got up, and he walked out of the hospital. There's really, at that time, guys, this is like in the 70s or something like that, there's like one camera at the door, like going out the door. There wasn't all cameras at every pole. Everything was camerafied. And then they figured out, because he was missing in his bed after reconstructive surgery. I don't remember how long. I think he was there for like 3 months or something like that he laid there. And, they saw him walking with his ass hanging out the back of the little, whatever. And he said and Father gave him the strength, to do it. And then when he told that to me, it smashed me. It crushed my whole world, because I was like, oh, I have to be here whether I be here or not, that my dad inspired me, that like, I'm not going to pay attention. I'm not going to, but I heard, it's like it always been, I hear people, but I don't listen, if that makes sense. We tune people in and out. It is what it is. I've got a lot going on in my head, so I still have to listen and, still have to conversate, but I'm normally talking to myself and thinking about a lot of other things at the same time that I'm talking to you. So, but we're all different. My dad told me a lot of, anyways, I don't want to go there, but that's when I knew that there was a creator. I truly knew, because we didn't do church, and my dad didn't, we said prayers, but like I said, I don't even want to go to that. It was just a bunch of paganism and heathenism. There wasn't any real, my dad never taught me anything about scripture, but it did make me understand that there was a creator that could create miracles that you would never even that aren't even fathomable. And I remember my daddy, like I said, he used to go horseback riding, take us horseback riding, Magic Mountain, riding roller coasters and stuff, some stuff he should have never did. But, he had us, my brothers, his three boys, and he wouldn't let nothing stop him, man. So some people ask me, where do you get the strength? I'm like, dude, you didn't even know. You didn't even know. My dad was like so messed up, and I can't imagine because he was a big guy, like I said, I mean, he, he was a big guy, and carrying all that weight with his back the way he was. I think he was 6'8" before he had his back surgery or whatever. And after his back surgery, I think it was around 6'4". So he lost quite a few inches in his hole, but they put them all back together, and he never let it stop him. I mean, there was times that so I just let my back heal it by itself is what I did, because your body will fuse itself back together over time. And if you just leave it alone. So when I had surgery when my son turned 18, I said I was going to go on the road and go share the gospel. I did do a lot of things, but there's some things I say that I keep my word, and some things I just, um, some things I don't, and it's like, so like that, I mean, most things, if it comes to the scripture or something, but if it's worldly things like that, Father gives me the strength to push through it. I don't know too many people can eat a grenade to the face, suffer some massive concussion, and be hemorrhaging for 6 months out of their face, and have the lung problems the rest for his body, or murdered daughters or sons' body can't even report their bodies. I don't know how I do it day to day. I'm only doing it for you. I already told you that I'm not doing this for me. I'm done with this lifetime. I checked out a long time ago. I don't need to own anything. I want to be like Christ. He was a man of very few possessions, and he just shared the gospel and went out, and that's all I wanted to do. And that. And so he just tied me down for a couple more months, guys. So, oh, God hates me so much. He must drive and, to the same place, and, we can all come to you know, the understanding that, I'm not perfect, and I'm just trying to do what Father tells me to do. I wish I had a little bit better. I wish I could, but this always been this way in my life. I wish I could just get one step ahead, but he normally just pushes me back, 5 or 10 steps. But as long as I can go one step forward, I don't care how many steps I take back. This my life has been that way, and I know we all suffer. I'm not looking for any. No, don't talk to my cats when I'm baked. I don't get baked. I get medicated, so I don't really use cannabis like that. It's a medicine for me, just so it stops my signal pain and not. Oh man, that's what sucks. That's what people. I'm not saying people can't, use cannabis and system. Is you use it the first couple times like anything. You smoke cigarettes, you're gonna get a head rush. You take a dip of some, does for me. So it helps my body to tell myself, go in, you stupid fuck, get yourself fixed. And it hurts signal pain worse than any other kind of break that I've ever had, just so you know. Sciatica pain, signal pain, nerve pain is more intense than probably any break or bone or rip or tear. I've done a lot of that, but nerve pain's up there. Go ask the doctor. It's up there in some of the highest. So I'm thankful. Go see your snakes up the pole, doctor. But for me, it slows the signal down. Does it take my pain away? No. Does it help slow the pain down? Yeah. And make it more tolerable so I'm always in pain. The only time I'm not in pain is when I am passed out and wake up, and then it's there. But when you learn to live with something, that's called pain management. So it is just something that I really wish some more research had been done again, and they wouldn't have, made it illegal and a Schedule 1 felony for all these years, and with no medicinal, value or whatever. And they had 28 or whatever, 9 medicals. It sucks. But for me, I'm not saying give any advice. I told you I have the 4 major side effects from it: happy, hungry, horny, or sleepy. And those are better than, heart murders, death, you know, brain convulsion, seizures. That's, I'm already prone to seizures from my back, but I don't need to be taking some medication because I got a rash and now I'm prone to seizures or heart murmurs. So generally, I don't like the side effect. I stay away from the farm guy. The doc there, he farms me out to the other doc, and then they write the script, and then I get the side effect, and then I keep getting the other effect till I can keep getting fished out. Yeah, how that works. So, and until you turn into a numbskull. So I don't do drugs, smoke brisket, not meth. So go take your Mexican American somewhere else. Thank you, Father, that have such a beautiful flower. It's my favorite flower that grows up out the dirt. And I'm thankful, Father, that He can give us things that we can use organically, and we don't have to have all these support these snakes at the pole like Donald Trump, who sold a $2.2 trillion snake oil jab. Number one drug dealer on this rock. So fuck pharmakia. That's the word sorcery. But thank you, Father. So I just deal with it, like you deal with the grenades in the face. You just deal with it, man. It's what a soldier does. You move out and you draw a fire. You don't carry on as you were. No. Dead soldier just sitting there like a bump on a log, waiting like a duck in a pond to be shot. What are you standing there for, soldier? Move out as you were. Oh, I put a new. I told you, I freaking smashed my phone today. Oh, hey, we're at what time we got? Oh man, cool. Oh, somebody's getting held for review. Oh, okay, I don't care. So, tomorrow we're gonna bust out that roof on the ladies. So they got probably about another 3 weeks, and they'll be done. I'm thinking so. Some of them are popping back a little bit today. I dropped some of the leaves off them a little bit. Some of the, or just thin them out. They can use a little thinning. I don't I like to try to not leave all of them on there, but I leave them if they're there. If they don't need to come off. I only generally take them up, because I take a little more off the bottom to begin with. So I don't want any of that stuff on the bottom. I learned that real early in the game. Get rid of all that bottom stuff and let it go to the top. So pretty crazy how that one plant that broke, and I've seen this before. I mean, there really was a lot of the plant that broke, but it is producing a lot more medicine than the same plant that was the same size. So pretty amazing how our damn, come on, eyeballs work. Oh, nice. You never light dipped them. Yeah. So this outdoor garden I did, I'm excited to try to grow some other food in there too. You know what I'm saying? Go get some, just whatever. See what I can grow. See if it's too cold in there or not. I mean, I have the fireplace that I built into the wall, so we'll see if it's just kind of like I said, it was a something I came up with in my head. I tried to see if somebody's ever done anything like this before. I just couldn't find anybody who built a wood stove in the wall. I can't put a wood stove in the building. It would, I don't have that big of a space. You know what I'm saying? But and this just full open. No, this just open. It's not open, but I'm saying it's just all no light dip. Now this is going with whatever the sun throws at it. We'll see. And it, but I like it. Turned out good. I like the cooler doors. Those work really neat. Those doors shut. They kind of shut themselves. They get kind of like a vacuum seal on them. A cooler door, big tall cooler doors. Those work really neat. But
I got the roof for it today, so I'm glad. I didn't want to go through and put all that building together, nice as it is, and then put that crap roof on it. So don't buy the Israeli blue roof from Home Depot. It's garbage. It just melted. So I think it was today. Those pieces were 90. Oh no, it was 102. So it was over $100 because there were 20. They went up $2. So, or they went up $1. Yeah, there were 26.98. There were 27.98. So, but don't buy that blue roofing at Home Depot. It's not the best roofing. It melts together, turns flat. But I'm going to use it for something else. Like I told y'all, I'm going to make some, uh, like a lean to it. You know, it doesn't. They don't have to be very tall off the ground. You know, and you can put a rain gutter system on that and drain that into a buried tank. You know, or into a tank. So I've got buried tanks out here. So you know, I'll probably use them for that when I put that around the black tank. Uh, so that's kind of the plan. You know, we'll see what happens in December after that. Like I said, at least I'll know something. As much as I hate waiting this last, obviously that's quite a long time. That's like 2 months, guys. You know, that my son's body and daughter's body could just be sitting up there, you know, rotting. And it's, you know, I don't know if I ever get any justice in the case, but you know, we'll see. At least at this point, I'll either be leaving the country, you know, go on vacation, or I'll be going to jail. So we'll see, you know, what happens, what Father has in store for me, because I apparently can't make any of this work. It's all in His hands. So I'm looking forward to that. I haven't had any much to look forward to. So if it's jail, I just would hate my dog's going to suffer. You know, I'd be all right in jail. I don't want to go to jail. Jail kills me. My back hurts more than ever. I can't lay down in jail. It hurts so much. Jail hurts me, but whatever. I just have to deal with it like anything. I just grow a pain tolerance to it, and it's just a worse kind of pain. So um, I deal with it. But we'll see. Like I said, I don't think they have even enough. Uh, I don't know. We'll see next week. I think they might drop the case if I pick up a civil lawsuit attorney and they start threatening with civil lawsuit. And I don't think those civil lawsuit. Here's the other thing that these people have to consider. You know, they have me on these charges, right? But if they don't convict me, that means I can sue them for wrongful persecution, wrongful prosecution. The whole case is, you know, any attorney at that case, I already know that they'll take the civil case, but that just makes it a slam dunk. You know what I'm saying? It already is a slam dunk. I told you I got, you know, $1 million grenades in here. You know what I'm saying? They threw $1 million grenades into this cabin. So that wasn't a smart move on their part. They fucked up. That's not my doing. I didn't wake my son and daughter up with a grenade. It's not how you wake people up, with a grenade. So imagine being woken up with a grenade. So that's you know, they messed this up, not me. So um, but I'm not going to make that call, because Father could throw me in jail, regardless of how much I try. But I don't think they even have enough. They don't have a burden of proof. In my eyes, I know this. They don't have the burden of proof. I don't know why it's Father who's playing me here. It's not even these people. It's Father doing this. I know it. It's Father doing this. I know it's Him. It's like my court dates by the number, they're Gemini numbers. And so it tells me their Father doing it. He's trying to tempt me to do something stupid, and not in violence, but just saying, you know, like, don't put my faith in Him. You know, if I'm patient, you know, I want to go. I don't want to be here. They're locking up people for being too poor. I can't even share all this stuff I have with the poor, you know, in a sense, that build no community, but that's okay. It is what it is. So um, he has a plan for this. I know he does. He does nothing in vain. Everything he does after his own counsel and for his own pleasure. So he will pour out a just measure on all of us. Nobody's getting away with nothing. He's inside you. He's not in the sky. Figure it out. So, guys, I better wrap this up. I probably want to do a little studying before I go to bed and lay down and for the AM because we're already what one something or so. Sometimes it takes me an hour or two to just even pass out or get tired. So I get off here and think I'm tired, but then I'm not. Or I do that before lay down. My sleep schedule's all crazy right now because I've been getting too much up at 3 o'clock in the morning, uh, waking and baking. No, I wake up in the morning and I have a wake and then I mourn. So, but a lot of that off and on my schedule is just kind of so. But so I'm sure I'll be up for a couple more hours. So I'm not tired yet. So I'm gonna probably do some studying and try to get set for tomorrow. I need to knock it out of the park here for the next couple months because I really want to be one of these people that does survive the deagle map and make sure that I'm not one of these 216 million Americans that doesn't try. So I feel more prepared than most, but I still don't feel prepared enough. How about that? So it's a blessing. Um, but Father and creator of all things, don't be anxious. Nothing's happening here by chance. There's no free will. There's no luck. It's not a thing. You're fooling yourself. He creates all things. He's just testing you. That's that word orge. Quick, quick, quick. No patience. Quick to wrath. Pour out the wrath on people. Oh, I would like to, but no. I'll let Father abide all my battles for me. Quick to indignation and quick to anger and quick to judgment. So we can, like we judge with righteous judgment, remember? We love thy neighbor like thy enemy, like thyself. That's what we use that judgment. We use him as our compass, and he steers us. We use him as the top of our house. We put that light, right? If he's the light, you put that light at the top of your house. Don't hide that light in the basket, he said. He'll give that shekel to the rich man. Don't boast because but well, if you don't go out and share that. So this is the time to be, girded in his service. It's an amazing time to be here. It's tough. It sucks, but every day history is being made. What side are you on? The right side or the wrong side? Most people are on the wrong side. So when you get up today, tell yourself everybody's evil. Do you know everybody in your family's evil? Everybody in my family's evil, but most people are evil. You don't treat them any different. You treat them all the same. Love thy neighbor like thy enemy, like thyself. So tell yourself that tomorrow. It'll change this world for you. I don't know. Yeah, it is what it is. You should just read the book more. Only thing I have in this world is the words that are in that book. That's it. I mean, I have other things, but there's nothing that pales in nothing. It all pales in comparison to how mighty and how strong and how, like I said, it gives me enough to get up every day. I don't want to be here anymore. I hate being alive. I don't like this place. I don't like what they've done. I can't even look for kids. I don't have the means to. I don't have the right vehicle. I have the right vehicle. It's not. It would be equipped to even go in the woods right now. Maybe the worst thing to do is to go up in the woods. So, but I do appreciate everybody who comes in here and supports me and through this difficult time. And I know we're all struggling right now because it's not a world we live in. They're kidnapping people off the streets of America for being too poor or having some kind of mental disability. They're putting poor and disabled people in jail, brothers and sisters, putting them in concentration camps, work camps, whatever. This is just hard to be a witness. So but I won't put my head down. Obviously, like I said, they hit me in the face with a grenade, and I didn't go down. So he has me here for you, just so you know. I'm not here for me. I mean, I'd love to figure out where my son's at, but I'm really starting to think that, that's just not going to happen, no matter what. So it just went for so long thinking I was with the purpose. I was going to do this to help him, and then one day he'd either move or whatever, or that it would serve the purpose, but it just didn't serve any. But Father did it, though. Father did it to me. That's why I'm not mad at anybody, even if Marshall killed my son. I'm more. I know this sounds crazy, because he's gone. If it's happened, it can't change that. But I'm more frustrated with how when I got the condition of Tango, because that's my son too, my boy. That's my dog. I've had him he's 13 years old. That I wouldn't want him to do that to my son. I don't want to imply that, but I'm the one who's responsible for my son's death. And I'm the one who's responsible for my daughter's death, remember? Didn't you hear what I said? So that'll never go away. So, until I find out something. So that's why these next 2 months are going to be a really big struggle for me. Because until I can find out if they're alive or not, I am responsible for their death. Pretty shitty thing to think about, but can't make it any worse, can he? Don't even tempt Father. He'll make it worse. He will make it worse for you. So it is what it is. I know I was trying to do the right thing. No, not the right thing, but because the right thing's the hard thing, and the wrong thing's the easy thing. So I know this Father will pour out a just measure, and he will make all this right. It's not in vain. And but I really, for me, I've always sought death. So not for other people, but for myself. So it'll come. That day is coming. Like I said, December 2nd, I'll be going to jail, or I'll be leaving the country if this country isn't locked down. But at the pace that things are happening right now, from week to week, day to day, I mean, who knows? So we can be full lockdown by December 2nd. So, like I said, someday I'll figure it out. If I don't, then I just have to remember the rest of my life that I didn't listen to my man, my young, smart, intelligent, and wise young man. And I need his voice right now just to tell me that I did wrong, and he hates me and he never wants to talk to me again. I'd walk away, and that'd be better than him feel sorry for me. I'm the one that's responsible. I didn't listen to him. And that's probably why, again, he would never, I don't even know if I'll ever see him again. Like, he might hate me eternally, kind of thing that I've done here. So, and imagine that. So, otherwise, he's up there in the gold mines being extorted or something. I don't have any idea. So, not anymore. I knew where he was at. I knew where their bodies were at. I think they were still up there at that time. I think they've been up there ever since. I think that's why, again, Marshall told me that your son argued with me the whole way home. And he never said that to me. So I put these pieces together because I'm the only one in the case looking the case. I'm the only one investigating the case. And I'm the only one looking for my son or daughter. So remember, I can't even report neither of them dead or murdered. So could be any more nightmares. I'm sure it will. So it's not that I don't love you, brothers and sisters, because I don't want my dogs to suffer. But what are you going to do? Come in here and shoot me? I'm going to kind of do it for the dogs now, guys. I got to make sure that nobody hurts them. They're good dogs, and I love them. And they were such good dogs on the SWAT raid. They didn't go barking, and
they were good boys. So I'm happy to have them, and they're all I have other than you guys. So I'll keep pressing. You know, I'm not going to give up on my son, but I do think, and my daughter, I just do think that the more I press, the worse I make it. It just keeps getting worse and worse. So I don't want to tempt, you know, tempt God, because if I think he can't make it worse, he'll make it a lot worse. I've already done that before in life several times. But anyways, I appreciate you guys being there for me. You guys really have been an absolute treasure to me, you know, and I don't get too many things in this life that I do want, you know what I'm saying, or most of the times even need. I have an abundance, so to remember, you know, my needs are smaller, you know, so I'm ready to die. I'm ready to go be laying the flesh, whether I die or not, but that day is already written. If it's 50 years from now, then I'm going to figure out a way, right? No Father's going to do it. So as long as I'm girded in his service, he'll give me the strength. So thanks for keeping me, you know, lifted here in the flesh, you know, being a part of something that is very unique. I do think what we're doing here is not like any other YouTube channel, and good. We're not trying to be better than. How about set apart? So thanks for setting all the time that you have apart with me here and spending the money. Many of you spend a lot of hours in here. So I hope you're gleaning. And please remember, because again, I want to say this before I go. Kevin told me this today. All you have to do is witness 2 times, brothers, sisters, 2 times, and leave them alone. Witness 2 times and leave them alone. If they're in the Broadway, leave them to the narrow way. If they don't want to listen, they're an ass. Move on. Move on. You know, so just keep that in mind. You know, we're not here to try to change or convince anybody of anything. Make sure you have the right words that are in that text and you're talking about them if there's things, because you have to share the light. But you're not going to turn a goat into a sheep. It's not possible. You're wasting your time. And you only have so much time on this rock. So please use it wisely. And all right, I think I might have lost the chat, guys. I'm going to end it there. Thank you so much for your time. If you want this ministry, do it by sharing whatever you want. It's all for the taking. How about that? You know, I don't really want to. So um, I thank you for your time again. You guys are a blessing to me, and I'll see you soon on the flip side, if that's because time is an illusion, so it shouldn't take too long, right? But hopefully someday I'll get a closure on this, and if not, thank you guys so much for having me something to hang on to. I'm just hanging by a thread, but it's okay. It's a rope, and it's anchored in faith, and I stay anchored in faith because of Father. So I say a thread, but it's hemp rope. Okay, so it'll be there for a long time, no matter how long this um, takes. And if I never find out if my son and daughter or dad are missing, then it's just what Father chooses for me. I mean, I never would imagine in my lifetime that I'd be responsible for their deaths potentially, and then not be able to report their bodies missing or murdered. I mean, I don't know that. I don't know anybody that's even. I don't know if it's ever happened to anybody, but some things like that happen in my life. I have to. I'd only have to have my son here as a witness to tell you that he's heard it many times too. Through, you know, not in 10 years, not in 20. We've never seen this before. All these things seem to happen to me and now him too, right? So Father's got us both where we want to be, right? And my daughter. So please glean what you can take from this ministry. And if you want to add, you can hit the thumbs up button. There's links in the description for PayPal and Cash App. I appreciate it, guys. I went and bought something with your money, okay? And I'm going to use it for 8 years, you know, if I live for another 8 years. So that's you can watch me work on this channel. So I want you to see where your tithes go, okay? I don't like taking anything from anybody. I don't want to take any money from anybody. I have an abundance that I can't even share with anybody else. So that's my problem. So I got abundance of beings from Father, but I still have been able to put together here with, you know, um, only by God's will, a place of rest out here, sanctuary. So
if you're out here in this area, please get a hold of me. I'd like people to come visit this ministry. I am in Silver Lake, Oregon, so this is a good time to come. I'm going to keep working out here. Hopefully, get the rest of this cabin done the next couple of weeks. So I'll try to do some more of that. I'll probably do less live streaming here in the next couple of weeks. So, but I'll still try to put the camera on in the background. So, light brothers, sisters in the narrow way. I will see you on the broadcast that we put out here next time. We as a team, Again, I only bring it up, give thanks to Father, and there we go. Remember, there's no script in here. We don't follow their script. So thanks for keeping it organic. I need some organic things in my life. I just don't seem to get enough. It's just so much foreign, just hard to be around. So don't feel like anybody else. This is the closest I'm ever going to have a family. I appreciate that. So hopefully they do see you guys. I don't know who. Many are called, but few are chosen. Probably not many of us are going to see the other side here where we think, but it's not going to be the end of the world. Try to remember that. So I will see you guys again. Broadcasting is sowing seeds, right? So we'll do another broadcast. Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse. Whoa.